Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Boku no Hero Academia, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Academia Chapter 7, Todoroki Shoko and Repercussions. While Izuku was visiting his mother, Todoroki Shouto was at a mental health facility to see his mother, Todoroki Rei. Officially, she was there due to mental health issues that had led her to harm Shouto by pouring boiling water on the left side of his face. While the official statement held some truth, the unspoken reality was that her breakdown stemmed from years of mistreatment by her husband, Todoroki Enji, who viewed her merely as a means to produce a child capable of surpassing Toshinori. Shouto sighed softly as he reflected on his complicated family situation. Isolated from his siblings due to his father's longing to shape him into the perfect successor, Shouto never had the opportunity to form close bonds with peers, even before the incident with his mother. After the burning, he became withdrawn and avoided friendships for most of his life until he learned to accept the fire aspect of his quirk. As Shouto pondered friendships, the first person who came to mind was Midoriya Izuku, the boy who encouraged him to embrace his potential as a hero. It was easy to argue that Izuku was his first true friend, helping him realize that using the fire aspect of his quirk did not equate to becoming like his abusive father. To Shouto, Izuku was deserving of respect and had a genuine chance of becoming a great hero, much like Toshinori. Then the whole 𝐒𝐻EM situation unfolded. If Shouto were to be completely honest with himself, he might have developed feelings for Izuku if either of them had been a girl. However, since both were boys, he was content with their friendship, or as Eijiro would say, a romantic relationship. Yet, as Izuku's 𝐒𝐻EM expanded to include all the girls from Class 1A, as well as Hatsumai and Kiyama Nemurai, Shouto began to wonder if he would have joined the 𝐒𝐻EM had he been a girl. Shouto scoffed at the thought, amused at himself. There was no denying he was a boy, even before his quirk manifested. Unless someone could permanently change his gender to that of a biological female, he would remain male for life. While sex reassignment surgeries existed, Shouto understood that they would not alter the fact that he was born male. Furthermore, his father would never permit him to change his gender, as Shouto would be obligated to carry on the Todoroki legacy. Being a functional biological male was a fundamental requirement in his case, especially considering that pro-heroines often retired after becoming mothers. Shouto thought about how he did not identify as a girl. His growing curiosity had led him to read various stories about individuals undergoing gender reassignment. While some found happiness in their changes, like Tiger from the Wild Pussycats, others regretted their decisions. Shouto could only imagine the disappointment they felt when they realized that changing their physical gender did not resolve their underlying psychological issues, such as gender dysphoria. Reflecting on his own psychological challenges stemming from his difficult upbringing, Shouto recognized that he did not see himself as a girl. Although he felt a unique interest in Izuku that might not be entirely platonic, he did not consider himself homosexual. Being homosexual would imply he was only attracted to boys, which was not the case given his past interactions with Momo during the final exams. Therefore, he was confident that he was either bisexual or simply viewed Izuku as a rare exception among potential partners. Shouto found himself lost in thought, contemplating the impossibility of asking Izuku to let him join his 𝐒𝐻EM. A part of him longed for that connection, but he feared that pursuing it might jeopardize their friendship. Izuku, after all, was clearly heterosexual, with no signs of any bisexuality. As he pondered these feelings, he failed to notice a pink-haired girl with grey skin rushing toward him, unaware that a collision was imminent. In a moment of chaos, the girl, Fuwon, was fleeing from a pro-hero after having stolen his wallet. She had intended to use her quirk, Witch's Hex, to transform him into a distraction, specifically a busty bimbo, after he had insulted her. The idea of him struggling to run with exaggerated curves amused her. However, just as she prepared to unleash her hex, she collided with Shouto. An explosion of pink energy erupted around them, momentarily blinding everyone nearby. When the light faded, Fuwon opened her eyes to find herself cradled in the arms of a strikingly appealing girl, whose hair barely reached her neck. To her shock, she noticed that she had transformed, now possessing large breasts and wide hips. Her expression shifted to one of horror as she recognized the pro-hero pursuing her, a young man named Native, who was now staring at her in disbelief. Native, still processing the situation, asked about the stolen wallet but quickly shifted his focus, recognizing 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐿, still reeling from the transformation, questioned Native, only to realize that the voice responding was not his own. Native confirmed his identity, blushing slightly as he delivered the unwelcome news. 𝐿𝐿's heart sank as he looked down to see small breasts where he had once had none. Panic surged through him as he reached down, only to discover that he was no longer male. Anger bubbled within him as he glared at Fu-won, the one responsible for this unexpected change, demanding that she reverse the hex immediately. Fu-won was filled with dread as she realized she had transformed 𝐿𝐿𝐼's son into a girl. She nodded vigorously, her anxiety palpable, and responded to 𝐿𝐿𝐼 with determination. She raised her hands to dispel the hex, creating a bright flash of light followed by a small cloud of smoke. When the smoke dissipated, Fu-won returned to her original form, but to her surprise, 𝐿𝐿 remained a girl. Both Fu-won and Native blinked in astonishment, staring at 𝐿𝐿's unchanged appearance. 𝐿𝐿 wore a flat expression and remarked on the situation, acknowledging that he was still a girl. Later, at the dorms, Izuku looked at 𝐿𝐿, still in her transformed state, and turned to Okiko, seeking clarity. He asked if it was true that the villainess responsible for this predicament was unable to reverse the transformation. Okiko confirmed this, adding that Aizawa-sensei had attempted to use his quirk-erasing gaze to undo the hex, but it had failed. She thought to herself that it was fortunate the other boys had not returned yet. The potential reactions, especially from Kaminari and Mineta, were concerning. Momo expressed her worry, noting that they had no understanding of why the villainess could not reverse the transformation and whether 𝐿𝐿 would revert after a day, as had happened with other transformations. Izuku inquired if the villainess had provided any explanation for her inability to change 𝐿𝐿 back. 𝐿𝐿, responding quickly, indicated that she had not shared any reasons, determined to keep his feelings about the transformation hidden. He suppressed a sigh, recalling the disbelief on Fu-won and Native's faces when they realized that his unexpressed desires might be linked to his current state. The villainess had mentioned a past incident where a transformed victim retained animal traits due to their strong affection for cats, suggesting that deep desires could lead to permanent changes. This left 𝐿𝐿 concerned about the possibility of remaining a girl indefinitely. Fu-won, on the other hand, had never attempted a permanent transformation for herself, lacking the patience to adapt to a new body type. Izuku, sensing that 𝐿𝐿 was concealing something, asked if there was any other way to break the hex. He noticed the blush on 𝐿𝐿's face and the way she avoided eye contact, which spoke volumes. Sumomo, observing 𝐿𝐿 from different angles, mentally questioned Izuku, wondering if 𝐿𝐿 might actually have feelings for him. Izuku internally groaned at the thought, wishing Sumomo would not joke about it. Sumomo insisted she was serious. Izuku acknowledged her point. Mina, suspecting that 𝐿�'s feelings for Izuku were more than just friendship, suggested the classic method of a true love's kiss. Kyuka expressed her disbelief, hoping Mina was joking. Mina challenged Kyuka to propose a better idea, one that did not involve Tokoyami, knowing he would likely resort to some dark magic that could backfire. Kyuka, unable to counter Mina's logic, pointed out that if the hex were to break due to a kiss, Izuku would essentially be kissing a boy. Mina countered that 𝐿𝐿 was the most attractive boy in their class. Toru giggled in agreement, adding that they weren't suggesting Izuku kiss Mineta. The group collectively grimaced at the thought. Mai interjected, grinning as she proposed that between her and Shield-san, they might create a solution to turn 𝐿𝐿 back into a boy. Okiko, with a serious expression, cautioned against any of Mai's inventions, recalling past mishaps that could lead to chaos. Mai protested, defending her creations and insisting they wouldn't all lead to disaster. She turned to Melissa for support. Melissa, recalling some of Mai's more questionable ideas, reluctantly sided with Okiko, leaving Mai feeling betrayed. While Mai was sulking, Tsuyu turned to Izuku and suggested that he might want to speak with Todoroki privately. Izuku agreed, expressing a need for a private conversation with 𝐿𝐿. The girls exchanged glances and nodded in understanding, with Okiko saying they would leave the two alone and to let them know if they needed anything. Once the girls had returned to the dorm building, Izuku turned to 𝐿𝐿 and inquired about his well-being. 𝐿𝐿, maintaining a serious expression, responded that he had recently been transformed into a girl and had no idea when or if he would revert to his original form. Izuku recognized the absurdity of his question and shifted to a more serious tone, asking if 𝐿𝐿 understood the reason behind his inability to change back. 𝐿𝐿 sighed and confirmed that he did know the reason. Izuku encouraged him to share, and 𝐿𝐿's cheeks flushed as he contemplated the situation. He reluctantly admitted that the villainess who transformed him indicated that he could not revert unless he had a compelling reason to remain as a girl. Izuku pressed for clarification on what that reason might be. Overwhelmed by a rush of repressed emotions, 𝐿𝐿 began to express his frustrations. He spoke of an irrational fear of becoming a poor father like his own, the absence of a positive male role model in his life, and the emotional scars left by his mother's actions. Tears streamed down his face as he recounted how he had struggled to form friendships and how his troubled past had left him feeling inadequate. He lamented the expectations placed on him as the chosen heir to surpass All Might, which had only added to his burdens. As 𝐿𝐿's emotions spilled over, he weakly struck his fists against Izuku's chest, expressing his feelings of being a failure. Overcome with emotion, he admitted to feeling deprived of many things, leading him to develop feelings for his first true friend. Izuku, standing resolutely, wrapped his arms around 𝐿𝐿 in a comforting embrace, reassuring him that he was not a pathetic wreck. Unable to hold back any longer, 𝐿𝐿 let his tears flow into Izuku's shoulder. Meanwhile, Todoroki Enji, a tall and muscular man with short red hair and sharp light blue eyes, was making his way to the Class 1A dormitory. Earlier that day, he had learned that a low-level villainess named Fuon had transformed 𝐿𝐿 into a girl and was unable to reverse the change. Enji was furious about the situation and the apparent gullibility of Native in believing the villainess. He was determined to confront her and compel her to undo the transformation, as 𝐿𝐿 was meant to be the perfect successor to his ambitions. As he walked, Enji paused to reflect on his desires. Despite his pride and aggression, he was not naive. As the number 2 pro hero, Endeavor, he would inherit the title of number 1 by default following Toshinori's retirement. However, the title itself was not what mattered to him. He longed to earn it through his own merit and skill, ultimately intending to pass that legacy to a chosen heir. With Toshinori retired and his health failing, Enji questioned whether there was any value in his past actions toward his family. "You seem quite troubled, Todoroki-san," a voice interrupted his thoughts. Enji noticed Nezu approaching and scoffed dismissively, asserting that given what had happened to 𝐿𝐿, especially so soon after All Might's retirement, he had every reason to be concerned. Nezu acknowledged the truth in Enji's words but pressed further, asking if his concern was for 𝐿𝐿 as a son or as an heir. Enji's displeasure deepened, realizing that Nezu was aware of his past treatment of his family. Despite his irritation, he responded that his concern was for both. 𝐿𝐿 was his youngest son and the only one capable of inheriting his hero agency after his retirement. Nezu hummed thoughtfully and acknowledged that there was indeed a point to consider. He noted that there was a reason why Todoroki's son had initially hesitated to embrace the fire aspect of his quirk. Enji, growing impatient, inquired about Nezu's point. Nezu responded, suggesting that Todoroki's son might be grappling with deeper issues stemming from his past experiences. Enji, unable to dismiss the possibility, expressed his frustration and asked Nezu for a suggestion, believing that his high-spec quirk must have provided some insight. With a knowing smile, Nezu cryptically advised Enji to prepare for unexpected consequences. Meanwhile, Izuku checked on 𝐿𝐿's well-being, asking if he felt any better. 𝐿𝐿 admitted to feeling a little improved but then posed a question about whether he should remain as a girl or revert to being a boy. Izuku replied that the decision was ultimately 𝐿𝐿's to make and asked what he truly desired. 𝐿𝐿 confessed that he simply wanted to stay by Izuku's side. He acknowledged Izuku's connections with many girls but noted that Izuku treated them well. 𝐿𝐿 chuckled, mentioning his concern for Izuku's health after a recent incident. Izuku, curious, asked if he had looked that bad the previous morning. 𝐲𝐸 humorously remarked that 𝐒𝐿 resembled a dried-up mummy rather than a zombie. Both boys shared a laugh, and 𝐒𝐿 reassured 𝐲𝐸 that regardless of his choice, he would always be his friend and ally, with a place by his side. 𝐲𝐸 felt warmth at 𝐒𝐿's kind gaze and caring smile. 𝐒𝐿, in turn, blushed as he admired 𝐲𝐸's beauty, even as a girl. As they locked eyes, they leaned closer, and in a moment of shared affection built on respect and understanding, they kissed. A bright pink flash enveloped them. Back with 𝐭𝐺 and 𝐿𝑒𝐷𝑢, the two pro-heroes were approaching the dorms when they noticed a sudden burst of pink light. As seasoned heroes, they hurried toward the source, which emanated from Class 1A's dormitory. Upon arrival, they witnessed a scene reminiscent of a shoujo romance manga. Fragments of pink energy, resembling sakura flowers, danced around 𝐒𝐿 and 𝐲𝐸, who remained in his female form, appearing even more feminine with shoulder-length hair and a graceful figure. From their vantage point, it seemed as if 𝐲𝐸, resembling a white-haired maiden, was embraced lovingly by 𝐒𝐿. ∞ couldn't help but notice the resemblance between 𝐲𝐸 and his mother, especially as 𝐲𝐸 wore a genuine smile while 𝐒𝐿 pressed their foreheads together. ∞ was left speechless by the sight, while 𝐿𝐷𝑢 chuckled to himself, impressed by 𝐒𝐿's ability to surprise him once again. Overwhelmed by confusion and a sense of loss, ∞ quietly departed Ue High School without uttering a word. Neither 𝐒𝐿 nor 𝐲𝐸, lost in their own world, noticed that ∞ and 𝐿𝐷𝑢 had witnessed their kiss. Inside the dorms, the girls of Class 1A, along with Mai and Melissa, had been observing the scene unfold. They understood that 𝐲𝐸 harbored deep feelings for 𝐒𝐿 and noted that he had somehow remained a girl despite the apparent lifting of the hex. Although they doubted even 𝐿𝐷𝑢 had anticipated a gender-bent 𝐲𝐸 joining the group, they were more than willing to accept her as a potential member after overhearing her heartfelt expressions through Kyuka's keen hearing, Toru's invisible presence, and Sumomo's ability to connect their thoughts. They all smiled at the undeniably romantic moment, and Mina exclaimed that it was the epitome of a doki doki romance story. Later that evening, the boys of Class 1A stared in astonishment at 𝐲𝐸, who had decided to rename herself Shoko, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Denki could only exclaim in shock at the unexpected turn of events. Shoko felt a warm blush spread across her cheeks as 𝐒𝐿 addressed the group, asking if there were any further questions. He had just provided the boys of Class 1A with a brief overview of Shoko's situation, which had led to her permanent transformation into a girl. A comprehensive examination was necessary to confirm that this change was indeed lasting and to verify that Shoko was biologically female, as requested by 𝐿𝐷𝑢. He had also promised to assist her in any way possible. Chiyo, who conducted the examination, confirmed that Shoko was fully and permanently female. The elderly woman was not particularly pleased with 𝐒𝐿, who had accompanied Shoko to the exam, as he was the primary reason for her decision to remain a girl, which added to Chiyo's workload. 𝐒𝐿 winced at the memory of her cane striking his shins multiple times. It was important to note that Shoko already had a copy of Sumomo in her mind and an IUD in place. She was fully aware of the HM plan and had shared her memories with 𝐒𝐿. Melissa had also shared her memories with him, further fueling her determination to support him, and she too had an IUD in place. Hunter expressed his confusion, trying to clarify the situation. He stated that Todoroki had been affected by a transformation quirk that turned him into a girl, and because of his feelings for 𝐒𝐿 and a kiss they shared, he was now permanently a girl named Todoroki Shoko. 𝐒𝐿 blushed shyly as he confirmed this. Aizuru, still struggling to believe the situation, asked what kind of incredible charm 𝐒𝐿 possessed to make even Todoroki develop feelings for him. Myheroacademia pointed out that 𝐒𝐿 had helped Todoroki overcome her reluctance to use the fire side of her quirk, which was a significant factor in their relationship. Tenya recalled how they had all become friends after the sports festival, remembering his hospital stay with 𝐒𝐿 and Shoko, who had still been a boy at that time. Aizuru questioned if this was a case of a strong friendship evolving into romance due to a quirk-induced transformation. Tenya agreed, finding the statement quite accurate. Yuga remarked on the extraordinary bond between the two, suggesting it must be incredibly strong for Todoroki to willingly remain as a girl. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 added that their affection was so profound that not even the stigma of forbidden love could diminish it. Minoru glared at Izuku, expressing his frustration that even boys seemed to be affected by his charm. Izuku blushed again, defending himself by saying he never intended to stalk Shoko when she was still a boy. Hunter noted that this was perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Izuku's newfound relationship with Todoroki. Many boys, including Kuji and Shuji Mizu, a tall boy with pale gray hair and multiple arms, nodded in agreement. Denki playfully asked if anyone else thought Izuku had transcended humanity to become a godlike figure of charm, prompting a show of hands. To Izuku's embarrassment, nearly every boy in Class 1A raised their hands, except for Katsuki, who was indifferent to romantic matters and disliked the idea of Izuku being popular. Even 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's quirk, Dark Shadow, raised a hand, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Fortunately for Izuku, the rest of the evening unfolded normally as he and the girls assisted Shoko in moving into the girls' side of the dorms. Her room was conveniently located between the common bedroom and Ashido's room. That night, Izuku was in the common bedroom with the girls of Class 1A, Mai, and Melissa, discussing various topics. Momo, taking charge of the meeting, cleared her throat and announced that both Shield and Todoroki had officially joined the 𝐻M that day. She noted that they were aware of the more sensitive aspects of the arrangement. Tsuyu inquired if they needed to adjust the scheduling system. Momo shook her head, explaining that since the girls of Class 1B had not yet decided to join the 𝐻M, no major changes were necessary at that moment. The only adjustments were that they now had enough girls to form 4 pairs instead of 3, along with a mutual agreement to prevent Midnight from draining Izuku's energy whenever she felt frustrated. Mina expressed her eagerness for a fun night, mentioning that she and Okiko had not yet had their turn. Kyuka, with a serious expression, pointed out that they had already had their chance during school hours. Mina protested, insisting that it didn't count, and turned to Okiko for support. Okiko, who had her own feelings for Izuku, nodded and expressed her longing to be with him again. Toru chimed in, playfully warning that if they didn't get their turn, they might take matters into their own hands during school hours starting the next day. Izuku, concerned about the potential consequences, questioned whether he had any say in the matter. The girls responded in unison, leaving him with a resigned sigh, aware that he was unlikely to win this argument. A small part of him felt a thrill at the idea of such adventures at school. In his mind, Sumomo teased him, noting that he seemed to be embracing the excitement of romance. Izuku, blushing, acknowledged that things were getting a bit out of control. Sumomo pointed out that having a new member join their group only added to the chaos. Izuku humorously agreed. Melissa raised her hand, inquiring if she and Todoroki would be the next pair. Momo confirmed that it was a reasonable assumption, suggesting they could join Okiko and Mina if they were comfortable. Melissa turned to Shoko, asking if she wanted to join. Shoko blushed but agreed, provided everyone else was okay with it. Mina welcomed them to join, and Okiko smiled, understanding their intentions. Izuku felt ready to spend the night with the 4 girls, determined to make it a memorable experience for everyone involved. As the other girls left for the night, Izuku found himself facing Okiko, Mina, Melissa, and Shoko. With a hint of shyness, Okiko asked who wanted to go first. Shoko surprised them by offering to let the others start. Mina checked with her, and Shoko confirmed her choice. Not wanting to press further, Okiko turned to Melissa, who hesitated before expressing her wish to go first. After receiving nods of encouragement, Melissa took a deep breath and prepared herself. Izuku, accustomed to being open with the girls, removed his clothes and stood confidently before Melissa. She felt a rush of nerves and excitement as she realized the moment was unfolding. Izuku guided her gently to the futon, where they sat facing each other. He tenderly stroked her face, causing her to shiver with anticipation. As they continued, Izuku's gentle touch explored her, making her heart race. Melissa was overwhelmed by the sensations, realizing they were far more intense than anything she had experienced before. With each gentle caress, she felt a mix of emotions, fear, embarrassment, and excitement, as they shared this NTMT moment together. Izuku began to move gently, and despite the discomfort, Melissa felt a wave of warmth from his tender and skillful touch. She wrapped her arms and legs around him, drawing him closer as they shared an NTMT moment. Just before reaching a peak of emotion, she held Izuku's face in her hands and kissed him deeply. They both experienced a profound connection at the same time. As they settled into a peaceful calm, Melissa smiled affectionately at Izuku and expressed her gratitude. Izuku responded warmly, and they shared a sweet, innocent kiss before continuing their journey together. They separated. Izuku gently placed a blanket over Melissa before turning to face the three girls. Mina appeared eager to approach him, while 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 clearly had a longing look in her eyes. 𝐿𝐿, however, remained seated and composed. Despite her calm demeanor, it was evident that she was feeling flustered, her cheeks flushed as she subtly shifted in her seat. Concerned, Izuku asked if she was okay. 𝐿𝐿 responded that she was fine and urged him not to worry. Although Izuku wanted to encourage her to be more open about her feelings, he chose to respect her space. After all, she had previously identified as a boy, and he understood that she might need more time to adjust to her new identity. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 had just made him weightless, and both she and Mina were playfully guiding his floating form toward an unused futon. Izuku soon found himself on the futon, with Mina positioning herself close to him while 𝐒𝐿 assisted in settling him down. Mina smiled at Izuku, encouraging him to unleash his full potential. Realizing that both girls shared the same enthusiasm, Izuku moved with determination, holding onto Mina's thighs to keep her steady as he focused on bringing her pleasure. Mina closed her eyes, feeling a wave of delight wash over her as she leaned back slightly. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿 felt a rush of excitement, aware of the connection they shared. Izuku skillfully used his lips and tongue to explore and stimulate Mina, igniting her senses. Mina's eyes fluttered as she embraced 𝐒𝐿, pulling her closer for a kiss. As they shared this moment, Mina felt a warmth enveloping her, a testament to their growing bond. 𝐒𝐿, feeling the intensity of the situation, moved her hips to encourage Izuku's attention, eager for the connection she had longed for. The atmosphere was charged with energy, and soon, all three experienced a wave of overwhelming joy that left them breathless. Mina reflected on how Izuku had improved, while 𝐒𝐿 felt a deep sense of fulfillment. Aware that the girls would need a moment to regain their composure, Izuku turned his focus to 𝐭𝐿. He ensured that 𝐒𝐿 was comfortable, covering the two girls with a blanket and giving them gentle kisses. Once he was satisfied they were taken care of, he turned to 𝐭𝐿, noticing her deep blush. Understanding the overwhelming scene she had witnessed, he approached her with care, kneeling down to ask if she needed more time. 𝐭𝐿 shook her head, expressing her determination to move forward despite her uncertainty. Izuku expressed his concern for 𝐭𝐿, reminding her that she didn't need to push herself. 𝐭𝐿 sighed, admitting her longing to be close to him. Izuku smiled warmly and suggested they take their time until she felt comfortable. 𝐭𝐿 nodded, smiling as she allowed Izuku to help her with her clothing. As he finished, he noticed her figure resembled Kyuka's, but with wider hips and more defined muscles like Mai's. He observed that her body had changed significantly, considering her past, and thought it was understandable. After helping her, Izuku reached out to embrace her. 𝐭𝐿 shivered slightly at his touch but didn't pull away, which Izuku interpreted as a positive sign. He gently held her face and leaned in for a kiss while his other hand caressed her back, causing her to arch slightly in response. As he continued to kiss her, his hands explored her shoulders, waist, and thighs. 𝐭𝐿 felt overwhelmed by the sensations and expressed her longing for more. Understanding her feelings, Izuku carefully laid her down and positioned himself close to her. He warned her that it might be uncomfortable. 𝐭𝐿 acknowledged this, sharing that she had faced worse pain before and shyly encouraged him to call her by her name. Izuku, charmed by her bashful demeanor, promised to be gentle. 𝐭𝐿 returned his affection with a smile, grateful for his kindness. Without hesitation, Izuku moved closer, and 𝐭𝐿 felt a sharp sensation as they shared an NTMT moment. Although it was more intense than she expected, she managed to endure it, holding onto Izuku as the discomfort began to fade. Once she felt ready, she encouraged him to continue. Izuku checked in with her, and she nodded, signaling him to proceed. As he moved, she experienced a mix of discomfort and growing pleasure. Soon, She began to gasp in delight as he found a rhythm that felt right. In a tender moment, Izuku kissed the scarred side of her face, surprising her but also deepening their connection. She reciprocated by holding his hand and kissing the scars on it, which made Izuku smile. As their connection intensified, Shoko guided his hand to her chest, and he responded by gently exploring. They both reached a peak of joy together, and Shoko expressed her happiness. Once they calmed down, Izuku felt a familiar presence behind him as Mina playfully reminded him of their earlier interactions. Just then, Shoko hugged him tightly, not wanting to let go. Both Izuku and Mina looked at her in surprise. Shoko blushed and insisted she wasn't ready to part with him. Mina, realizing Shoko's intentions, teased her about wanting to be the last to hold him. Shoko, unable to deny it, buried her face in Izuku's chest, feeling a spontaneous urge to stay close to him. Akiko, having recovered enough to join them, playfully complained about Shoko hogging Izuku. Shoko pouted but ultimately released her hold, recognizing the importance of sharing their affections. She understood that being selfish would only lead to the same kind of pain she had experienced in her past. Sensing Shoko's hesitation, Izuku affectionately patted her cheek and suggested that she and Akiko sort things out while Mina took her turn with him. He then turned to Akiko, seeking her approval. She nodded, understanding Shoko's possessiveness toward Izuku, as she felt a similar way. Izuku decided to let the two girls figure things out, but Mina playfully pulled him away, eager to have her moment with him. As Mina engaged with Izuku, Akiko sat across from Shoko and inquired about her longing to hug Izuku all night long. Shoko hesitated, trying to avoid Akiko's gaze, but eventually admitted that she simply wanted to. Akiko, recognizing her own tendencies, explained that while she understood Shoko's feelings, they were all part of 𝐒𝐻EM, and it was important to accept that. They couldn't keep Izuku all to themselves, no matter how much they wished to. Shoko expressed her struggle with these feelings, especially after all Izuku had done for her, even at great personal cost. Her voice carried a tone of remorse for the pain she had inadvertently caused him. Akiko smiled gently, acknowledging Shoko's feelings. She reassured her that she wasn't alone in caring for Izuku, everyone in the 𝐒𝐻EM shared that sentiment. She added, with a blush, that there was no reason Shoko couldn't explore connections with the other girls in the 𝐒𝐻EM. Shoko, aware that some of the girls had already formed bonds with one another, felt a deep blush rise to her cheeks. She admitted her interest in Yorozu, whom she had always admired. Akiko confirmed that Momo had also been involved with Kyuka and Tsuyu, which only fueled Shoko's curiosity. Shoko wondered if Momo would be open to having her as a partner. Akiko recalled a touching moment when Momo had embraced Shoko after seeing her memories and felt confident that Momo would welcome her affection. Shoko promised to keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Melissa, unable to sleep due to the noise, commented on Mina's enthusiasm. With her energy restored, she decided to join the conversation with Akiko and Shoko. Akiko confirmed that Mina was still enjoying her time with Izuku, prompting Melissa to ask how Shoko planned to explain her situation to her family. Shoko's expression darkened as she expressed her reluctance to inform her father about the changes in her life, knowing he would eventually find out. Melissa reminded her that she would also need to address the public about her circumstances, recalling how her father had faced backlash after the 𝐼 incident. The experience had led to her transfer to Ue High School under Izuku's care to protect her from further ostracism. Akiko mentioned that they would meet with Nezu the next day, hoping he would have a plan to assist Shoko. Melissa agreed, sharing the same hope. Before long, Mina and Izuku reached a shared moment of joy, and the group decided to settle down together in a cozy cuddle pile. The girls quickly arranged themselves, with Melissa hugging Izuku from behind while Akiko and Shoko held onto his arms, and Mina nestled against one of his legs. They were all wrapped in blankets, enjoying the warmth of their closeness. Shoko slept peacefully that night, finding comfort as she nestled against Izuku, despite the absence of tatami floor mats in the common bedroom. The following day, in Nezu's office, he revealed that Izuku's father was already aware of his transformation into a girl. He had even witnessed a kiss between Shoko and Izuku outside the dorm the previous day. Shoko, along with the girls from Class 1A and Izuku, stared in surprise, her cheeks flushing as she questioned why they hadn't been informed. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 smiled and explained that they had been so engrossed in their own world that he hadn't felt the need to interrupt. He added that if Endeavor truly disapproved of Shoko's transformation, he would have likely tried to take her away after witnessing the kiss. The fact that he left without a word suggested he was conflicted about the situation. Shoko pondered this and then inquired if she needed to make a public announcement regarding her transformation. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 confirmed that she did, explaining that while they could have addressed it sooner, he wanted to ensure she was settled after confirming the permanence of her change. He assured her that he would assist her in making the announcement, emphasizing that it was important to clarify that this incident was an accident unrelated to the League of Villains. Izuku interjected, expressing concern about Shoko's feelings and how she wanted to be a girl because of him. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 clarified that while Shoko didn't have to name anyone, she would need to explain why her transformation, initially temporary, had become permanent. Shoko expressed her longing to see her mother and siblings first, believing they deserved to know before any public announcement. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 agreed, allowing her to take the day off to contact her family. Grateful, Shoko asked if Izuku could accompany her for support. He, though nervous, agreed with a smile, not wanting her to face this alone. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 confirmed that they would be screened by 𝐂𝐻𝐢 high school staff during their visit, which both students accepted, understanding the necessity of the arrangement. However, upon meeting their SCRT, Inui Ryu, a pro-hero known as Hound Dog and a lifestyle guidance counselor 𝐂𝐢, they were taken aback. Ryu had a dog-like appearance and often spoke in a mix of incoherent words and dog-like sounds when agitated. When he caught a whiff of their scents, he nearly lost his composure, but 𝐻𝐻𝐻 calmly reassured him that Izuku was allowed to remain at 𝐂𝐢 despite his relationships with several girls. Although Ryu was reluctant, he respected the principal's decision. When they met Shoko's family, her mother and older siblings were understandably shocked by her sudden gender change. However, they quickly accepted her relationship with Izuku after she explained her feelings for him, even when she was still a boy. Izuku had helped Shoko not only embrace her quirk but also reconnect with her mother. Rei, Shoko's mother, was particularly pleased that Shoko had found love, even if it was unexpected given her past. As Izuku and Shoko shared their story with her family, Ryu gradually became less agitated about their relationship. As a lifestyle guidance counselor, he recognized their honesty, even if he sensed they were withholding some details. He could see that they genuinely cared for one another, despite Izuku's previous relationships. After Shoko and Izuku spoke with her mother and older siblings, they returned to school to meet 𝐻𝐻𝐻 for an important announcement. Upon arriving, Ryu approached Izuku with a gruff demeanor and expressed his confusion about why 𝐻𝐻𝐻 allowed Izuku so much freedom regarding his relationships. He noted that it was clear Izuku cared for Shoko and then inquired if his feelings for the other girls were similar. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he explained that each girl was unique, and his feelings varied for each of them. However, he affirmed that he cared for all of them and would do everything in his power to support them. Ryu huffed in response, stating that he would take Izuku's word for now. Nonetheless, he planned to speak with 𝐻𝐻𝐻 about providing counseling for Izuku and his relationships, unable to overlook the implications of his connections with multiple girls. Izuku acknowledged Ryu's concerns with respect. Later that evening, in a hidden location, Darby, a tall and lanky young man with spiky black hair and turquoise blue eyes, was sipping cold tea while watching the news on an old television set. Despite its age and tendency to produce static, the sound was clear enough for him to follow the broadcast. He shared the room with members of the League of Villains, a group that had struggled to maintain its presence since All for One's defeat by All Might. The League had found refuge in abandoned places, stealing supplies from civilians and rival villain groups, but Darby knew they needed to improve their situation. He acknowledged that recovering from the loss of someone as powerful as All for One was no easy task. As Darby grew bored of the news, he was about to change the channel when the reporter announced a recent incident involving a 𝐂𝐢 high school student. Intrigued, Darby listened as the reporter detailed an accident involving Todoroki Shoto, the youngest son of the pro-hero Endeavor, who had been transformed into a girl by a villain named Juzen Fuon while being pursued by a pro-hero named Native, who was off duty at the time. Darby found amusement in the situation, thinking it unfortunate for the villainess. The report continued, revealing that the transformation was permanent and that 𝐻𝙪𝙢𝐼𝐻𝐼 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿 now identified as 𝐻𝙪𝙢𝐼 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿. A video recording of an interview followed, showing an undeniably female version of 𝐻𝐿, which left Darby momentarily stunned, causing him to spill tea on himself. He couldn't deny the resemblance. 𝐻𝐿 now looked just like a girl. In the video, a journalist named Tokuda Tanio asked 𝐻𝐿 about her transformation. 𝐻𝐿 confirmed the change was indeed permanent. Beside her were Izuku, who had previously defeated Muscular, and Nezu, the school principal. Tanio inquired how a transformation that was supposed to be temporary had become permanent. Nezu explained that transformations caused by the villainess could result in lasting changes if the victim desired it strongly. He cited a previous case where a victim retained cat ears and a tail after their transformation was reversed due to their love for cats. Tanio then turned to 𝐻𝐿, asking what had motivated her longing to become a girl. 𝐻𝐿 sighed and looked at Izuku, who nodded encouragingly before she began to share her story. She asked Tanio how familiar he was with quirk marriages and recounted how her father, 𝐻𝐽i, had married Rei solely for her ice-based quirk, intending to create a perfect heir. She described how 𝐻𝐽i neglected his other children after having his heir, whom he aimed to groom as the next #1 pro hero. 𝐻𝐿 also mentioned the tragic consequences of this loveless marriage, including Rei's breakdown, which led to a severe incident involving boiling water and her eventual institutionalization. She concluded her story by revealing her refusal to embrace the fire aspect of her quirk until a certain individual had sacrificed himself to help her confront her issues during the sports festival. Tanio, unaware of the full story behind 𝐻𝐿's scar, inquired about why this information had not been shared earlier. 𝐻𝐿, feeling the weight of her past, responded that it would have been hard for anyone to believe her over her father, the #2 pro hero at the time. She bitterly noted that it was her own mother who had caused the burn on her left side, not her father. Acknowledging the painful truth, Tanio sighed and asked if 𝐻𝐿's transformation into a girl was connected to her difficult upbringing. 𝐻𝐿 nodded, explaining that her feelings for someone who was her first real friend had also played a significant role. This change only intensified those feelings, leading to her current situation. Tanio guessed that this special someone was the boy sitting next to her, the one who had broken his arms to encourage her to use her fire side. 𝐻𝐿 confirmed this. Curious, Tanio asked if her family was aware of her situation. 𝐻𝐿 replied that they did know, and aside from her father, who had remained silent, and her eldest brother, who had been missing for years, her family was supportive of her despite her gender change. She then invited Tanio to ask any further questions. While Tanio expressed a longing to ask more, he felt it best not to intrude too deeply into her personal life. Instead, he shifted the topic to the Meta Liberation Army, a villain organization advocating for the unrestricted use of quirks. He explained that the group, originally led by the infamous Destro, had gained renewed interest following All Might's retirement. 𝐻𝐿, having faced challenges due to her powerful quirk and aware of Izuku and Sumomo's struggles as quirkless children, frowned at the philosophy that valued individuals based solely on their quirks. She shared her disdain for such thinking, recalling how it had led her father to marry her mother without affection and forced her into years of harsh training. She also mentioned someone who had suffered for years due to being perceived as worthless until his quirk manifested at the age of 15. 𝐻𝐿 firmly believed that people should be judged by their actions and intentions, rather than the strength of their quirks. Both Izuku and Nezu smiled, approving of her perspective. Tanio smiled as well, thanking 𝐻𝐿 for her time and expressing his hope to see her again in the future. 𝐻𝐿 returned his smile as they shook hands, affirming that she looked forward to their next meeting. As the video recording concluded, the news reporter announced that the principal of 𝐻𝐢 High School would make an official statement on 𝐻𝐿's behalf the following afternoon, which would be broadcast live. The reporter also mentioned that efforts were underway to confirm 𝐻𝐿's story with Endeavor, who had yet to respond, and that his agency had instructed staff not to comment on the matter. The reporter assured viewers that updates would be provided as soon as information became available. As the credits rolled, a man dressed in a black and grey bodysuit and a mask with a grey upper half and a black lower half, known as Ɓuɓɓigawarā Jin, remarked on the story's absurdity, finding it perfectly logical. Jin, also known as Twice, had a distinctive appearance with blonde hair, gray-blue eyes, and a prominent scar on his forehead, and he struggled with serious mental issues stemming from past experiences with his quirk. Himiko Toga, a petite girl with cat-like yellow eyes and ash-blonde hair styled in messy buns, observed a girl nearby and thought she was really cute. A blush crept onto her cheeks as a demented smile spread across her face, revealing her cat-like fangs. She wondered if this girl might become her friend. Hikishi Kenji, a muscular transgender woman with red shoulder-length hair and thin facial hair, expressed excitement about the potential of recruiting the girl. As a villainess, she believed that Fuwon, with her ability to grant permanent transformations, would be a valuable addition to the League of Villains. Spinner, a reptilian man with green scales and pink-purple hair, grinned at the thought of the girl. He believed she might be worthy of becoming a true heroine, inspired by his admiration for another villain, Stain. He sought to change society by eliminating those he deemed as fake heroes. Sako Atsuhiro, known as Mr. Compress, smiled at the news, intrigued by the villainess who had transformed the youngest son of Endeavor into a girl. His curiosity about her abilities was piqued. Kurogiri, a man whose body appeared to be made of black mist, turned to the last member of the League of Villains and inquired about their plans. Shigaraki Tomura, the leader of the League of Villains, with his pale skin and messy gray-blue hair, asked where Fuwon was being held. A twisted grin formed on his lips as he expressed his longing to expand their ranks, believing that breaking Fuwon out of prison would be a significant step toward their resurgence. Elsewhere, Yotsubashi Rikia, a tall middle-aged man with a long pointed nose and orange-brown hair, frowned at a news report. Although he was the president and CEO of Detnerat, a lifestyle support company, he secretly led the Meta Liberation Army. He was a staunch advocate for the free use of quirks, a belief instilled in him by his late father. Rikia disapproved of Todoroki Shoko's disrespect toward this principle but understood her reasoning. Given Endeavor's history of judging his family based on their quirks, it was clear why Shoko would oppose any movement that emphasized quirks as a measure of worth. Rikia contemplated the potential of Juzen Fuwon as a member of the army, recognizing that her meta ability could lead to her persecution, prompting her to become a villain. He also noted the need for further investigation into a certain individual who had been bullied for being quirkless until their quirk manifested at 15. Depending on the circumstances, this person could pose a significant challenge for the army. Having made his decision, Rikia picked up his smartphone to initiate some calls. Meanwhile, Fuwon felt an unsettling chill run down her spine, sensing that trouble was on the horizon. In the common bedroom shared by the girls of Dorm 1A, Shoko and Izuku were present after her interview with Tanio. Momo had crafted a fourth pair of ball, labeled 4th A and 4th B, and placed them into a box alongside the previous 7. As before, Izuku shook the box vigorously while the 9 girls each drew a ball, eager to see the results. First pair, Tsuyu and Toru. Second pair, Melissa and my. Third pair, Shoko and Okako. Fourth pair, Mina and Kyuka. Momo Toru celebrated their selection as the first pair, raising her arms in excitement. Tsuyu smiled, anticipating the day ahead. She then had an idea and mentally communicated with Sumomo, asking her to share it with Toru. Sumomo responded with enthusiasm, agreeing to relay the message. Upon receiving the idea, Toru beamed at Tsuyu and gave her a thumbs up, clearly pleased with the plan. Momo considered joining the first pair when Sumomo reached out to her, explaining that Tsuyu and Toru wanted to keep Izuku for themselves that day, hinting at their unique plans. Although surprised by the unexpected message, Momo decided to shift her focus and approached Melissa and Mai, asking if she could join them for the following night's activities. Mai smiled and welcomed Momo, mentioning that she and Melissa had been wanting to discuss something important with her. Curious, Momo inquired about the topic. Melissa explained that it involved gathering materials for support items, including tracking devices, and they hoped Momo could assist due to her quirk. Momo thought for a moment and agreed to meet that evening to discuss the details. She asked where they should hold the conversation. Melissa suggested her room, noting that Hatsum's was quite messy. Mai playfully defended her cluttered space, expressing her fondness for her inventions. Meanwhile, Mina playfully draped her arm around Kyuka, suggesting they discuss their plans for the week. Kyuka blushed, aware of Mina's intentions, and insisted they avoid any actions that might lead to expulsion. Mina feigned hurt, insisting 𝐒𝐽𝐽 should have more faith in her. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, maintaining a deadpan expression, pointed out Mina's own plans. Mina countered, reminding her that they were the last pair for this round and speculating about the potential surprises from the girls in Class 1B and Midnight Sensei. Unable to deny her own interest, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked away, her cheeks flushed. Observing Momo, Okako noted that she seemed preoccupied with something important. Shoko agreed, feeling a twinge of disappointment that Momo was busy with Melissa. And Mai. However, understanding the significance of Momo's quirk, Shoko refrained from feeling resentful. Okako then suggested that Shoko and Momo devise a plan to spend time with Izuku at school, mentioning that she could team up with Tsuyu or another girl for similar plans. Shoko considered the idea, finding it quite clever, and expressed her gratitude to Okako. Izuku watched the various groups of girls and felt grateful for their camaraderie, hoping their peaceful interactions would continue. A short while later, Izuku waited outside the common bedroom at Toru and Tsuyu's request, feeling a mix of worry and excitement about what they had planned. Toru soon called him in, and he took a deep breath before entering the room. Upon stepping inside, he noticed it seemed empty, but he knew Toru was invisible and Tsuyu could camouflage herself. He playfully asked if he was alone. In response, a familiar sensation wrapped around his arms, and Tsuyu revealed herself, having camouflaged above him. As she landed, he noticed her skin changing color. Suddenly, he felt hands tugging at his trousers, and he recognized Toru's presence, acknowledging her state of undress. Despite his heart racing and his face flushing, he was no longer as easily flustered as before, curious about what Toru and Tsuyu had in store for him. Izuku was filled with anticipation as Toru playfully mentioned they were going to have a lot of fun. He felt a shiver of excitement as Tsuyu released him from her embrace to help him remove his shirt. He noticed the unique texture of Tsuyu's skin, which glistened as she wrapped her arms around him. Tsuyu gently turned his head to face her, sharing a tender kiss that made his heart race. As Tsuyu kissed Izuku, her warmth enveloped him, making it hard for him to focus. The sensation of her slimy skin against him was both distracting and exhilarating. He realized that Tsuyu was still using her camouflage ability, her skin shifting colors to blend with their surroundings. Just as he felt himself nearing a peak of pleasure, Toru suddenly pulled back, leaving him momentarily confused. He felt a surprising sensation against him, causing him to gasp. Toru teased him, playfully asking if he could guess what it was. Izuku quickly guessed, his mind racing, and Toru confirmed his suspicion with a cheerful response. She playfully pressed against him, heightening his excitement. Just as he felt overwhelmed, Toru shifted, and Izuku felt a rush of sensations that left him breathless. As he tried to regain his composure, Toru playfully pulled away, and Tsuyu began to tease him further, her hands gliding over him. The sensations were intense, and he found himself struggling to focus. Tsuyu then playfully engaged with Toru, creating a delightful atmosphere filled with laughter and affection. Feeling the excitement building again, Izuku warned Tsuyu that he was nearing another peak. She playfully halted, teasing him about not wanting him to finish too soon. With a playful command, she instructed him to turn around, revealing her playful side. Izuku eagerly followed her lead, and without hesitation, he embraced the moment, feeling the connection deepen. Tsuyu wrapped her arms around him, guiding him closer, and they shared a playful exchange filled with joy and laughter. As they enjoyed their playful antics, Izuku showered Tsuyu with affectionate kisses, making her croak happily in response. Toru, ever the mischievous one, decided to add to the fun by tickling him, causing him to laugh uncontrollably. Despite the playful distractions, Izuku maintained his focus on Tsuyu, who was enjoying every moment. The laughter and joy enveloped them, creating a bond that was both playful and NTMT. Eventually, the three of them reached a peak of shared joy, leaving Izuku feeling pleasantly exhausted. He realized that the combination of laughter and affection had created an unforgettable experience. As they separated to allow him to rest, the warmth of their connection lingered, promising more fun adventures to come. As Izuku caught his breath, he noticed that Tsuyu had stopped camouflaging herself and was now embracing Toru with her slimy body. He felt a lump in his throat as Toru became more visible, the coating of mucus making her shine. Tsuyu then presented Toru to Izuku and playfully asked if he liked what he saw. Izuku, unable to find his voice, simply nodded in response. Toru lay back, and Tsuyu adjusted her position behind her. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Tsuyu playfully interacted with Toru, making her more visible. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he approached the two, drawn to the scene before him. Toru, eager for more interaction with Izuku, seemed to anticipate his next move. Meanwhile, Tsuyu shifted her position, playfully engaging with Toru in a way that brought them closer together. Tsuyu felt a thrill as she focused on Toru, who was fully immersed in the moment. As Izuku was caught up in the atmosphere, he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his mind urging him to use a fraction of his power. Surprised, he recognized the voice belonged to Nana, not Sumomo, and paused, mentally questioning the command. Tsuyu noticed his hesitation and looked at him with curiosity. Even Toru paused to see why he had stopped. Izuku wondered if they would believe him if he said his quirk was telling him to use a small portion of its power during this moment. Both Tsuyu and Toru blinked in surprise, recalling that Izuku's quirk, One for All, contained the spirits of its previous users. Forgetting their earlier activities, Tsuyu turned to face Izuku, while Toru sat up, intrigued by his revelation. Izuku confirmed that one of the past users had indeed spoken to him. Tsuyu, with a playful tone, asked if he wanted to give it a try. Izuku hesitated, contemplating the situation. Izuku had never considered using his quirk in that manner, and now that the thought crossed his mind, he was uncertain if it was a wise choice. Toru inquired about his hesitation, and Izuku expressed his concern about unintentionally causing harm while utilizing One for All. The mere thought of injury made Tsuyu wince, prompting Toru to acknowledge his worries. She then asked if there were any additional reasons for his apprehension. Izuku nodded, revealing that he had once been quirkless. Tsuyu quickly grasped his underlying fear and voiced her concern that they might only appreciate him for his quirk-enhanced abilities once he began using them. Izuku admitted that was one way to view it, adding that since One for All was not a quirk he was born with, he would eventually need to pass it on to someone else. Both girls empathized with Izuku, recalling the struggles he had faced due to his quirkless past. They embraced him, and Toru reassured him that he didn't have to use his quirk if he didn't want to, as not everyone could freely use their abilities in all situations. Tsuyu chimed in, mentioning that Shoko was a prime example, as no one would want to experience burns or frostbite in such moments. Sumomo, in her own way, offered her support, suggesting that she could assist if he truly needed help with his quirk. Izuku chuckled at their candid remarks and felt his worries dissipate in the warmth of their concern. He expressed his gratitude to them, and Tsuyu responded with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, in Kyuka's room, she was listening in on Izuku when a loud exclamation startled her. Mina, who was engaged in her own activities, paused in surprise and asked if that was Toru. Kyuka, blushing, confirmed it and added that Midori was using a fraction of his quirk while involved with her. Mina whistled and exclaimed that she needed to get herself some of that excitement. Kyuka blushed, unable to disagree with the pink-skinned girl. Meanwhile, the other girls in Dorm 1A overheard Toru's delighted screams followed by Tsuyu's croaks of joy. It was clear they felt flustered and eagerly anticipated their turn with Izuku. The following day, Izuku felt his cheeks flush as he realized he was once again the center of attention. This time, even the boys seemed cautious around him, as if they feared he could somehow change them. The less said about the boys who were interested in him, the better. Fortunately, the girls from Dorm 1A and Class 1B were eager to accompany him, ensuring no one would try to take advantage of him. However, they couldn't shield him from Midnight's interest after Sumomo mentioned how he used One for All in a particular situation, Nito's belief that Izuku was insatiable and might even pursue his own gender, or Katsuki's growing frustration with Izuku for reasons unknown to him. Eventually, Izuku had to be separated from the girls when he entered the boys' changing room with his male classmates. Katsuki, who preferred to confront Izuku privately but was hindered by the girls' presence, decided to take a chance and demanded to know what Izuku had told them. Izuku, despite his increasing confidence, felt nervous around Katsuki, who had bullied him for years. He was taken aback by the sudden outburst. 𝐂𝐲𝐲 asked why Katsuki was so upset, while Denki wondered if the girls had learned something embarrassing about him. Katsuki snapped at the other boys, insisting it was none of their business before turning back to Izuku. His eyes burned with intensity as he pressed for answers. For the first time, Izuku felt genuine anger towards Katsuki for disrespecting those who cared about him. He glared at Katsuki, filled with righteous fury, and stated that he had only shared the truth about his life before attending Ua High School. Katsuki's eyes widened in shock before his expression twisted back to rage. He accused Izuku of sharing his story to gain sympathy. Suddenly, Izuku struck Katsuki with a punch fueled by 5% of One for All, which he had summoned instinctively. The unexpected blow knocked Katsuki off his feet, leaving him stunned and unable to respond as Izuku coldly explained that while he had shared the truth, it was the girl's choice to accept him. He questioned why Katsuki cared about his personal life, noting that even Mineta was less spiteful about it. 𝐂𝐲𝐲 intervened, urging them to avoid any unmanly violence. Katsuki, rising to his feet, shouted that his concerns stemmed from what the half-and-half student had said about Izuku being quirkless until the age of 15, which had been broadcast for everyone to hear. A moment of tense silence followed before realization dawned on Izuku. He sheepishly admitted that he had forgotten about Katsuki when that was mentioned. Katsuki's jaw dropped in disbelief as Izuku continued, apologizing for not wanting dangerous ideologies, like those of the Meta Liberation Army, to spread. His expression turned serious as he added that both he and Shoko had suffered due to society's obsession with desirable quirks, and he wondered how many others were affected by such views. The idea of valuing someone based on their quirk was already troubling, and the Meta Liberation Army would only exacerbate the issue. As Tenya reflected on the entrance exams, he recalled how Izuku's quirk had first manifested during that pivotal moment when he had risked everything to save Okiko from the giant zero-pointer robot, resulting in severe injuries to his arm and legs. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pondered aloud why Izuku's history as a bullying victim would concern Katsuki, suggesting there might be more to the story. The other boys in the changing room, aside from Izuku, turned their shocked and disapproving gazes toward Katsuki, realizing that he had been one of Izuku's tormentors in the past. Given Katsuki's aggressive behavior and their earlier confrontation during the battle trial, it was easy to imagine him as the chief bully during their middle school years. 𝐂𝐲𝐲, who considered Katsuki a close friend, felt particularly disturbed. He had known about Izuku's experiences with bullying from some of Katsuki's former classmates but had never expected Katsuki himself to be involved, let alone to be the main aggressor. It was clear to any reasonable person that heroes were meant to protect the innocent, not further harm them. Struggling to face the judgmental stares of the boys, which felt as harsh as the cold looks from the girls who seemed to already understand Izuku's side of the story, Katsuki growled, questioning what they would do now that others were aware of Izuku's painful past. He expressed his frustration, fearing that the entire school would turn against him for his previous actions. Izuku, with a look of compassion in his eyes, explained that it had never been his intention to ruin Katsuki's chances of becoming a hero by sharing his past with the girls or through Shoko's comment. Katsuki, filled with anger, shot back, insisting that if Izuku didn't intend to sabotage his future, he wouldn't have brought it up at all. Unfazed by Katsuki's outburst, Izuku sighed and clarified that if he truly wanted to ruin Katsuki's chances, he could have taken much more direct action, such as informing their teachers or even the authorities about his experiences with Katsuki's bullying. Despite recognizing the logic in Izuku's words, Katsuki pressed for an answer to his original question about why Izuku had shared his story. Izuku responded that it was important for those who wished to be close to him to know the truth about his past. He expressed gratitude for their acceptance, despite everything. Katsuki was about to retort when he suddenly noticed that Izuku had not referred to him by his childhood nickname, Kaken, throughout their exchange. Stunned by this realization, he fell silent as Izuku mentioned that they were running late for training and didn't want to keep Aizawa waiting. As Izuku walked past him, he added that if Katsuki wanted to continue their conversation, they could do so later. He emphasized that the truth about their past could have been revealed much sooner but had remained a secret by Izuku's choice, and Shoko's comment had been an unintended implication of that truth. Once Izuku left the changing room, The other boys followed suit, casting glances at him as if he had transformed into someone to be feared or judged. 𝐬𝐻𝐼, unable to meet their eyes, especially 𝐒𝐻𝐼, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He thought to himself that Izuku had finally stopped seeing him as a friend. Memories flooded his mind, from the time he had considered Izuku a companion to the moment he witnessed Izuku's tears after All Might's battle against a formidable villain. As he reflected on his past actions, including his attempts to belittle Izuku and his harsh advice on how to gain a quirk, he came to a painful realization: he had never given Izuku a reason to care about him. Despite his efforts to hold back tears, his eyes grew misty as he questioned why his heart felt so heavy and cold, why he struggled to feel anger towards Izuku, and why he felt such profound pain within himself. Alone in the changing room, 𝐬𝐻𝐼 felt a wave of emotions he could not fully understand. Later that day, Izuku sensed the heavy tension in the air. After the boys in Class 1A learned about 𝐬𝐻𝐼's past as Izuku's bully, they began to distance themselves from him. The girls, who had witnessed Izuku's memories, had already started to pull away from 𝐬𝐻𝐼 the previous week and showed no signs of changing their behavior. Although Izuku understood their feelings, he still believed that 𝐬𝐻𝐼 was capable of change and had shown improvement recently. However, he could not deny that he cared more for the girls of Dorm 1A and Sumomo than for 𝐬𝐻𝐼. Unlike 𝐬𝐻𝐼, they did not view him as less than human for being born quirkless. Furthermore, 𝐬𝐻𝐼 had never apologized for his past actions or attempted to make amends. It was worth noting that Okako had once asked 𝐬𝐻𝐼 if he felt insecure or jealous of Izuku after the final exams. Although 𝐬𝐻𝐼 had refused to answer, the question lingered in Izuku's mind. He wondered if 𝐬𝐻𝐼 had felt that way since entering UA High School, or perhaps even before they started middle school. Given 𝐬𝐻𝐼's pride and superiority complex, fueled by years of praise from peers and teachers, it seemed plausible. Yet, it was perplexing why a talented boy with a strong quirk would feel threatened by a quirkless boy determined to become a hero. Nemuri, who was teaching the class and had been informed of the situation through Sumomo's mental messaging, sighed and addressed the students. She noted that something had clearly happened that day, as no one seemed focused. She took a seat on the teacher's table and suggested they discuss whatever was troubling them. After a brief silence, she turned to Izuku and inquired about the recent events. Mentally, she urged him to cooperate, acknowledging that the issue between him and 𝐬𝐻𝐼 had persisted long enough. Izuku, having received Nemuri's mental message, sighed and explained that he and 𝐬𝐻𝐼 had argued, bringing up several uncomfortable topics that the boys in the changing room had overheard. Nemuri, already aware of the situation, asked if the topics were related to what the girls in Class 1A had already known. Izuku confirmed this. She then asked how the argument had started. Jiru raised her hand and explained that 𝐬𝐻𝐼 had been yelling at Izuku about Shoko's statement to a journalist regarding Izuku being bullied for years due to being quirkless. She noted that his outburst was loud enough for everyone to hear. Nemuri acknowledged that 𝐬𝐻𝐼's reaction indicated that the boys now knew what the girls had been aware of since last week. Unable to hold back, Tenya questioned the secrecy surrounding the matter, asserting that such a serious issue should have been disclosed from the beginning. He pointed at 𝐬𝐻𝐼, expressing that allowing someone with a history of bullying to attend UA was embarrassing for a prestigious academy. 𝐬𝐻𝐼 clenched his teeth, ready to retaliate against Tenya, but Nemuri intervened, warning him that if he attempted to argue or leave the class, she would involve Nezu. Even 𝐬𝐻𝐼 understood the consequences of crossing Nezu and reluctantly sat down, scowling. After a moment of tense silence, Hanta spoke up, agreeing with Tenya's point. He turned to Izuku and asked why he had remained silent about the issue and instructed the girls to keep it quiet. Denki chimed in, noting that telling the girls to stay silent had not helped conceal the situation. He observed that the girls had been looking at 𝐬𝐻𝐼 with disdain, comparing him unfavorably to Mineta, the school's most notorious pervert. Mineta nodded in agreement, having noticed the girls' negative attitudes toward 𝐬𝐻𝐼 as well. Fumikage acknowledged the situation, noting the disdain and restrained fury evident in their eyes. Izuku sighed, finding it difficult to explain. He described how, before 𝐬𝐻𝐼's quirk emerged, they had been close friends who admired the same hero, All Might. However, when 𝐬𝐻𝐼's abilities were recognized and praised, their friendship began to deteriorate. It worsened when others discovered Izuku was quirkless. He had believed he was quirkless until his powers manifested during the entrance exams for Yue High School, a detail he kept hidden to protect the secret of One for All. Katsuki, aware that Izuku had received his quirk from someone else, felt a surge of frustration. He understood the implications of revealing that information. After all, that quirk originally belonged to All Might, the very hero who inspired him. He had already caused enough trouble for the former pro-hero by allowing himself to be captured during summer camp. Rikido frowned as he processed the information. He questioned whether it was true that Bakugo, once a friend, had become Izuku's greatest bully simply because Izuku no longer fit in with the cool group after being quirkless. Izuku confirmed that perspective, acknowledging the shift in their relationship. Katsuki felt the urge to leave the classroom, but Nemurai's stern gaze reminded him of the consequences. He remained seated, bracing himself for the impending discussion. Mizu inquired why Izuku chose to remain silent about Katsuki. He pointed out that regardless of their past friendship, Katsuki had chosen to end it and become a bully. Izuku explained that while distancing himself from a tormentor was a logical choice, he felt compelled to pursue Katsuki despite the negativity he faced. Minoru, with a look of disgust, questioned whether Izuku had romantic feelings for Katsuki. He clarified that while he was accepting of different orientations, he found the idea of someone being attracted to their abuser unsettling. Izuku was taken aback by the suggestion, vehemently denying it. Minoru referenced Izuku's unusual situation with Todoroki, suggesting that it might lead others to question his heterosexuality. Nemurai found amusement in the exchange, agreeing with Minoru's point. Izuku, unable to counter effectively, conceded that there was some truth to it. He explained that aside from his feelings for Katsuki, he recognized Katsuki's immense talent. For Izuku, catching up to Katsuki was a crucial step toward achieving his dream of becoming like All Might. The years of being quirkless only intensified his determination. Katsuki, feeling insulted, reacted with anger. He expressed his frustration, feeling belittled by Izuku's admiration. He ranted about how he had always been pursued by someone he deemed inferior, questioning his own worth and aspirations. His voice rose as he confronted the feelings of inadequacy that plagued him, revealing the inner turmoil he struggled with. The classroom fell silent, taken aback by the intensity of his emotions and the weight of his words. Not anticipating the revelation, everyone was at a loss for words, except for one. Izuku rose from his seat and requested permission from Midnight Sensei to leave with Katsuki, expressing a need to resolve their issues the manly way, as Kirishima would say. Midnight agreed, stipulating that she would supervise the encounter and inform the other teachers, emphasizing the importance of ensuring neither of them got seriously hurt. Izuku expressed his gratitude, acknowledging her support. A short while later, Izuku and Katsuki, both clad in their PE uniforms, faced each other. Katsuki's head was lowered, but Izuku could feel the intensity of his glare peeking through his spiky hair. Nemurai, standing a short distance away, inquired if they had anything to say before the fight commenced. Katsuki was the first to voice his feelings, expressing his long-standing disdain for Izuku, accusing him of looking down on him and believing he could ever catch up or surpass him. The progress Izuku had made filled Katsuki with frustration. Izuku sighed before responding, acknowledging that he believed in the hero's aspiration to ultimately prevail. He reflected on the lives he had saved during various incidents, emphasizing that his determination to defeat villains was what allowed him to protect his friends. He clenched his fist, stating that victories would feel empty if they failed to safeguard those in need. He urged Katsuki to recognize that while his ambition was valid, it should not be the sole focus. Despite his efforts to dismiss Izuku's words, Katsuki felt a growing unease in his chest. Frustration bubbled within him, and he unleashed explosive sparks from his quirk, declaring that Izuku was truly getting on his nerves. Izuku retorted, suggesting that Katsuki might benefit from a session with Hound Dog. He activated One for All at 6%, preparing for the confrontation. Seeing both boys ready, Nemurai raised her nine tails overhead, signaling the start of the match. With a swift motion, she cracked it down, producing a loud sound that marked the beginning of their duel. As soon as the sound echoed, both boys lunged at each other. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 propelled himself forward with explosive force, ready to strike, but 𝐒𝐿𝐴 swiftly crouched low and dodged to the side. He spun in midair, landing on all fours in a familiar pose, narrowly avoiding the explosive attack. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽, taken aback by 𝐒𝐿𝐴's agility, barely evaded a spinning kick aimed at him. Just as he prepared to counterattack, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 transitioned to a handstand, attempting to kick 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's face in a break-dancing maneuver. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 managed to evade the kick, retreating as he realized the extent of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's skills. Meanwhile, in Class 1A, the students were captivated by the match, observing through a spying drone created by Momo. Although they couldn't hear the fight, the visuals were enough to leave them astonished. Minoru exclaimed in disbelief at 𝐒𝐿𝐴's use of Asui's dodge and a flying kick, while Aizuru noted the similarity of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's last kick to one of Ashido's dance moves. While the students crowded around Momo, Shouter, already informed by Nemurai, was peacefully napping in his yellow sleeping bag. Nemurai kept a watchful eye on the two boys, who clearly needed to resolve their differences, while the rest of the class remained engrossed in the fight, allowing their teacher to rest during the event. Back at the fight, 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 shouted in frustration, believing that using the techniques of his friends would not help 𝐒𝐿𝐴 defeat him. He launched another attack, but 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stood his ground, quickly regaining his footing. Drawing on the memories he had shared with Uraraka and Shoko, he dodged 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's explosive palm strike and landed a punch to 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's face. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽, however, was skilled enough to turn his head just in time to lessen the impact and retaliated with an explosive blast from his left hand, sending 𝐒𝐿𝐴 flying. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's eyes widened as he leaped back to avoid the full force of the attack. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 took advantage of his explosive abilities to leap into the air and dive towards 𝐒𝐿𝐴 from above. Aware of 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's aerial agility, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 summoned 7% of One for All, focusing his mind to remain clear and ready to react. Unaware of 𝐒𝐿𝐴's strategy, 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 created an explosion to land beside him and attempted another explosive strike. Instead of hesitating, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 swiftly grabbed 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's extended palm and threw him to the ground. Grateful for the memories of Uraraka's training with a pro hero named Gunhead, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 understood the importance of maintaining a clear mind when anticipating an enemy's move. Had he overthought the situation, he would have been caught off guard. Suddenly, 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 used his other hand to create a blinding flash of light, temporarily disorienting 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Unable to evade the dazzling burst, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 staggered back, allowing 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 to rise and deliver a punch to his stomach. The force of the blow almost made 𝐒𝐿𝐴 lose his composure, but he endured the pain and declared that compared to his previous battles, this was manageable. He then seized 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's fist with one hand while delivering a punch to 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's stomach with the other, utilizing 7% of One for All. Caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 felt the impact deeply but refused to concede. However, the combination of his physical injuries and a growing sense of self-doubt left him unable to continue. His body slumped as tears of frustration streamed down his face. Recognizing that 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 had essentially surrendered, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 gently placed him down and sat across from him. Despite winning the fight, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 felt unsatisfied, sensing that 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 was battling inner turmoil throughout their confrontation. He sighed and spoke, reminding 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 of a previous conversation about someone who had entrusted his quirk to him, mentioning that Nemurai was aware of it as well and had chosen this secluded spot for their discussion. After a brief silence, 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 inquired why All Might had chosen 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to inherit his quirk after the incident with the sludge villain. Toshinori, who had been listening, stepped forward, explaining that he believed it was his responsibility to help 𝐒𝐿𝐴 become a hero after witnessing his actions during the sludge villain incident. He added that 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽, despite his strength, was already on a path to becoming a hero. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 laughed bitterly, expressing his feelings of inadequacy and frustration at not being able to surpass 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Toshinori reassured him that he was not weak and that his current condition was not 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽's fault. He revealed his injuries, explaining that the villain he had faced during the Kamino incident was responsible for his deteriorating health and ability to fight. He emphasized that even if 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 had never been kidnapped, he would have eventually lost his ability to be a hero. 𝐻𝐻𝐾𝐽 hesitated before asking Toshinori if he knew about his actions towards 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Toshinori confirmed that Aizawa, Nemurai, and Nezu were aware of the situation. 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼 questioned why he had not been expelled yet, expressing his frustration at the uncertainty of his future. Toshinori asked if 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼 truly wanted to be expelled, to which 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼 replied that being expelled would leave him powerless. Toshinori reassured him that expulsion was not the plan. He explained that Midoriya had advocated for 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼, arguing that he was a product of a quirk-obsessed society, deserving of understanding rather than punishment. Despite 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼's flaws, Toshinori acknowledged his determination to be a hero. He emphasized that just as Midoriya had learned the importance of winning to protect others, 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼 needed to understand the value of safeguarding the innocent to achieve genuine victories. 𝐼𝐾𝐻𝐼 reflected on this perspective, realizing he had never considered it before. Toshinori knelt beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder, reminding him that he was still young and had time to learn from his past. He shared his own regrets about past mistakes and urged 𝐾𝐻𝐼 to seek counseling from Hound Dog, recognizing that it was necessary for his growth. 𝐾𝐻𝐼 sighed, realizing that counseling was a condition for his continued stay at the school. He reluctantly agreed to attend Hound Dog sessions. However, he quickly shifted his focus to Izuku, demanding to know how he had become involved with so many girls. He expressed disbelief at the idea of their female classmates being interested in Izuku, especially given the reputation of Midnight. Sumomo, communicating with Izuku, reassured him that he need not worry about revealing her presence. She playfully mentioned that Nemurai had plans for the evening after witnessing Izuku's victory, causing Izuku to blush. After a lengthy explanation, 𝐾𝐻𝐼's frustration peaked as he glared at the pink blob of slime in Izuku's hands, which was attempting to glare back. The slime's cute appearance made it difficult for 𝐾𝐻𝐼 to take it seriously. He took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his composure, and expressed his longing to be expelled to escape the bizarre situation, likening it to a poorly made film. He turned to Izuku, demanding to know how he had gotten himself into such a predicament. Izuku admitted he was unsure of how it all happened. Nemurai chuckled at the scene while Toshinori looked away, embarrassed. 𝐾𝐻𝐼, ignoring the adults, rubbed his forehead in frustration, lamenting that he should not have asked about Izuku's age. He felt burdened by the secrets he now had to keep, including those about All Might's quirk and the slime's involvement in the situation. The headache from the chaos made him wish he could forget it all. The pink slime puffed up in indignation at 𝐾𝐻𝐼's insult and used its connection to Nemurai to speak through her, declaring that 𝐾𝐻𝐼 was in no position to criticize anyone else's mess. 𝐾𝐻𝐼 was taken aback, then growled in response, demanding to know what the slime had just called him. Brain-jacked Nemurai stood with her arms crossed, expressing her frustration. She pointed out that 𝐾𝐻𝐼 had become overly confident due to the praise he received throughout his early life. This inflated sense of self-importance made it difficult for him to accept Izuku's longing to be his equal or to offer help. She emphasized that his pride bordered on a superiority complex. She reminded him of the hurtful things he had said to Izuku, including a suggestion that Izuku should harm himself to gain a quirk, and noted that he had never apologized or attempted to make amends for his actions. If Izuku had not been such a remarkable person, the consequences of 𝐾𝐻𝐼's behavior could have been dire. 𝐾𝐻𝐼, unable to defend himself, turned away, clicking his tongue in frustration. He recognized that while Izuku clung to their childhood friendship despite the pain, he had acted pridefully, almost villainously, towards Izuku. 𝐾𝐻𝐼 begrudgingly acknowledged the severity of his past actions and felt fortunate that their relationship had not deteriorated beyond repair. Despite this, he maintained his pride and glared at Izuku, declaring that it would not change anything. He was determined to become the next #1 hero, surpassing All Might, and believed that defeating Izuku, even after he mastered his quirk, would prove his superiority. Izuku, relieved that they had reached a mutual understanding, expressed his own determination to be the best and promised not to let 𝐾𝐻𝐼 win without a fight. 𝐾𝐻𝐼 suggested that Izuku should focus more on training rather than distractions, insisting that he could not rely on borrowed techniques if he wanted to defeat him. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment as he tried to defend himself, stating that he never intended to create a 𝐻𝐻𝐼. 𝐾𝐻𝐼, however, teased him about his situation, calling him a pervert. Unable to counter 𝐾𝐻𝐼's remarks, Izuku sighed in resignation, conceding the argument. He could have mentioned his romantic encounters, but he knew Katsuki wouldn't care, making it pointless to bring up. Katsuki smirked, pleased with his victory in the trivial argument and the fact that Izuku was willing to engage in such discussions. Although he would never admit it, the realization that Izuku still cared about him, despite his own popularity, brought him a sense of relief. He felt a glimmer of hope for redemption, unlike the times when he believed he had been abandoned by everyone and had only himself to blame. Soon, both boys made their way to the clinic for medical treatment before returning to class. Later that evening, Izuku sighed as he headed to meet the girls from Dorm 1A, Class 1B, and Nemurai. After his confrontation with Katsuki, he faced Chiyo's disapproval as she treated their injuries with her quirk. Following that, they attended classes while still exhausted and were quickly questioned by their classmates. Fortunately, Izuku managed to excuse himself, claiming he had to attend extra classes, leaving Katsuki to deal with the inquiries alone. He almost smiled at the frustrated look on Katsuki's face as he walked away. Although they could not return to their carefree childhood days, Izuku felt content with their current understanding as rivals, no longer needing to fight bitterly or harbor hatred towards each other. Izuku stood before the door of the training room where Midnight was conducting her special class. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves before opening it. Inside, he found the girls who had copies of Sumomo in their minds. Midnight stood confidently at the forefront, her smile radiating warmth and genuine affection. The girls from Dorm 1A, led by Okiko, Tsuyu, and Shoko, greeted him with sincere smiles that filled his heart with joy, banishing the fatigue and shadows of his past. The girls from Class 1B, led by Ibara, seemed to have made a decision about something, and Izuku could sense what that decision might be. Although he had no clear idea of what the future held, he felt ready to face it head-on, determined to emerge victorious like a true hero. With a smile, he inquired about their plans for the evening. Meanwhile, Nezu was on the phone, discussing the situation regarding the tracking beacon in Hagekyo's body, which had indeed been used by the League of Villains. The person on the other end was Tsukoshi Naomasa, a tall man with short black hair and a detective closely associated with All Might. He had readily agreed to assist in investigating the matter after learning about the potential tracking of Class 1A's movements. It became clear that, like Toru, her parents and family doctor were innocent, unwittingly caught in a villain's scheme. The tracking beacon had been manufactured by a puppet company created by All for One to conceal the production of his artificial humanoid monsters known as Numas. Given that the beacon was made by this company, it would have been easy for the ancient villain to track Toru. Naomasa confirmed the situation and added that there was more for Nezu and All Might to know. He explained that while they found no Numas in the factory, it appeared to have been in use until recently. Either the villains had anticipated their arrival and acted accordingly, or a villain with a warping quirk had relocated the Numas before they could be discovered. This raised concerns about the League of Villains still being active despite the recent loss of All for One, or the existence of an unaccounted major backer. Nezu acknowledged Naomisa's insight and instructed him to continue the investigation, assuring that he would report the findings to the Hero Public Safety Commission. After hanging up, Nezu reflected on the recent discovery. While it was a relief that Toru's family was not knowingly aiding the villains, the prospect of the League of Villains resurfacing was troubling. The League was not the only threat. Various villain groups had emerged or expanded following All Might's retirement, including a Yakuza group known as the Shai Hasaikai and an increasing number of followers of the Meta Liberation Army. Despite Shoko's valid criticisms of society's obsession with quirks, the number of supporters for the Meta Liberation Army continued to grow. Nezu considered the possibility that these followers had always existed but felt emboldened to reveal themselves now that the symbol of peace had stepped down. He also contemplated the situation regarding Midoriya's previous schools. While he was inclined to protect the identities of the children who had harmed Midoriya, the teachers who had allowed such abuse, including Bakugo, needed to be held accountable. With Midoriya and Bakugo having resolved their differences, the investigation could proceed without delay. There was a chance they might uncover connections to the Meta Liberation Army. As a former victim of abuse himself, having been treated as a mere experiment due to his mutant-type quirk, Nezu was determined to ensure that quirk-related discrimination would not be tolerated in a just society. Class 1B and a trio Izuku inquired about the plans for the evening. 𝐵 smirked and mentioned that she had a few ideas, but first, the boys needed to settle matters with the girls from Class 1B. Ibara stepped forward to explain that after much discussion and expressing their interest in getting to know the boys better, the girls in her class had decided to officially join Izuku's 𝐒𝐻𝐻, herself included. She noted that they had nothing to lose by joining. Izuku found it hard to believe that the girls from Class 1B were also without boyfriends. Ibara confirmed that they were indeed serious about their decision. Setsuna grinned and pointed out that since they didn't have any boyfriends, it was not an issue for any of them. She added that Izuku had managed to win over Ibara, which indicated that he must be a pretty cool guy. The other girls from Class 1B nodded in agreement. Even the boys in Class 1B, who were against the girls' decision to get to know Izuku better, could not dispute that fact. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Izuku scratched the back of his head and said that they would do the same memory sharing he had done with Ibara a few days prior. He suggested that the girls make themselves comfortable first. After the memory sharing, Setsuna exclaimed in disbelief. Like the other girls, she had heard about Izuku and Sumomo's painful pasts from Ibara, but experiencing it firsthand was a different matter. The revelation about One for All was particularly shocking for the girls. Itsuka remarked that this explained why Izuku was so hard to read. She acknowledged that while Ibara had shared his past, seeing his memories and understanding his connection to All Might was a different experience altogether. Izuku agreed, acknowledging the weight of their shared history. Izuku then asked if the girls needed time to process what they had just learned. Itsuka, with tears in her eyes, expressed that after witnessing his memories, she felt even more compelled to explore the 𝐻𝐻𝐻 lifestyle. The other girls were similarly moved by Izuku's heroic nature and painful past. Yui, feeling a bit shy, expressed her longing to join as well. Leiko stated that she wanted to try this unconventional lifestyle, believing she wouldn't regret it even if it didn't work out in the end. Mina, confused, asked for clarification, and Yui explained Leiko's sentiments. Pony laughed sheepishly and noted that Leiko didn't speak much, but when she did, she used big words. Kinoko then chimed in, expressing her longing to be one of Izuku's girls too, as she didn't have a boyfriend and saw no reason to stay out of his growing 𝐻𝐻𝐻. Although one of her classmates, Shihai, had a crush on her, she had only recently realized it and did not share his feelings. Shihai was unhappy about this but understood that he should not force Kinoko to reciprocate, especially after hearing what she knew about Izuku from Ibara. It was important to note that Sumomo had no influence on Kinoko's decision regarding Shihai. Izuku felt a warm flush spread across his cheeks as he expressed his gratitude for the support from his classmates. He glanced at the girls from Dorm 1A and 𝐵, admitting his uncertainty about being able to meet everyone's expectations at once. Kyuka suggested that he could use his quirk to help satisfy everyone, her usual deadpan expression softened by a hint of blush. 𝐵, her eyes sparkling with excitement, reassured him that there was no need to worry about the sleeping arrangements. She explained that the room had been specially prepared for everyone to spend the night together, with Nedzu's approval. Izuku raised concerns about their belongings, questioning how they could stay overnight without 𝐼𝐵 suspicion from the others. He emphasized the importance of returning to the dorms for their clothes, toiletries, and food. 𝐵 clarified that while they couldn't do this every night, she had the authority to allow them to stay at school occasionally. She mentioned that spare uniforms, toiletries, drinks, packed food, and bedding were already provided, eliminating the need for a rush back to the dorms. The room was equipped with enough futon mattresses and a sizable refrigerator for everyone's needs. Izuku gulped, realizing he would be spending the entire night there. 𝐵 confirmed his suspicion. With enthusiasm, her demeanor suggesting she was ready for an adventurous evening. However, Okiko interjected, suggesting that Izuku should first spend time with the girls from Class 1B. She felt it was important for him to connect with them before anything else. Mai donned a black and grey glove, a piece of support gear, as she mentioned that some of them had a score to settle with Izuku. The glove began to glow bright pink, reminiscent of a futuristic design. Momo, filled with competitive spirit, expressed that they wouldn't allow anyone to monopolize Izuku's attention until they had their turn. She created a unique item inspired by Izuku, showcasing her creativity and determination. Tsuyu nodded in agreement, her confidence evident as she prepared herself. Kyuka set up her equipment, ready to utilize her quirk in a new way. Toru embraced her freedom, while Melissa equipped herself with a glowing glove similar to Mai's. Nemirai, amused by the enthusiasm of the girls from Dorm 1A, playfully swayed her hips and encouraged them to begin their fun. As the girls charged toward Nemirai, Izuku turned his focus to the girls from Class 1B, who were blushing with anticipation. He suggested they start their own activities while the others engaged in their playful antics. Itsuka, unable to tear her gaze away from the lively scene, voiced her concern about the girls from Dorm 1A, wondering if they should be worried. Izuku reassured her, recalling similar situations in the past and offering a sheepish smile as he tried to ignore the sounds of excitement coming from the other room. Ibara's cheeks flushed as she realized what was happening, her surprise evident as she commented on the scene unfolding before them. Yui, caught up in the moment, gave a thumbs up while blushing, and Leiko nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Pony gasped as she witnessed the creative use of quirks, marveling at the spectacle of teamwork and excitement among their classmates. Setsuna observed the scene with a mix of admiration and disbelief, acknowledging the boldness of Nemirai and the girls as they engaged in their spirited activities. Kinoko pondered what type of mushroom she should cultivate for a fun experience. She noticed her classmates and Izuku staring at her in surprise, prompting her to pout and defend her interest in mushrooms, stating that people often use fruits or vegetables for various occasions. Izuku, with a thoughtful expression, acknowledged her point and suggested matsutake mushrooms. Kinoko's face lit up with excitement as she agreed that it could work. Eager to experiment, she conjured a large matsutake mushroom, nearly as tall as Izuku. With a playful giggle, she remarked that she needed to test it on someone. Setsuna crossed her arms and shook her head, exclaiming that she was not volunteering. The other girls from Class 1B echoed her sentiment. Izuku chuckled and suggested they focus on something else for the time being. Yui teased that if they were going to STRP, he should go first, and her classmates nodded in agreement. Izuku, accustomed to being seen by the opposite sex, felt a twinge of nervousness as he removed his clothes, revealing himself to the girls of Class 1B. Leiko was momentarily speechless at the sight, while Itsuka noted that he was more muscular than she had anticipated. Kinoko glanced at Izuku and then at the matsutake mushroom in her hand, tossing the mushroom aside with a mischievous thought that Izuku's shroom might become her favorite. Setsuna grinned, agreeing with Kinoko's sentiment. Ibara cleared her throat and stated that while everyone seemed eager, she believed she should go first, as she was the one with the burden of forbidden knowledge. Itsuka conceded, allowing Ibara to go first but requested that she not take too long. She then turned to the others, asking who would follow. Setsuna suggested that Itsuka should be next, explaining that as the class representative and one of the first to experience the brainjacking, it made sense. Yui chimed in that by that logic, she would be third. Leiko expressed her willingness to wait, as long as she wasn't the last to experience Izuku's touch. Pony, feeling a bit shy, compared Izuku to a stallion, noting that while he wasn't as large as one, he was still impressive. Kinoko wondered who would be last, and Setsuna proposed they decide with a game of rock, paper, scissors. As the girls were figuring out the order, Izuku approached Ibara and asked if she was sure she wanted to go first. Ibara blushed and admitted that she had been feeling a bit restless and thought that an NTMT experience with him might help. Izuku, understanding her feelings, asked for her permission to make the first move. Ibara didn't resist as he gently held her face and kissed her softly. Her hands instinctively reached out to feel his strong muscles, while her vines began to coil around them, creating a sense of privacy. As their kisses grew more passionate, Izuku began to explore her upper body, and Ibara responded with soft sounds of enjoyment. Eventually, he paused to remove her uniform, wanting to touch her more directly. By the time he stopped kissing her to fully take off her clothes, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled with longing. Izuku explained that he needed to remove her clothes to keep them clean, even though they had spare outfits for the next day. Ibara, amused by his consideration, thanked him and decided to STRP herself, allowing her vines to assist in removing her clothes without causing any damage. After setting aside her clothes, Ibara lay down on a bed made of her vines and expressed her longing for tenderness from Izuku. He assured her that he would be gentle. Carefully, he adjusted their positions, ensuring comfort as he sought to connect with her. Ibara experienced a moment of discomfort as they crossed a significant threshold in their relationship. Her arms and legs wrapped around Izuku, and her vines trembled in response to the new sensations. As the initial discomfort faded, her vines settled, and her grip on Izuku relaxed. Concerned for her well-being, he checked in with her. She reassured him that she was fine and encouraged him to proceed. Izuku decided to take things slow, understanding that Ibara would need time to adjust to this new experience, especially given her upbringing. Ibara nodded in agreement, and as he began to move gently, she felt a mix of lingering discomfort and the warmth of his affectionate gestures, which helped her focus on the connection they were building. And the emotional turmoil of becoming part of his 𝐻𝐻𝐻 conflicted with her religious beliefs. Izuku was a kind soul and a gentle companion, but it did not change the fact that she felt she was straying from the principle of monogamy. She couldn't help but shed a few tears as she pondered whether she had fallen from grace as a devoted follower of her faith. Noticing her distress, Izuku paused and inquired about her well-being. Ibara shook her head and explained that it was not physical pain causing her sorrow, but rather the overwhelming sense that she was committing a grave transgression. Understanding her inner conflict about joining his 𝐻𝐻𝐻 despite her beliefs, Izuku gently offered to pause so they could discuss her feelings. Moved by his sincere concern, Ibara smiled and caressed his cheek as she expressed her thoughts. She reassured him that there was no need to stop, as she had already made her choice to embrace this path, even if it contradicted the teachings of her faith. She could only hope that her God would forgive her for this perceived weakness. Although Izuku remained worried for Ibara, he chose to respect her decision and allow her to navigate her feelings. He smiled at her and expressed that if she ever needed anything, she could always ask any of them. Ibara returned the smile and embraced Izuku, nuzzling against him. As their connection deepened, Ibara felt a rush of warmth and excitement until they both reached a moment of bliss. Her joyful exclamation echoed, causing her classmates to blush in response. Due to her heightened emotions, her vines became momentarily rigid before they relaxed and unraveled. Knowing that Ibara would need some rest, Izuku gently lifted her in his arms and placed her on an unused futon. He tucked her in with a warm blanket and gave her a tender kiss on her forehead before turning his attention to the other girls from Class 1B. He asked if Kendo-san was next, and Itsuka nodded as she approached him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and intrigue about the unfolding events. Covering herself with her hands, she remarked that she never expected such a scenario in her life as a student and future hero. Izuku, scratching the back of his head, admitted that he hadn't anticipated it either. Itsuka, aware of his honesty through shared memories, acknowledged the craziness of the situation. They both shared a light laugh before Izuku asked if she preferred him to take the lead or if she wanted to take charge herself. He sensed that Itsuka might be inclined to try leading, given her role as the big sis of Class 1B. Despite her lack of experience, Itsuka smiled and expressed her longing to take the lead. Izuku complied by sitting down, offering her and her peers a clear view, which sparked a shared thought among them about the unexpected depth of their classmates. Itsuka found herself captivated by the sight of Izuku, her heart racing as she prepared to take a bold step. Taking a deep breath, she positioned herself over him, feeling the warmth radiating from his body. With determination, she guided him closer, feeling a rush of emotions as she lowered herself. The moment was intense, and she could sense the weight of the situation as she embraced him tightly, her heart pounding in her chest. Izuku, aware of the tension in the air, felt a mix of emotions as he held Itsuka close. He could sense her unease and wanted to comfort her. As he wrapped his arms around her, he noticed her surprise at his gesture. Concerned for her well-being, he expressed his longing to ensure she was all right. The moment was filled with unspoken feelings, both of them navigating the complexities of their connection. Itsuka expressed that it was her first time experiencing something new, but she assured Izuku that she was not as fragile as he might think. She seemed slightly annoyed by his concern for her well-being, but her cute pout softened the moment. Izuku chuckled at her reaction and reminded her that he had apologized earlier. Itsuka acknowledged his apology and, with a playful grin, placed her hands on his shoulders, declaring that she would demonstrate her strength and resilience. Before Izuku could respond, she began to move energetically, showcasing her physical training and stamina. Izuku felt a rush of sensations and realized he needed to take action to regain control. Remembering some techniques he had studied, he quickly adjusted his position to maintain balance and focus. As the intensity of the moment built, both were caught up in the energy of their exchange, each determined to prove their capabilities. She arched her back, overwhelmed by a powerful wave of sensation that washed over her. Stopping her movements, her body trembled as her eyes fluttered. Concerned by her reaction, Izuku checked on her, wondering if she was all right. Itsuka tightened her grip on his shoulders, swaying her hips in a way that made their connection more intense. She looked at Izuku with determination, expressing that she wouldn't easily back down. With renewed energy, she began to move with vigor. Izuku matched her enthusiasm, engaging in the rhythm as they both felt the rush of excitement. Their shared exhilaration soon reached a peak, and they kissed passionately. While Izuku still had stamina to spare, Itsuka felt the effects of exhaustion and needed a moment to rest. Just as he was about to help her to a nearby futon, she unexpectedly began to float upwards, taken away by 𝐂𝐽. Realizing what was happening, Izuku expressed his gratitude to 𝐂𝐽, who admired his ability to turn the situation around with Itsuka, who had been so determined to lead moments before. Yui then stepped forward, her expression as stoic as ever, but a hint of blush revealed her eagerness. Despite her composed demeanor, she was clearly interested in what was to come. She mentioned that 𝐂𝐽 would be next, followed by Setsuna, Kinoko, and finally Pony. Izuku acknowledged her words, understanding her unspoken request as he approached her. As he knelt down, he reached out to touch her gently, his hands exploring her form with warmth. Yui responded to his gentle touches, shivering slightly. As he continued to caress her, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her stoic facade, her desires growing stronger. Eventually, she found herself unable to hold back, pleading for him to stop teasing her. Izuku smiled and expressed his intention to proceed. He positioned himself with practiced ease, and Yui unexpectedly wrapped her arms and legs around him. Taken aback by her sudden action, which allowed him to enter her with surprising ease, he hesitated for a moment and asked if everything was all right. Yui appeared slightly embarrassed as she explained that she had used her quirk for various purposes she preferred not to discuss at the moment. Remembering that her quirk allowed her to alter the size of non-living objects, Izuku felt a flush of warmth and decided against probing for more details. Instead, he inquired whether she had experimented before or after her encounter with Sumomo. An awkward silence lingered before Yui admitted it had been before, adding that she had been curious at the time. Concerned, Izuku asked if she had hurt herself in the process. Yui reassured him that she had not, having been cautious with her explorations. Relieved, Izuku realized he had delayed long enough and informed her that he would begin to move. He asked her to let him know if she felt uncomfortable. Yui nodded, and he started to move his hips. Thanks to her previous curiosity, she found herself enjoying the experience, especially since Izuku seemed to know how to STMLT her sensitive spots. Despite her efforts to remain composed, Yui couldn't help but express her pleasure, feeling herself drawn closer to bliss. She looked into Izuku's eyes and urged him to kiss her. Izuku was more than willing to oblige, and their shared kiss intensified their connection, leading them both to a moment of exhilaration. Afterward, they gasped for breath as Izuku gently withdrew from her embrace. Exhausted yet content, Yui smiled and complimented him on his skills. Grateful for her kind words, Izuku responded with a bashful smile and asked if she could stand or if she needed assistance. Setsuna and Pony then arrived to help Yui settle next to Itsuka, with Setsuna playfully asking if Yui needed a drink now or after her fun with 𝐂𝐽. Izuku mentioned he was fine for the moment but would appreciate a drink after Yanagi's turn. Setsuna reminded him not to take too long, as they didn't want to keep the others waiting. Just then, Izuku felt a pair of arms wrap around him from behind, startling him. He turned to see 𝐂𝐽, her face flushed, already without her clothes. She instructed him to stay still for a moment. As he wondered why, he noticed a pair of panties float towards him and wrap around him, leaving him surprised. 𝐒𝐭 teased him about whether he was thinking what she was thinking, her impish smile hinting at mischief. She began to use her quirk in a playful manner, causing Izuku to feel a rush of sensations. Encouraged by his reaction, 𝐒𝐭 leaned in closer, kissing him softly on various parts of his body. Although he enjoyed the attention, Izuku reminded her that he needed to pace himself. 𝐒𝐭, with a sultry smile, suggested that perhaps she wanted him to leave a mark on her panties. Her playful words made Izuku gulp, and he admitted he was curious but didn't want to be the only one enjoying the moment. He thought about ensuring that everyone in Class 1B felt satisfied before he fully indulged. Accepting his response, 𝐒𝐭 used her quirk to toss her panties aside and turned him around. The sudden tugging sensation surprised Izuku as he spun around to face her. She straddled him, placing her hands on his shoulders, and expressed her hope that his performance would meet her expectations based on what she had witnessed so far. Before Izuku could respond, 𝐒𝐭 moved closer to him, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. As they engaged in their NTMT moment, she felt a slight discomfort, but it quickly transformed into a sense of pleasure as they connected. Izuku, aware of her feelings, leaned in to kiss her gently, his hands exploring her back. The atmosphere was filled with warmth and affection, and soon they both reached a shared moment of joy. 𝐒𝐭 smiled, expressing her admiration for Izuku's efforts and hoping he would be able to impress her classmates as well. Izuku, feeling bashful, promised to do his best. Just then, Setsuna, holding a bottle of juice and grinning widely, playfully interrupted them. She suggested that 𝐒𝐭 give Izuku a moment to rest before the others joined in. 𝐒𝐭 nodded and moved to the futons to sit down and relax. Setsuna handed Izuku the bottle of juice and inquired about his impressions of the girls from Class B. Izuku responded positively, mentioning how nice they were and how he appreciated that they didn't judge him for his past as a quirkless individual. Setsuna noticed a slight frown on her face, understanding that Izuku didn't deserve to feel inferior. While he enjoyed his juice, she asked him a thought-provoking question about whether he believed giving up his quirk would make him feel like a nobody. Taken aback by her inquiry, Izuku considered her concerned expression and reflected on his experiences. He assured her that he didn't think he would be seen as a nobody, even if he were to give up his quirk in the future. He acknowledged that while he might not be able to pursue the hero work he was training for, sharing his memories with Mai and Melissa had opened his eyes to a future where he could contribute to the development of support equipment. And in quirk counseling. He wore a broad smile as he added that he had already helped some people, so it wasn't as if he had done nothing heroic in his life. Relieved to hear Izuku's response, Setsuna expressed her approval, stating that it was good to know he wasn't tying his sense of self-worth to his quirk. She playfully slapped his back and grinned, adding that unless she was mistaken, his quirk had not done anything to enhance his confidence or charm. Izuku felt a flush of embarrassment, acknowledging that Setsuna was right. While using one for all had indeed improved his speed, strength, and energy, everything else was simply his natural ability as someone without a quirk. Before long, he finished his drink and sighed in relief, feeling the refreshing beverage boost his hydration and energy. Considering that he would be spending time with 3 more girls, if not more, he knew he would need that boost. Setsuna then asked if he was ready to go, to which he affirmed he was indeed prepared. Suddenly, he felt something unexpected and looked down to see a disembodied hand brushing against him. His eyes widened in mild panic as he sought reassurance from Setsuna. She cheerfully raised her left arm, which was missing its hand, confirming that it was indeed her hand. As she continued to speak, her upper and lower halves separated. She expressed her excitement, indicating she had something special planned for him. Before Izuku could inquire further, her upper half gently guided him down to lie on his back while her lower half positioned itself in a playful manner. She then shifted her floating upper body closer to him, playfully engaging with him as she cheekily warned him to be gentle. Izuku chuckled in amusement, feeling a sense of camaraderie as he embraced her upper body, one hand gently holding her head. Setsuna felt a wave of warmth and happiness radiating from their playful interaction, enjoying the light-hearted moment they shared. Before long, she craved something to fill the emptiness within her, so she quickly engaged with him, feeling a rush of excitement. Both halves of her body trembled with delight as she expressed her surprise at his impressive presence. Given the nature of her quirk, she was able to experience this without any pain or injury. This meant that she felt no discomfort as she moved with increasing enthusiasm. While her lower half was in motion, her left hand was busy exploring, and her upper half remained close to him, who was now focused on her. He was also doing his best to manage his own excitement, as the intensity of their movements brought him immense pleasure. She encouraged him to give it his all, confident in her ability to handle it. Realizing her determination, he adjusted his grip, ready to fully embrace the moment. She felt an overwhelming rush of joy. Every moment spent with Izuku was exhilarating, and she knew she would become addicted to this feeling. Her expression was one of bliss as they both reached a peak of excitement together. As she gradually composed herself, she looked into Izuku's eyes and smiled, playfully commenting on his charm. Izuku turned a shade of red, feeling shy as he acknowledged her compliment. She encouraged him to call her by her first name, fostering a sense of closeness between them. After an incident that left them all shaken, Setsuna decided it was time to move past the formalities. As she reassembled her body, she found herself struggling to regain her balance after her upper half connected with her lower half, which was still positioned awkwardly. In her attempt to steady herself, she leaned back and unexpectedly landed against Izuku. A blush crept across her face as she felt embarrassed and requested his help to carry her to the other side, admitting that her legs felt too weak to support her. Izuku smiled warmly and agreed to help her. Setsuna felt a rush of warmth and comfort as he lifted her in a gentle embrace, carrying her bridal style to the futons where many of their classmates were gathered. She couldn't help but think that she could get used to this feeling of safety and strength in his arms. Once he set her down to rest, Izuku turned his attention to Kinoko and Pony, who were both in a state of disarray. He then inquired if it was Kinoko's turn next, to which she nodded and approached him, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness about what was to come. She looked forward to her unique experience, even if she couldn't fully embrace it. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she suggested that Izuku lie down, wanting to do something special. Seeing no reason to decline, Izuku agreed and took a moment to settle on an unused futon. Kinoko approached with a smile, kneeling beside him and playfully teasing the air around them. Her grin widened as she began to explore, her hands moving with the practiced ease of someone familiar with delicate tasks. As the moment progressed, she playfully engaged with him, savoring the experience and enjoying the sensations. Izuku felt a rush of emotions, overwhelmed by the unexpected pleasure, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was truly Kinoko's first time exploring such moments. Kinoko playfully teased, expressing her thoughts about a certain aspect of Izuku in a whimsical manner. Izuku, feeling flustered, realized that her comment had indeed answered his question. With a light-hearted tone, Kinoko indicated that their playful banter was coming to an end, signaling a shift in their interaction. Kinoko needed a moment to adjust to the overwhelming sensation she was experiencing. Tears welled in her eyes, but her determination shone through as she focused on embracing the connection with Izuku. Despite her insistence, Izuku remained concerned for her well-being. He expressed his worries, urging her not to push herself too hard, as he didn't want her to hurt herself. Kinoko reassured him with a smile, playfully mentioning that she preferred her mushrooms large. As time passed, the discomfort Kinoko felt began to subside, allowing her to move with only slight unease. With each movement, she found herself becoming more attuned to Izuku, feeling a sense of accomplishment as she embraced their bond. Eventually, she managed to fully connect with him, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she playfully remarked on her achievement. Izuku returned her smile, acknowledging her success with warmth. He placed his hands gently on her thighs, and as he began to move, Kinoko felt a rush of sensations that made her shiver. She swayed her hips, seeking to deepen the pleasure of their shared experience, fully immersed in the moment they created together. His hands then shifted to her back, gently caressing and squeezing. Overwhelmed by the moment, Kinoko soon reached a peak of joy, which in turn stirred Izuku's emotions as well. As her trembling body rested against his, she looked at him and smiled, expressing her delight in finding a new favorite mushroom. Amused by Kinoko's lightheartedness, Izuku held her tenderly and shared a gentle kiss before carrying her to an empty futon to rest. After ensuring she was comfortable, he turned to face Pony, who appeared flustered and eager. She lay back, gazing at Izuku with large, hopeful eyes, asking him to be gentle with her. Izuku knelt down, smiling as he assured her he would be kind. He then began to explore her features with care. As he did so, Pony unexpectedly felt a warm sensation. Surprised, Izuku noticed and inquired about it, prompting Pony to recall her past. As an American who loved anime, she had struggled to find friends who shared her interests. Her social challenges intensified when her quirk, which combined traits of horses and cows, led to her producing milk shortly before entering UA High School. Tears of embarrassment filled her eyes as she remembered the times she had to manage her condition to avoid discomfort and how some people, particularly other girls, had teased her by calling her names. It wasn't her choice to have the cow aspect of her quirk, even though it granted her useful horns for her future as a pro-heroine. Understanding the pain of being bullied, Izuku looked into her eyes and offered comforting words, reassuring her that he didn't think her traits were bad. In fact, he believed they were unique and special. Although taken aback by Izuku's honesty, Pony felt a warmth in her heart as she asked if he truly meant it. Izuku, with sincerity, expressed that he found her uniqueness to be an intriguing aspect of who she was. Embarrassed by the compliment, Pony blushed and looked away from Izuku's smiling face. Despite her embarrassment, she kept glancing at him as she asked if he wanted to help her with something. Izuku, a bit surprised, replied that they didn't have a bucket or anything like that on hand. Pony reminded him that she could assist in making one. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice, and both turned to see Momo along with the other girls from Dorm 1A and Nemurai watching them. Pony blushed and hid her face, while Izuku inquired if they were finished. Mina explained that they had been done for a while but knew Izuku needed time with the girls since it was their first experience with him. Curious, Izuku asked who had won, to which Momo replied it was a draw and then created a stainless steel bucket for them to use. Nemurai smiled, wiping a tear as she expressed her pride in how much the girls had improved since their last challenge. Izuku, feeling a bit shy, took the bucket and asked the girls if they could wait a little longer, wanting to give Pony his full attention. Kyuka agreed to wait, and Okako encouraged him to show them some affection afterward. Gratefully acknowledging the understanding of the girls, Izuku turned back to Pony, who was peeking at him from behind her fingers. He asked if she wanted to continue, and she nodded timidly, suggesting he could start with her other BRST. Izuku nodded and gave her a gentle kiss before beginning. As he tenderly engaged with her, Pony shivered in delight, feeling a rush of sensations. She instinctively hugged his head, encouraging him to continue, her fingers tangling in his hair. Izuku noted the sweetness and creaminess of her milk, feeling revitalized as he drank. He wondered if it had special properties, like enhancing stamina. In his mind, Sumomo playfully commented that it was just him getting excited again after drinking. Izuku paused, looking up at Pony, who was blushing deeply and trembling from the sensations. Realizing she was ready for the next step, he asked if he could tend to her other BRST first. She nodded and turned around, positioning herself for him. Izuku placed the bucket under her right BRST and began to milk her gently, causing her to tremble as her milk flowed into the bucket. Once he finished with her right BRST, he moved to the left to ensure it was empty as well. Afterward, he set the bucket aside and asked Momo if she could create some glass bottles to store the milk, not wanting it to go to waste. Momo suggested they could drink the milk themselves, noting they needed extra hydration, and the other girls agreed. Pony blushed, expressing her concern about being compared to a cow. Mina reassured her, but with a teasing grin, hinted at what she might do when they all shared an experience together. Feeling shy, Pony curled up, and Izuku offered her a sympathetic smile, patting her shoulder to comfort her. He then asked if she wanted to continue or stop for the night. Despite her embarrassment, Pony didn't want to miss out, so she rolled onto her back and meekly requested him to continue. With that encouragement, Izuku positioned himself and gently moved closer. Pony whimpered slightly as they began, feeling a mix of sensations. Izuku nuzzled against her cheek, chin, and neck, and Pony wrapped her arms around him, responding to his tenderness. As the initial discomfort faded, she softly urged him to proceed slowly. Izuku assured Pony that he would be gentle. He moved slowly, allowing her to adjust to the new sensation. Despite some initial discomfort, Pony began to enjoy the feeling of being close to him and soon started to move in sync with his rhythm. As their connection deepened, their movements became more fervent, filled with passion. Pony kissed Izuku with enthusiasm, wrapping her arms and legs around him as he sought to explore every sensitive spot. Eventually, they both reached a peak of emotion, and Pony experienced a moment of joy, leaving her feeling exhilarated. Afterward, Izuku and Pony lay side by side on the floor, both feeling the afterglow of their experience. He turned to her and inquired if she had enjoyed herself. Pony smiled brightly and expressed her happiness, asking him to call her by her first name. Izuku responded warmly, using her preferred name. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the corner, asking if he was ready to continue or needed a moment. Recognizing Toru's voice, Izuku admitted that he could use a little time to recover. Nemurai, carrying a bottle of cold juice, chimed in, teasing that he might need a drink as well. She admired Izuku for ensuring that all the girls in Class 1B had a positive experience, even if it meant holding back his abilities for many of them. Izuku confirmed he would appreciate a drink and asked if they had already tried the milk. Toru confirmed that it was quite tasty, prompting Pony to shyly cover her ears in embarrassment at the mention of it. Apologizing, Izuku accepted the drink from Nemurai and took a sip. He then offered to help Pony get up, but she confidently declared that she could manage on her own. She stood on all fours, reminiscent of her performance during the sports festival. Though her legs wobbled slightly, she managed to move gracefully, giving Izuku a quick peck on the cheek before heading to the futons to rest with her classmates. He noticed her slightly disheveled appearance as she moved away. As Izuku relaxed, the girls from Dorm 1A gathered around him. Mina curiously asked which girl from Class 1B he liked best. Izuku admitted that he found it hard to choose, as they were all wonderful individuals. He reflected that if he had been in their class instead of Class 1A, he might have developed stronger feelings for some of them. Okiko, not offended by his honesty, questioned whether he could satisfy all of them, given that he had already reached his limits several times. Nemurai playfully countered, suggesting that they might not mind if he were to repeat the experience with them. Tsuyu added that they were all interested but didn't want to overwhelm him. Nemurai acknowledged this concern, and Izuku suggested that he might manage if he utilized his quirk. He decided to follow the agreed-upon order from their previous discussion. Momo agreed that this plan sounded reasonable and turned to Melissa and Mai, who both nodded in support. Mai grinned and asked who among them would go first. Melissa, eager to participate, requested to take the first turn since she had joined recently. Momo agreed, suggesting that she and Hatsune would settle the order with a simple game of chance while Melissa took her turn. Grateful, Melissa approached Izuku, her excitement evident as she wondered what Uncle Might would think of him using his quirk in this manner. Izuku, with a sheepish smile, replied that it was best for everyone if Uncle Might remained unaware for a while longer. Melissa giggled and embraced Izuku warmly as she expressed her thoughts. She then shared a tender kiss with him, feeling a shiver of excitement as his hands gently explored her body. Despite using only a small fraction of his power, his touch was filled with care and affection. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and longing as she encouraged him to continue. Izuku nodded, feeling a rush of determination. He moved closer, feeling a deep connection as they shared this NTMT moment. Melissa felt a wave of pleasure wash over her, her body responding to his gentle movements. As he gradually increased the rhythm of their interaction, she felt herself becoming more and more enveloped in warmth and bliss. Memories of childhood warnings about intimacy flickered in her mind, but in this moment, she was lost in the joy of their connection. In a moment of exhilaration, Melissa exclaimed her delight, realizing how much she enjoyed this experience. As she reached a peak of pleasure, Izuku remained composed, appreciating the control he had over the situation. He held her close afterward, sharing a sweet kiss that she welcomed with joy. Momo observed the scene with wide eyes, her cheeks flushed with wonder. Mai looked at Izuku with eager anticipation, while Mina appeared ready to leap into action. Kyuka reminded everyone to be patient, and Okiko nodded in agreement, indicating that she and 𝐂𝐭 were next in line. Nemirai confidently asserted her own claim, adding to the playful tension in the air. Momo cleared her throat, addressing her friends with a sense of authority. She reminded them to wait their turn, as she and Hatsune were next in line. Mina playfully saluted in response, acknowledging Momo's request. Mai approached Izuku, who had set Melissa aside to rest. With a mischievous grin, she asked how he preferred to proceed. Izuku, open to various approaches, expressed his willingness to accommodate her desires. Mai then positioned herself playfully, inviting him to take charge. Izuku placed his hands on her hips, preparing to engage with her. Instead of rushing, he chose to savor the moment, gently ∙ her in ways that heightened her enjoyment. The sensations she felt were intensified by his careful attention, making her body tremble with pleasure. As Izuku continued, he skillfully combined his movements with tender touches, creating waves of delight for Mai. She found herself lost in the experience, her thoughts filled with excitement. As they both approached a 𝐂𝐿MX, Izuku expressed his intentions, and Mai encouraged him to go ahead. In a moment of shared exhilaration, Izuku pulled back just in time, ensuring that his release was directed elsewhere. Melissa, still present and aware, accepted his gesture with a smile, savoring the warmth of the moment. As she playfully cleaned up, she felt a yearning within her, but she reminded herself to be considerate of the others who were also eager for Izuku's attention. Mai joined in, sharing the playful spirit as they both enjoyed the aftermath of their shared experience. While Mai and Melissa shared a close moment, Izuku took a seat to regain his energy. He glanced up to see Momo kneeling beside him, meeting his gaze. She inquired if he felt ready to continue. Izuku admitted that he didn't want to push himself too hard and would need to stop. After one more round. Momo nodded in understanding, emphasizing that it wouldn't benefit anyone if he became too exhausted to study and train the following day. She then addressed the other girls, stating that there would be no further NTMT activities for the night. Though Mina, Jiru, Okiko, 𝐭𝐭, and Nemirai were disappointed to be sidelined, they recognized Momo's wisdom and accepted that Izuku needed rest. They could always enjoy his company on other occasions, even during school. Once the other girls acknowledged Momo's decision, she turned back to Izuku and suggested that she take the lead, allowing him to relax while she took care of things. Grateful, Izuku settled back as Momo positioned herself over him, gently ∙ him to regain his 𝐿𝐿. He sighed in pleasure as she moved her hips, creating a rhythm that brought him back to full readiness. When he was ready, Momo shifted her movements, guiding him into a more NTMT connection. She swayed her hips gracefully, her hands resting behind her head, and Izuku found himself captivated by her movements. As Momo became more animated, she felt the excitement building within her. With determination, she increased her pace, focused on the moment. The intensity of their connection brought them both closer to a peak of pleasure. Eventually, Momo reached her 𝐂𝐿MX, and the sensation triggered Izuku's own release. Exhausted from their shared experience, Momo lay on top of Izuku, smiling as she expressed her longing to stay there for a while. He welcomed her presence, wrapping his arms around her and acknowledging that the others might want to join them. Without delay, Okiko used her quirk to make both Izuku and Momo weightless, effortlessly guiding them to the futons where they could rest together. She smiled at Izuku, offering a gentle kiss to show her understanding of his fatigue while holding his hand to keep him grounded. Izuku smiled back, grateful for her support as they settled onto the futons. Soon, he and the girls in his circle drifted off to sleep, with him at the center. Feeling their warmth and comfort, he reflected on how well the night had turned out for nearly everyone. Determined to share his affection with the 5 girls who hadn't received it that night, he resolved to rest well and strive to make them all proud as both a hero and a person. The next day, Izuku found himself running for his life, pursued by the angry boys of Class 1B. As they had feared, Izuku had formed close bonds with their female classmates, and some were furious with him. Among his pursuers were Tsuburaba Kusei, a boy with short brown hair and a hint of jealousy towards Izuku, Tetsu, who was protective of Itsuka, viewing her as a sister, Shihai, who was upset about Izuku's connection with Kinoko, and Nito, who felt that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had somehow led the girls of Class 1B to betray their group. The agreement between 𝐿𝐴 and his counterpart from Class 1B, a tall muscular figure with a visible scar on his left cheek, pale grey hair, and prominent lower canines named Khan Sekijuru, to have classes 1A and 1B trained together was not ideal. This arrangement included 𝐒𝐬𝐽 facing 4 frustrated boys during the training session. Sekijuru, also known as the pro-hero Vlad King, was understandably displeased upon discovering the reason behind the girls of Class 1B's unusual behavior, particularly Ibara, who had actual roses growing from the vines wrapped around her forehead. This peculiar development stemmed from personal experiences that Sekijuru found unacceptable. 𝐿𝐴 empathized with Sekijuru and willingly agreed to assist him in training the increasingly notorious 𝐴𝐴 king of the school. Had 𝐒𝐬𝐽 not learned about the quirks of the 4 boys through memory sharing with the girls of Class 1B, he would have certainly faced a harsh defeat. He narrowly dodged 𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐻𝐽𝐼 by sidestepping and then ducked low to evade a punch from Tetsutetsu's steel-hardened fist, only to be met with a kick from Tetsutetsu's shadow. 𝐎𝐻𝐼 emerged from the darkness, glaring at 𝐒𝐬𝐽, who managed to leap back just in time to avoid the full force of the attack. 𝐻𝐻𝐼 expressed his frustration, stating that while he couldn't convince Komori-san to stop seeing 𝐒𝐬𝐽, he could at least take satisfaction in delivering a beating. Tetsutetsu chimed in, declaring that Kendani-san deserved better than someone like 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Despite knowing he didn't deserve the label of a playboy, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sheepishly grinned at the 2 angry boys, even after the painful kick, and explained that the girls had chosen to accept him despite his existing aim with his classmates. Tetsutetsu retorted, insisting that 𝐒𝐽𝐽's actions towards their classmates were inexcusable. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, feeling envious of 𝐒𝐽𝐽's romantic successes, stepped forward, accusing him of being fortunate while others struggled to find girlfriends. Nito appeared from behind an obstruction, wearing a smug expression as he questioned how the girls could associate with someone he deemed a deviant, suggesting that 𝐒𝐽𝐽 must have manipulated them. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 frowned, defending himself by stating that he had only shared the truth of his past with Ibara first, and then with the other girls. He emphasized that their subsequent choices were their own. His confidence was evident as he faced their accusations. Nito pressed on, questioning how they could trust that 𝐒𝐽𝐽 had been truthful, implying that he had deceived the girls. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, feeling annoyed, countered by asking how Nito could be so sure of his claims, pointing out Nito's bias against him and his class. He challenged Nito, suggesting that if their roles were reversed, Nito would not have an issue with it. Nito's confidence wavered momentarily before he regained his composure, declaring that 𝐒𝐽𝐽's arguments were irrelevant and demanding that he face his retribution. Despite the tense situation, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 smirked and activated 7% of One for All, inviting the 4 boys to come at him. He crouched low and leaped forward with surprising agility. The unexpected move caught the boys off guard, allowing 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to kick Tetsutetsu with all his might, sending him flying toward Nito. Confident that Tetsutetsu would recover quickly, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 focused on Nito, whose ability to copy quirks posed a significant threat. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 knew he had to neutralize Nito first to prevent any potential risks. A human projectile made of steel would serve as a perfect distraction while he advanced toward Nito, fully aware that Nito would struggle to effectively copy Tetsutetsu's quirk due to its limitations. Nito swiftly conjured a wall of solid air to intercept the approaching human projectile. Just as the steel-bodied boy impacted the barrier, nearly shattering it, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 appeared beside Nito and attempted to strike him with a kick. However, 𝐭𝐚𝐲 intervened, asserting his own wall of solid air to shield Nito. While it couldn't completely halt the kick, it was enough to deflect it, causing 𝐒𝐽𝐽 to miss. Frustrated, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 retreated, eager to avoid being ensnared in a prison of air or any other tricks Nito might have. Nito's initial panic transformed into a confident smirk as he grew scales, using them as projectiles to launch at 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Barely evading the scale projectiles, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 leaped back, doing his best to steer clear of the shadows on the training ground. 𝐻𝐼's quirk allowed him to meld into anything black, including shadows, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 wanted to avoid a surprise attack from someone who harbored a personal grudge against him. Fortunately, the memories of Mina's dance moves enabled him to dodge the scales with remarkable skill and agility. However, Nito and 𝐭𝐚𝐲 relentlessly pursued him, clearly intent on driving him into the shadows or trapping him in solid air. Pushed to his limits, Izuku decided to take a risk and summoned 10% of one for all for a brief surge of speed. With his enhanced movement, he narrowly avoided a punch from 𝐻𝐻𝐼, who had suddenly emerged from a shadow beside him, before quickly fleeing. After a brief respite from the four boys, Izuku concealed himself behind a stone pillar to devise a strategy and recover from the strain in his legs. Although the discomfort was minor compared to the agony of shattered bones and torn muscles, the pain in his legs indicated that he could only safely utilize one for all at below 10%. The pressing question was whether he could HNS 8% or even 9% of his quirk without injuring himself. Suddenly, he heard the sound of stone pillars being demolished, recognizing Tetsu's voice as he shouted for Izuku to come out and fight. Determined to prevail, Izuku grinned and summoned 8% of one for all before charging out to confront his opponents. A short while later, despite being able to safely use 8% of one for all without injury, Izuku was still overwhelmed by the combined efforts of Nito, Tetsu, Kusei, and 𝐻𝐻𝐼. He was covered in bruises and had sustained fractures in his legs. However, the four boys had not emerged unscathed either. Nito was knocked unconscious from a swift uppercut that fractured his jaw. Tetsu nearly had his arms broken from repeatedly blocking Izuku's powerful kicks and punches. Kusei suffered cracked ribs from a strong kick to his side, and 𝐻𝐻𝐼 endured a broken arm and dislocated shoulder from one of Izuku's strikes. Chiyo, who was tending to all 5 injured boys, remarked on Izuku's demeanor, noting how cheerful he seemed despite the defeat. In spite of his loss, Izuku felt a sense of happiness and explained that he had managed to safely tap into more power from his quirk than before and had put up a decent fight against 4 opponents with strong quirks. He gazed at his scarred hand and added that while winning would have been ideal, the main goal of the training exercise was to improve himself, even if it meant reflecting on his losses. Chiyo raised an eyebrow and pointed out that both Aizawa and Khan had essentially forced him to face all 4 boys at once as a form of punishment. Izuku smiled sheepishly and acknowledged this, but his expression brightened as he added that he could still make the most of the situation. With the provisional hero license exam approaching in a few weeks, improving his fighting ability would only enhance his chances of getting closer to achieving his dream and making those who cared about him proud. Izuku's infectious smile prompted Chiyo to return the gesture, agreeing with his perspective. Unbeknownst to them, Nito, Tetsu, Kusei, and 𝐻𝐻𝐼 overheard their conversation. Tetsu was nearly moved to tears, while Kusei and 𝐻𝐻𝐼 begrudgingly accepted that their female classmates had decent taste in romantic partners. As for Nito, he fought the urge to scoff in disdain, recognizing that Izuku, as a member of Class 1A, was still a rival, even if he found his honest and inspiring outlook admirable. Regardless, the fact that Izuku had grown stronger and more skilled in combat was evident to them, even to Nito, who reluctantly acknowledged it. Little did Izuku realize that Sumomo had cleverly allowed the girls in his 𝐻𝐻𝐼 to overhear his genuine thoughts, which made them develop deeper feelings for him and become even more determined to excel. Meanwhile, Kizuki Chaitos, a young woman with long pale lilac hair, pale blue skin, and green eyes with black sclera, stood before Rikia and reported that she had successfully convinced the principal of Yu High School to allow her to enter the school grounds for a personal interview with Midoriya Izuku the following day. However, she noted that the principal would also bring along another journalist, Tokuda Tanio, to ensure that the interview remained balanced. Rikia rubbed his chin thoughtfully, acknowledging the complication. He remarked that while eliminating Tanio was not an option, it was a challenge that Chaitos could handle. Chaitos responded confidently, expressing her eagerness to uncover the boy's intriguing story, especially after the recent investigation at his former middle school, 𝐴LDERA Junior High. Rikia smiled knowingly and entrusted the interview to Chaitos, who was also known as Curious. He gave her the Meta Liberation Army salute, placing his right thumb to his forehead with his right index finger extended. Chaitos returned the salute before leaving Rikia's lavish office. Once she was gone, Rikia picked up his phone and called someone named Hanabata Kuku, asking if he could persuade the authorities to allow him to assist Juzen Fuon in finding her place in society. Hanabata replied that progress was being made, but it was challenging, especially since Juzen had recently transformed Endeavor's youngest son into a girl permanently, complicating matters with the bureaucracy. Rikia encouraged Hanabata to continue reaching out to her, anticipating that Chaitos would be eager to interview Juzan once she completed her interview at Ua High School. After hanging up, Rikia leaned back and sighed, reflecting on the loss of their supporters who were staff members at the middle school. However, he recognized that it had given Chaitos enough leverage to gain access to Ua High School for her interview. He hoped that Izuku would prove to be less of a threat than he feared, but he knew that one could never be too cautious about unknowns. As for recruiting the villainess, he was not surprised by the difficulty, given her recent misuse of her abilities. With a smug smirk, he leaned forward, forming a tent with his fingers as he thought about the impending rise of the Meta Liberation Army and their mission to fulfill Destro's wish of liberating everyone from societal restrictions. Elsewhere, Tomura inquired about Juzan Fuon's current location from Jiran. Jiran, a middle-aged man with short gray hair, squinted pink eyes, a small mustache, a goatee, and a missing front tooth, grinned as he informed Tomura that she was in a high-security prison typically reserved for upper-level villains. While it wasn't Tartarus, it was still a challenging place to infiltrate or escape. Jiran also mentioned that several other villainous groups were interested in her. Tomura raised an eyebrow, asking who they were. Jiran's grin widened as he revealed that they were the Meta Liberation Army and the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza gang. The leader of the League of Villains narrowed his eyes, wanting to know more about their interest in Juzan. Jiran speculated that they likely wanted her for the same reasons as Tomura, given her ability to cause permanent transformations, which had numerous potential applications. Tomura then asked if Jiran had a layout of the prison. Jiran confirmed he did, but the information would come at a cost. Tomura nodded and turned to Kurogiri, who opened a small duffel bag filled with money that the League of Villains had recently acquired from another group. Jiran peered into the bag, assessing its contents before offering Tomura an envelope. Kageru warned that the layout was in the envelope, but security at the location was quite tight, and he only possessed the basic layout without additional information. Tomura responded that they would manage with what they had. He expressed excitement about the potential of acquiring a new party member who could create significant chaos, a grin spreading across his face as he contemplated his cruel ideas. The real question lingered: who would reach Fuon first? An interview, a party, and a second round after Izuku recovered from his defeat at the hands of Nito, Shihai, Tetsu, and Kusei, he made his way to Nedzu's office. Upon entering, he found Katsuki, Toru, Shoko, and Midnight already present alongside Nedzu, Toshinori, and Shouta. Once the door was securely closed, Izuku inquired if there was something Nedzu wished to share. Nedzu nodded and explained that Todoroki's announcement had sparked numerous questions regarding her transformation and past experiences. One of the topics involved Izuku. Realizing the implication, Izuku asked if it was because he had encouraged her to remain as a girl. Nedzu confirmed this and added that everyone was beginning to recognize that Izuku had essentially been quirkless for nearly 15 years. Izuku then asked if this was connected to the investigation at his middle school. He had recently learned about the ongoing inquiry, with several of his former teachers already being questioned. Nedzu affirmed this, explaining that after resolving the issues with Bakugo, he deemed it necessary to initiate an investigation at Izuku's middle school. It was simply a matter of ensuring the right individuals asked the appropriate questions of the teachers and staff. He reassured Izuku that the identities of the students who had tormented him, including Bakugo, would remain confidential, although the same could not be said for the teachers who had allowed the abuse to persist for years. If necessary, the investigation would extend to include his other previous schools. Katsuki remained silent, aware that he had no right to be upset about the investigation. He understood he should be grateful that he was not being blamed for his past actions toward Izuku. Nedzu then noted that several teachers from Izuku's middle school possessed a particular book titled Meta Liberation War. His expression turned serious as he mentioned that while it could be mere coincidence, there was a possibility that some of the teachers were supporters of the Meta Liberation Army. Both Izuku and Katsuki were taken aback by this revelation, recalling past memories that suggested a troubling scenario. Some of their former teachers might have been grooming Katsuki to join the villainous group. Izuku felt compelled to ask what made Nedzu so certain that the Meta Liberation Army was still active. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 admitted he wasn't sure but explained that the increasing number of individuals claiming to support the ideals of the late leader of the army, 𝐲𝐪, following All Might's retirement, indicated a potential resurgence of the Meta Liberation Army. Izuku nodded in understanding and asked what he could do to assist. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 replied that there was nothing required of him at that moment, smiling reassuringly as he explained that despite his many experiences, he was still a student and should not bear the responsibilities of a pro-hero just yet. Katsuki interjected, pointing out that it hadn't stopped 𝐻𝐻𝐻 from involving him and his group in the ℵM plan. Unfazed by Katsuki's blunt yet accurate remark, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 chuckled, acknowledging that the ℎM plan had yielded results that even he had not anticipated. Katsuki then pointed at Shoko, asking if this included Isuho's transformation into a girl and her decision to stay that way. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 confirmed this and added that they had verified the League of Villains had indeed used 𝐔𝐸𝐽's tracking device to locate the summer camp, his expression turning somber. Toru looked down in shame and guilt, realizing the truth of the situation, while Nemirai comforted her by holding her shoulders. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 sighed as he elaborated that All for One wielded considerable influence in the criminal underworld. Like many leaders of powerful criminal organizations, he had established various puppet companies to mask his true activities. One such company produced electronics, including the tracking beacon used by 𝐔𝐸𝐽. Tears streamed down Toru's face as she began to sniffle. The shame and guilt she felt on the day she realized that her tracking beacon could have been exploited by the League of Villains returned with overwhelming force. 𝐻𝐻𝐻, feeling sympathy for the young girl, reassured her by stating that both her family doctor and her parents were innocent, merely unwitting participants like herself. He emphasized that the school, the police force, and the Hero Public Safety Commission did not hold any of them accountable for the attack. If anyone were to be held responsible, it would be the League of Villains. Toru nodded, wiping her tears as Nemirai continued to comfort her with a warm embrace. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 then shifted the conversation, revealing that they had reason to believe the League of Villains might have at least one significant backer. During the police investigation of the puppet company that produced 𝐔𝐸𝐽's tracking beacon, they discovered a Numu production site hidden beneath the facility, which appeared to have been operational until recently. Izuku, alarmed, expressed his concern about the possibility of another attack from the League of Villains. Katsuki and Shoko tensed at the thought of facing an attack again. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 acknowledged the possibility but also mentioned that the League might choose to regroup instead, especially after the loss of All for One. Shoko, skeptical due to the recent setbacks the League had faced, inquired if that meant they would seek to recruit more villains. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 explained that they could either recruit new villains or form alliances with other nefarious groups, such as the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza. With All Might's retirement and All for One's defeat, several villainous factions had emerged or expanded. It was only a matter of time before someone attempted to fill the void left by All for One. Izuku questioned whether there was any way to prevent such a situation from occurring. 𝐿𝐴𝐼 responded that while it would be ideal to stop villains from becoming as dangerous as All for One, it was unrealistic to think it could be entirely prevented. He pointed out that there had been other infamous villains over the years who were considered on par with All for One, such as 𝐲𝐪, the late leader of the Meta Liberation Army, and the peerless thief, Harem Uji. Toshinori added that just as there were heroes seen as symbols of peace, justice, and hope, there would always be villains who represented the opposite. While they might not be able to stop the rise of a new powerful villain, they could still bring hope to the people by embodying the heroes they needed. Izuku took a moment to reflect before acknowledging Toshinori's words. He understood that they all needed to strive to be their best so that at least one of them could become the hero who would save everyone and thwart anyone trying to take All for One's place. Toshinori nodded with approval and turned to Katsuki, reminding him that he was included in this mission as well. Katsuki huffed, feeling a mix of indignation and determination, asserting that he was still planning to become the next #1 hero, even greater than Toshinori. While admiring Katsuki's ambition, 𝐿𝐴𝐼 cautioned him not to forget the true meaning of being a hero. He reminded Katsuki that he had nearly ruined himself due to past mistakes and that he might not be so fortunate next time. Though irritated by the criticism, Katsuki recognized the truth in 𝐿𝐴𝐼's words and clicked his tongue in frustration instead of responding with angry outbursts. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 then mentioned that 2 journalists would be visiting Ue High School the following day to interview one of them. Curious, Izuku asked who would be interviewed. With a cheerful smile, Nezu pointed at Izuku and informed him that it would be him. A moment of silence followed before Izuku simply responded with a soft "oh," before fainting on the spot. Despite his growing confidence, the thought of messing up during an interview was daunting. Everyone stared at the unconscious boy, and Katsuki, with a deadpan expression, remarked that this was going to be a complete disaster. Nezu chuckled, noting that it would depend entirely on how well Izuku could handle the interview. The following evening, after school lessons had concluded, Izuku found himself facing Kizuki Chaitos, who introduced herself with a friendly handshake. Despite his nerves about being interviewed by two journalists simultaneously, he managed to keep his composure. The presence of Tanio, someone he already knew, along with Shoko and Toshinori by his side, helped to ease his anxiety. Izuku had been so concerned about the interview that he spent hours watching videos of interviews with pro heroes to prepare himself. Most of these videos featured All Might, but he also viewed interviews with other heroes, including one with Crimson Riot, which Eijiro had recommended. He even read an online summary of the Meta Liberation War in case someone asked about the Meta Liberation Army, similar to what had happened with Shoko. If it hadn't been for the girls from Dorm 1A insisting he get some rest, he would have continued his research all night. Toru's need for comfort at that moment made it easier for him to set aside his studies and support her. Unsurprisingly, Toru found herself in the best spot in the cuddle pile that night, as Izuku held her close, allowing her to sleep peacefully. Now, in the present moment, Izuku sat across from the two interviewers, flanked by Shoko and Toshinori. Hoping not to falter, he asked who would like to start the questioning. Tanio smiled warmly and suggested that Kizuki should go first, emphasizing that ladies should always be prioritized. Chaitos returned the smile and turned her focus to Izuku, asking if he was the person Todoroki had referred to, someone who had suffered for years due to being essentially quirkless for most of his life. Izuku nodded, confirming that he was indeed that person. Chaitos then inquired about the reason for his prolonged quirklessness. Taking a deep breath, Izuku explained that when his quirk, superpower, first manifested, he believed he was simply a late bloomer, with his quirk appearing for the first time during the entrance exams for Yue High School. However, he had begun to wonder if there was another explanation for the delay. Curious, Chaitos pressed for the alternative reason. Izuku speculated that his quirk might have a stockpiling requirement that needed to reach a specific threshold before it could be utilized. After reflecting on the nature of Nito's quirk, he had developed this second theory with Toshinori's encouragement. Given that One for All was a power stockpiling quirk passed down through users, and that other quirks also required stockpiles to function, this theory seemed plausible. Chaitos asked if he knew what the stockpiling requirement was. Izuku admitted that if he had that knowledge, he would have addressed it by now. He added that his current focus was on mastering his quirk to maximize its use without injuring himself again. Chaitos winced at the mention of Izuku's past injuries. Even as a dedicated member of the Meta Liberation Army, she thought it was reckless for him to harm himself just to push Shoko into using her flames during the sports festival. There was a difference between using one's quirk freely and endangering oneself through reckless overuse. Tanio cleared his throat to regain everyone's attention and asked why Izuku wanted to be a hero despite being essentially quirkless for most of his life. Izuku offered a sad smile as he paraphrased someone he knew, expressing that he couldn't help what he wished to become. At that moment, Hitoshi sneezed, wondering who was being discussed, feeling a strange lightness in his heart afterward. Tanio continued, asking if Izuku still aspired to be a hero even when so many people told him it was too dangerous or difficult for someone without a quirk. Given the challenges Izuku and his classmates had faced in their first year at Yue High School, even those sympathetic to quirkless individuals would agree that being a hero was perilous work. Izuku acknowledged the question with a nod, feeling a bit bashful as he admitted that he would have failed the entrance exams without the manifestation of his quirk during an attempt to save a future classmate. Chaitos, with a subtle smile, inquired whether he believed that hero work was too perilous for those without quirks to even contemplate. She saw an opportunity to steer the interview into a narrative that could support the Meta Liberation Army. Izuku frowned at her question, noting her tone and body language. He argued that while hero work is indeed dangerous, he had encountered individuals who created remarkable support items, including an inventor who was quirkless. He recounted how he had been able to assist All Might during the 𝐼𝐸 incident thanks to experimental support equipment that protected his arm from harm caused by his own quirk. He expressed his hope that one day, quirkless individuals with the right training and equipment could stand alongside those with quirks as fellow pro-heroes. 𝐶𝐿, Shoko, and 𝐶𝐿 smiled approvingly at Izuku's response, while 𝐶𝐿's smile faltered slightly as she countered that he had admitted the dangers of being a hero. She argued that even with training, a quirkless person would be vulnerable against someone with a powerful quirk. Izuku countered that a person with a powerful quirk could also be rendered helpless if immobilized or unable to use their abilities. He reminded her that his homeroom teacher, 𝐸𝐴ZHEAD, had the ability to disable others' quirks and was skilled enough to defeat enemies with mutation quirks that he could not erase. He added that while his quirk was powerful, it came with significant drawbacks, requiring him to be cautious about its use to avoid causing harm to himself or others. Unable to counter Izuku's reasoning, 𝐶𝐿 frowned and asked if he was suggesting that quirks were overrated. Izuku shook his head, clarifying that he found quirks to be a fascinating subject. He believed that even weak or unusual quirks could be utilized for good if given the opportunity. However, he did not agree with the notion that a person's identity or worth should be defined solely by their quirk. Having been quirkless for nearly 15 years, he could not support such a narrow perspective. As 𝐶𝐿 pondered her next response, 𝐶𝐿 seized the moment to ask Izuku how he thought people should be judged. Izuku took a moment to reflect before responding that he believed individuals should be evaluated based on their actions, the motivations behind those actions, and the outcomes they produced. He also felt that everyone should have a chance at redemption, provided they were sincere in their longing for it. He sighed, contemplating villains like Muscular and Moonfish, and acknowledged that some individuals, for various reasons, might not seek redemption or could be too far gone to be redeemed. He recognized the reality that some might feign a longing for redemption merely to escape consequences and continue their harmful behaviors. Noticing Izuku's somber expression, 𝐶𝐿 offered a sympathetic response, expressing that he found Izuku's perspective to be at least valid. Izuku smiled appreciatively at 𝐶𝐿 before 𝐶𝐿 interjected, stating that while his beliefs were intriguing, she had one more question. She asked what he thought should be done about individuals with villainous quirks, such as the ability to transform into another person by consuming their BLD. Izuku explained that the approach would depend on both the individual and the quirk. If a person could function well without using their quirk and had no intention of misusing it, they should be accepted as part of a fair society. If someone with a villainous quirk aspired to be a hero, they should at least be given a chance, even if it meant working as an underground hero like his homeroom teacher. However, this was contingent on the quirk not having a detrimental impact on the individual's mental, emotional, or physical well-being. If the quirk posed such challenges, appropriate measures would need to be taken. For instance, if using the quirk led to an identity crisis, it might be best to avoid its use unless the individual could find a way to address the issue through training or counseling. Conversely, if the quirk induced feelings of bloodlust or a longing for transformation, different strategies would be necessary. BLD donations from trusted individuals or willing volunteers could help manage those urges, provided that the process remained safe, sane, and CNSNS. He also noted the importance of considering BLD-borne diseases in such situations. 𝐶𝐿 raised her hands in alarm and called out to Izuku, urging him to stop. It was clear to her that he had shared far too much information. Toshinori and Shoko exchanged amused glances at Izuku's bewildered expression, while 𝐶𝐿 stared at him in shock. Izuku took a moment to observe the reactions of 𝐶𝐿 and 𝐶𝐿 before sheepishly acknowledging that he might have gone into excessive detail. Caught off guard by the unexpected depth of Izuku's thoughts on quirks, 𝐶𝐿 hesitated before responding. She noted that his fascination was genuine and asked whether he believed it was acceptable to use quirks without restrictions. Realizing the weight of her question, she quickly clarified that she had recently read the latest edition of the Meta Liberation War, and found it intriguing. Shoko, Toshinori, and even 𝐶𝐿 regarded 𝐶𝐿 with a hint of skepticism, while Izuku responded with a bright smile, mentioning that he had read a summary of the story online just the day before. The group stared at Izuku in surprise, prompting Chaitos to inquire if he really had. Izuku scratched his head, feeling bashful as he explained that he had done some research on the Meta Liberation Army and its leader, 𝐴𝐴, in preparation for his upcoming interview, especially after hearing about Shoko's recent experiences. Recognizing Izuku's honesty and understanding his reasoning, the tension eased a bit. Chaitos then asked for his opinion on the group and its leader. Izuku admitted that it might sound presumptuous, but if the information he had read was accurate, he could sympathize with 𝐴𝐴 and his actions. The group was taken aback, and Tanio pressed for clarification on his statement. Izuku elaborated that, as he understood it, 𝐴𝐴 had faced persecution from those without quirks during a time when people with quirks were becoming more common and laws were being established. He shared that he had felt quirkless for most of his life, surrounded by family members who all had quirks. Tanio, realizing the implications of Izuku's words, asked if he was suggesting that he sympathized with 𝐴𝐴 as a fellow victim of discrimination. Izuku nodded, explaining that if the accounts of 𝐴𝐴 being discriminated against to the extent that his mother was harmed while defending him were true, he could understand why 𝐴𝐴 would view the unrestricted use of quirks as a fundamental right. He reflected on the oppressive environment that forced people with quirks to hide their abilities, suggesting that 𝐴𝐴 might have seen the laws regulating quirk use as a means for the quirkless majority to maintain control. He glanced at his scarred hand and pondered aloud about the similarities in their experiences. He questioned whether he might have turned to villainy had he lost his mother before joining Ua High School, or if he would have reached the same conclusion as 𝐴𝐴 regarding the need to dismantle the status quo for a vision of a better future, regardless of the consequences. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the possibility that he could simply fade into obscurity, forgotten by society due to the circumstances of his BRH. The group, including Shoko, was left speechless by Izuku's insights, realizing he had made a compelling argument. Chaitos found herself grappling with her beliefs, having never considered 𝐴𝐴 as a relatable figure until Izuku drew parallels between himself and the late leader of the Meta Liberation Army. Regaining her composure, she asked him what he thought about 𝐴𝐴's belief that quirks should remain unregulated. Izuku expressed his concerns about the unrestricted use of quirks, stating that it could lead to serious issues. He reasoned that if everyone were allowed to use their quirks without consequences, it wouldn't just be villains who would misuse them. Bullies, troublemakers, and those with anger issues would likely take advantage of the situation as well. He emphasized that this would negatively impact those who were quirkless, had weaker quirks, or simply wanted to live normal lives, reminiscent of a time before quirks existed. His voice grew more passionate as he elaborated, noting that society already placed too much importance on quirks, determining a person's worth and future based on them. He feared that removing regulations would exacerbate the existing problems, making his past struggles feel minor compared to the potential suffering others might endure in a society envisioned by the Meta Liberation Army. After a moment of stunned silence, Izuku realized the intensity of his outburst and apologized, feeling embarrassed for raising his voice. He explained that the thought of people misusing their quirks without accountability had overwhelmed him. Tanio, attempting to soothe the situation, reassured Izuku that it was understandable to feel upset given what he had shared and the findings from the recent investigation at his middle school. Izuku's eyes filled with tears as he expressed his feelings of never having asked to be born with a condition that caused him pain for so long. He reflected on how he had always known that people were not born equal, especially after being bullied for being essentially quirkless. He questioned why it was so difficult for people to empathize with others. Shoko held Izuku's hand gently, providing comfort, while Toshinori informed the journalists that the interview was coming to a close. Chaitos did not object to ending the interview and was about to agree with Toshinori when Izuku interjected, asking for one last opportunity to speak. Everyone focused on him as he took a deep breath to steady himself. With tear-filled eyes that radiated humility and strength, he addressed Chaitos directly, stating that if the Meta Liberation Army truly desired a world where quirks could be used freely, it was essential to emphasize that individuals must take responsibility for their actions and that quirks should never be misused in ways that cause harm or distress. Chaitos, impressed by Izuku's conviction, felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she promised to highlight his point in her next news journal. Izuku nodded appreciatively before Shoko led him away to rest, while Toshinori beamed with pride at his student before politely dismissing the journalists. Later that night, Rikiya found himself watching the unedited footage of Chito's interview with Izuku for the third time. Throughout his years as the president and CEO of Detnerat and the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army, he had never encountered anyone quite like Izuku. Instead of feeling anger or stress at Izuku's comparison to his late father, Yotsubashi Kaikara, known as Destro, Rikiya found himself moved by the boy's genuine past suffering. Izuku had every reason to harbor resentment towards those with quirks, yet he chose the path of a hero, aiming to protect others and inspire them to be better. As Rikiya reflected on this, he felt tears streaming down his cheeks, realizing he was genuinely touched by Izuku's story. Despite his initial intentions, Rikiya chuckled at the realization that he could empathize with Izuku, even though the boy opposed the ideals of the Meta Liberation Army. Rikiya aspired to create a society where no one felt isolated due to their quirks, even if his methods were questionable. In contrast, Izuku was a hero in training who believed in giving everyone a chance to be good, regardless of their quirks or past mistakes, as long as their intentions were sincere. While Rikiya had to conceal his origins as the son of a notorious villain, Izuku had endured isolation as an outlier in society. Rikiya believed in the right to use quirks freely, while Izuku viewed them as personal responsibilities that could be wielded for both good and evil. The key difference that gave Izuku a moral advantage over Rikiya was his willingness to care for both those with quirks and those without. After much contemplation, Rikiya resolved that he needed to speak with the boy directly. He then pulled out his smartphone to make a few calls and send messages. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, Izuku was curled up on the floor, hiding his flushed cheeks behind his hands. His interview had been released to the public unusually quickly and was spreading rapidly through the media. Nemirai chuckled softly as she knelt beside Izuku, affectionately ruffling his fluffy green hair while his dorm mates watched the interview intently on the television in their common room. If it brought you any comfort, Nemirai believed he had handled the situation well, and she was sure others felt the same way. Izuku, however, found it all too embarrassing. In his mind, Sumomo's image smiled at him, reminding him that if he aspired to be a hero like Toshinori, he would need to get accustomed to such interviews as a regular occurrence. Izuku groaned in response, both mentally and audibly. As they watched the interview, Kirishima stood up, tears in his eyes, and declared how manly Izuku had been. Tenya straightened up, placing his right hand on his chest as if saluting the pitiful ball that was Izuku, praising his exemplary responses to the journalists. Denki turned to Hanta and Mineta, questioning whether it was just him or if Izuku had actually made the attractive journalist blush at the end of the interview. Hanta confirmed that it wasn't just Denki who had noticed that. Mineta, pouting, expressed his concern that after such an interview, there was no doubt Izuku would be popular with the ladies if he maintained his current image. Denki sighed, worrying that there might not be any ladies left for them in the future. He, Hanta, and Mineta slumped slightly at the thought of being left out of the romance game. Kusei shared the same concern as the three boys from Class 1A. Yuga exclaimed that Izuku had truly shone in the interview, striking a pose to emphasize his point. Fumikage nodded in agreement, noting that not even the darkness of Izuku's past or his uncertainties could overshadow his brilliance. Toru, having recovered from her earlier mood, declared her determination to do her best, and the other girls from Dorm 1A nodded in agreement, their faces set with resolve. Kuda, inspired by Izuku's words, expressed his longing to do his best as well, while Mashirao echoed the sentiment with enthusiasm. Mina grinned at her dorm mates, suggesting they celebrate. She pointed at Rikidu, inquiring how quickly he could prepare sweet snacks. Understanding her intent, Rikidu grinned and assured everyone that if he had the right ingredients, he could WHP up a treat in no time. He gave a thumbs up, mentioning pancakes and waffles. Tenya interjected, reminding everyone that it was already nighttime and curfew would soon be in effect. Nemirai stood up, cheerfully stating that it was no issue at all, she could authorize anyone to access Lunch Rush's personal larder for the necessary ingredients. She just needed a moment to send him a message. Mina gave Nemirai a thumbs up, praising her quick thinking. 𝐼𝐻𝐻 stood up, eager to assist with the delivery of the goods. 𝐔𝐬𝐻𝐻 flexed his muscular arms, expressing his willingness to help, and myheroacademia nodded in agreement. Realizing that everyone was eager to contribute, Tenya sighed in resignation, stating he would lend a hand after notifying Aizawa sensei. Momo, feeling bold, suggested inviting their peers from Class 1B, knowing through Sumomo that the girls wished to join the celebration. Nemirai approved, reminding Momo to send a message to Kan and Nezu to keep them informed. Katsuki, who had been standing near Izuku and Nemirai, huffed and lightly nudged Izuku to get his attention. He growled at him, urging him to get up off the floor, reminding him that his fans were holding a celebration in his honor and that he should at least make himself presentable. Izuku felt a warm blush on his cheeks as he stood up and shyly inquired if it was truly necessary for everyone to gather. The girls from Dorm 1A exchanged knowing smiles before turning their attention back to him, affirming in unison that it was indeed necessary. Not long after, despite some complaints from 𝐻𝐻𝐻, 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐻, and Lunch Rush, the celebration was in full swing, thanks to Nezu's approval. The students from Class 1B had been invited and, despite Nito's initial reluctance, they all decided to join in. Even Nezu, 𝐻𝐻𝐻, 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐻, and Lunch Rush arrived after receiving an invitation from Nemirai. Although the food was still being prepared by Lunch Rush and Seitu, everyone was enjoying themselves, engaging in lively conversations. The mouse-like principal chuckled as he addressed Izuku, remarking on the cheerful atmosphere of the party despite the lack of planning. Izuku scratched the back of his head, feeling bashful as he explained that he hadn't organized any of it, it was mostly Mina's idea. Nezu acknowledged that while that might be true, Izuku was undeniably the star of the evening. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 sighed in irritation, pointing out that regardless of Izuku's impressive performance during the interview, the party felt overly extravagant. Nezu countered that a bit of cheer was likely just what everyone needed after recent events, mentioning that he had contacted a few people to join the festivities. Curiosity sparked in Izuku as he asked who had been invited. Suddenly, he was enveloped in a tight hug from his mother, Midoriya Inko, a kind-hearted woman with short green hair. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed how much he had grown into a wonderful young man. Izuku, surprised, asked why she was there. Inko explained that the principal had invited them to the party. A youthful woman resembling a female version of Katsuki, known as Bakugo Mitsuki, joined in with a wide grin, expressing her admiration for Izuku's words during the interview. She remarked that her son could learn a thing or two from him. Katsuki, not one to hold back, shouted back at her, clearly annoyed. Mitsuki retorted, suggesting that Katsuki's behavior might improve if he learned to engage in civil conversation. A middle-aged man with spiky brown hair, Bakugo Masaru, intervened, urging peace between his wife and son. 𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐻 chimed in, humorously suggesting that Katsuki's temper and looks were inherited from his mother, prompting nods of agreement from those around. Toshinori entered the dorms, smiling at Izuku as he explained that Nezu had wanted his mother to join the celebration. He had been tasked with bringing her while the Bakugas arrived on their own. It was clear that Nezu aimed to reassure Katsuki's parents about their son's future as a pro-hero, despite his past. As Inko's tears subsided, she proudly wiped her eyes and told Izuku that his earlier words were as inspiring as those of All Might in his prime. Izuku blushed, insisting that he was not as motivational as she claimed. Toshinori disagreed, asserting that Izuku's words would be remembered for years to come. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 smirked, telling Izuku that he had every right to increase the pressure on him to succeed. He advised Izuku to enjoy the celebration, as he and Kan-san would ensure he experienced rigorous training until he earned his provisional hero license. Izuku's expression turned pale, knowing 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was serious. 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐻 joined in the teasing, suggesting he had a few ideas for whipping Izuku into shape, calling him a Casanova. Mitsuki, unaware of Izuku's situation, questioned the term, intrigued by the implications. Izuku attempted to prevent Mitsuki and Masaru from discovering the truth when Katsuki pointed at him and bluntly stated that he had a HM of all the girls from their dorm, Class 1B, and even Midnight Sensei. He claimed that Izuku had been involved with all of them recently. As Izuku experienced the comedic embarrassment known as color failure, the celebration came to an abrupt halt. Both Mitsuki and Masaru stared at Katsuki in disbelief before Mitsuki, with an unusual softness in her tone, asked if he was joking. Katsuki crossed his arms and questioned whether he looked like he was making things up. Mitsuki and Masaru turned their gaze to Izuku, who was doing his best to appear small and inconspicuous while 𝐭𝐽𝐾 chuckled sheepishly, a smile on her face. The expressions of the other girls, ranging from bashful to proudly grinning while flashing peace signs, confirmed Katsuki's claims. They then focused back on Izuku, who nervously fidgeted with his fingers and shyly admitted that Katsuki was not wrong. A moment of silence followed before Mitsuki exclaimed in disbelief, wondering what had happened to the sweet boy who used to follow her son everywhere in their younger years. Suddenly, 𝐭𝐽𝐾 clapped her hands together, her face lighting up with joy as she announced that she had brought all of Izuku's baby pictures to share with everyone. Izuku's face fell in horror as he pleaded with his mother, but one look at the recognizable photo albums in her arms dashed any hope of escaping the embarrassment of having his baby pictures revealed. As if anticipating his reaction, Okako appeared behind him, making him weightless, while Momo created a replica of 𝐿's capture weapon to hold him in place. Ibara added her vines to further restrain him, and Mina approached 𝐭𝐽𝐾 with a wide grin, asking if she could show the photos. Needless to say, Izuku became a blushing mess for the remainder of the night, while Katsuki silently thanked whatever deity was listening that his mother had not brought his baby pictures to the celebration. Meanwhile, at Tartarus, a guard mentioned seeing the infamous stain that day. His colleague shuddered at the memory, recalling how the criminal had been grinning throughout Izuku's interview. The first guard noted the unsettling laughter that accompanied Stain's glee, which made even the other inmates feel uneasy. Shifting the conversation, the second guard asked for the first guard's opinion on Izuku. The first guard expressed that he found Izuku to be honest to a fault, pointing out that admitting the possibility of becoming a villain was not something most heroes in training would readily do. The second guard agreed, acknowledging that despite everything, Izuku's heart was in the right place, and he felt inspired to do his best after watching the recorded interview. Elsewhere, Toga felt a mix of emotions as she reflected on Izuku's interview earlier that day. His words had been incredibly moving, prompting Spinner to weep and declare that Izuku was worthy of becoming the next symbol of peace, much like All Might. This statement had infuriated Tomura, but Toga found herself unconcerned with their opinions. What mattered to her was that Izuku had expressed the very sentiments she had longed to hear, even before she embraced her villainous path. Although the journalist had posed a strangely specific question about villainous quirks, Izuku's honest and sincere response resonated deeply with her. Internally, Toga questioned the unfamiliar feelings stirring within her chest, feeling uncertain in a way she had never experienced with anyone else she had loved. Clutching her chest tightly, she resolved that she needed to see Izuku. Back at the dorms, Izuku was sulking after the embarrassing ordeal of having his baby pictures displayed for everyone during the party. Many of the girls, including Nemirai, squealed with delight at a photo of his 4-year-old self striking heroic poses in his All Might honesty. Toshinori struggled to suppress laughter at some of the adorable and slightly embarrassing pictures 𝐭𝐽𝐾 shared, including one of Izuku peacefully sleeping while hugging an All Might plushie. The boys teased Izuku in a light-hearted manner as they admired the photos, including one of him happily hugging a bunny. By the time Izuku's discomfort came to an end, he was avoiding eye contact with everyone. Despite his sulky mood, the girls in his group understood that he was mostly embarrassed rather than truly upset. Through Sumomo's mental messaging, they mentally vowed to make up for his embarrassment. Lunch Rush and Rikido had completed their respective dishes, and everyone enjoyed the food they had prepared for a late-night supper. Lunch Rush was particularly impressed by Rikido's skill in creating sweet dishes and offered to personally teach him to enhance his cooking abilities. For drinks, there were ice-cold soft drinks and hot cups of tea from Momo's private stash, featuring premium selections like Imperial Golden Tips black tea. When everyone later discovered just how extravagantly priced her choice of tea leaves was, Okako nearly had a heart attack. Before long, Izuku's sulky mood faded as he shared supper with his friends and loved ones. Later that night, by the time the party concluded, it was already past midnight. The students of Class 1B returned to their dorm while 𝐭𝐽𝐾, Masaru, and Mitsuki were given a ride home by the teachers. Before Mitsuki left with Inko and Masaru, she gave Izuku a thumbs up and encouraged him to treat the girls well so they wouldn't regret being by his side. Izuku and some of the girls in his group blushed in response to Mitsuki's bold statement. Izuku found himself unexpectedly pulled into the girls' side of the dorm by Nemurai, who wore an unmistakable look of excitement on her face. Soon, he was playfully tossed onto the bed, and Nemurai, Okiko, Shoko, Mina, and Kyuka began to change into more comfortable attire. Realizing that all 5 of them were eager for his attention, Izuku felt a mix of worry and excitement as he wondered what had prompted them to all gather at once. Nemurai explained that they had been holding back for too long and, after witnessing his interview with the journalists earlier, they were ready to express their feelings. Suddenly, a muffled voice chimed in from outside. Surprised, Izuku turned to see Pony entering through the window, followed by pieces of Setsuna floating in. He raised an eyebrow and asked if they were there for the same reason. Setsuna, reforming her shape, confirmed that they had also come to gather items for their own selection system. Just then, the door to the common room opened, revealing Momo holding a box similar to the one used by Dorm 1A. Inside were balls labeled with various categories. She had also prepared some rope for Pony to secure the box to her floating horn, allowing her to send it back to the Class 1B dorm. Momo smiled knowingly and offered the box to Pony, who returned the smile. Before Momo left and closed the door, she placed her finger to her lips and winked at Izuku, clearly looking forward to her own turn. Pony expertly tied the box to her horn, and once it was secure, she mentally communicated that she was sending it over. At the Class 1B dorm, Leiko stood ready, her quirk ensuring the successful retrieval of the box. Wearing specialized goggles made by Hatsume, she was prepared to see clearly at night. Receiving Pony's mental message with Sumomo's assistance, she confirmed her readiness to receive the package. As Pony delivered the box, Setsuna fully reformed and grinned, expressing her hope that everyone was prepared for an exciting night ahead, as they wouldn't be sleeping anytime soon. Despite the excitement in the air, Izuku reminded them that they would have very little sleep if they proceeded with their plans. Okiko stepped forward, expressing their shared sentiment about sleep not being a priority at that moment. Mina, with a playful tone, conveyed her eagerness for an NTMT encounter. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Izuku nodded and stood up, preparing to remove his clothing until he stood before the girls in his natural state. Nemurai watched with anticipation while Okiko and Shoko approached alongside Setsuna. Okiko embraced Izuku, sharing a tender kiss that deepened as they lost themselves in the moment. Izuku reciprocated, holding her waist as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Their kiss grew more intense, igniting a spark between them. When they finally broke apart to catch their breath, both were flushed and filled with longing. Without hesitation, Okiko leapt onto Izuku, wrapping her legs around him. Eager to reciprocate, Izuku held her securely and moved closer, creating a wave of shared pleasure. Okiko felt overwhelmed with joy as their connection intensified. She moved her hips, wanting to bring Izuku pleasure in return. Soon, the moment reached its peak for both, leaving them breathless. As Okiko rested, Izuku turned around, only to be surprised by Setsuna, who approached him with a mischievous grin. Confused by Setsuna's actions, Izuku noticed her fingers were absent. As he pondered this, he caught sight of the other girls in the room, each struggling with their own sensations. Realizing the situation, he rhetorically asked about her fingers. Setsuna's head grinned as she confirmed his suspicion, and her body adjusted to press closer to him. Understanding her intentions, Izuku engaged with her, creating a playful exchange of sensations. Setsuna enjoyed the moment, and Izuku responded with enthusiasm, both lost in the pleasure they were sharing. The atmosphere was charged as they all reached a CLMX together, a moment of unity and joy. Afterward, Setsuna reattached her head, swallowing the moment's essence before taking a breath to regain her composure. However, her recovery was interrupted as she noticed the other girls glaring at her, each with their own expressions of determination. Kyuka stood with her arms crossed, Mina prepared for a playful confrontation, Shoko blushed with a fiery intensity, Pony pouted with frustration, and Nemurai wore a cat-like smile, suggesting that they were ready to turn the tables and ensure Setsuna experienced the same thrill she had given them. Setsuna felt a wave of panic wash over her as she realized her predicament. She thought to herself that things were not looking good. Shoko expressed her longing to join in, suggesting that it wouldn't be fair for Izuku to simply watch while they dealt with Setsuna. She proposed taking her turn while the others handled the situation. Nomirai agreed, smirking at Setsuna as she added that they would ensure Setsuna witnessed everything that happened while they sought their own form of retribution. In a desperate attempt to escape, Setsuna tried to split her body into pieces but quickly discovered that she was unable to do so. The realization struck her hard, and she mentally questioned Sumomo, suspecting her involvement. Sumomo's mental image appeared, grinning mischievously as she confirmed that it was indeed her doing. She reminded Setsuna that it wasn't very heroic to evade the consequences of her actions. Feeling the pressure, Setsuna began to sweat and offered a tempting deal, hoping to sway Sumomo. She knew that with Nomirai involved, she might be in for a rough time. However, Sumomo cheerfully declined, stating that she was satisfied with the current arrangement. With Setsuna's quirk disabled, Nomirai confidently took hold of Setsuna's hand and led her to a vacant area of the room, where Kyuka, Mina, and Pony awaited to address her actions. Setsuna turned to Izuku for help, pleading silently for rescue. Izuku, aware of the situation, knew better than to intervene. He clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer and offered a heartfelt apology. Shoko, unimpressed with Setsuna, shifted her focus to Izuku. She knelt down, smiling at him as she expressed her intention to clean up the mess that had been created. As she prepared to take action, Izuku felt a shiver run down his spine. By the time Shoko finished her task, Izuku found himself in a flustered state, his cheeks flushed. Shoko noticed his reaction and commented on how much he seemed to appreciate her efforts, playfully addressing him with a title that made him blush even more. She giggled lightly, enjoying the moment as she continued to tease him. Izuku turned his gaze away from Shoko's charming expression and acknowledged that her unexpected idea made sense considering her recent actions. Shoko gently cupped his face and kissed him with fervor. Although taken aback by the kiss and aware of the lingering sensations from their earlier encounter, Izuku quickly lost himself in the moment and returned her kiss. He reached out to touch her, prompting a surprised gasp from her. Eager for more connection, Shoko shifted closer, positioning herself over Izuku and pressing against him. Overwhelmed by her desires, she guided him closer, feeling a rush of pleasure as they moved together. Izuku, understanding the rhythm, began to move slowly while still cherishing her, teasing her with gentle touches. Gradually, he increased the intensity of their movements, tapping into a fraction of his power. Shoko bit her lip, swaying her hips in sync with his, her competitive spirit shining through as she aimed to keep pace with him. Remembering a technique he had used before, Izuku formed a V shape with his hand, positioning it strategically. When Shoko felt the unexpected sensation, she arched her back, her eyes widening in surprise. Concerned, Izuku called out to her, but Shoko, filled with determination, gripped his shoulders and expressed her feelings, revealing her longing to embrace the moment fully. She intensified her movements, pushing both of them to their limits. Izuku matched her energy, holding onto her to maintain their connection. Eventually, they both reached a peak of satisfaction, leaving Shoko breathless yet content. Before stepping away, she planted a tender kiss on Izuku's cheek, a gesture of affection that lingered in the air. As Shoko rolled off to join Okiko, who embraced her warmly, Izuku shifted his gaze to the other girls in the common bedroom. He felt a flush of embarrassment upon noticing Setsuna lying on the floor in a rather compromising position. She was covered in a slippery substance that Mina had concocted, and Kyuka had her earjacks positioned in a way that suggested playful mischief. Meanwhile, Nomirai was teasing Setsuna in a manner that hinted at their close friendship. Pony was on her hands and knees, looking back at Izuku with a hopeful expression. Mina was nearby, seemingly encouraging the playful atmosphere. Unsure whether to interrupt their fun, Izuku cleared his throat and inquired about their well-being. Mina flashed a mischievous grin and gestured toward Pony, indicating that she was eager for Izuku's attention. Kyuka, with a smirk, mentioned that she was still feeling a bit annoyed with Setsuna and wanted to keep her occupied for a while longer. Not wanting to draw Kyuka's ire, Izuku made his way toward Mina and Pony, silently hoping that Setsuna would find a way to laugh off her current predicament. As he approached, Pony turned to face him, her demeanor inviting as she swayed playfully. She expressed her longing for him to join in their fun, likening herself to a character from a story. Izuku felt a sense of familiarity and asked if her quirk had anything to do with her current state. Pony nodded, a hint of shyness in her expression. With a kind smile, Izuku agreed to her request. He then mentally reached out to Sumomo, wondering if she would like to join the fun. Sumomo's cheerful response came through, indicating she was ready to assist. Mina quickly understood the plan and created 2 playful copies of Sumomo to help out. She placed them near Pony, ensuring that everything would remain tidy as they enjoyed their time together. Izuku nodded in appreciation to Mina before shifting his focus to Pony. He mounted her, engaging in a playful interaction that involved gentle movements. Pony, already feeling the effects of Mina's earlier teasing, experienced a mix of sensations that heightened her excitement. As Izuku utilized a small fraction of his quirk, the 2 copies of Sumomo began to playfully interact with Pony, creating an atmosphere of fun and laughter. The excitement built up, leading to a moment of exhilaration for both Izuku and Pony, who wore a blissful expression as she rested on the floor, her posture relaxed. The 2 copies of Sumomo, having absorbed the playful energy, returned to Mina, creating a whimsical scene. Observing the pink figures re-enter Mina's head, Izuku found himself pondering how they managed to fit after expanding. Sumomo's mental image responded, expressing surprise at the thought, and remarked on the unpredictable nature of quirks, which often defied logic. Izuku considered the idea of using body fat to create a functioning cannon, which led to an interesting discussion. He then felt a warm embrace from behind and realized it was Mina. She smiled brightly and expressed her eagerness to help him feel good. Without hesitation, she began to assist him, her hands moving with a surprising skill that made him shiver with delight. As she continued, Izuku found himself overwhelmed by the sensations, his breaths becoming uneven as he enjoyed the moment. Mina suddenly halted, a playful grin spreading across her face as she noticed the adorable expression on Izuku's face. She happily leaned back, responding to his unspoken longing with a teasing gesture that revealed her excitement. Izuku, captivated by the moment, wasted no time and moved closer, his heart racing with anticipation. As he embraced her, their connection deepened, and they shared a passionate kiss, lost in the heat of the moment. Their mutual excitement built rapidly, leading them to a shared climax that left them breathless. Mina wore a cheerful smile as she expressed her excitement, feeling exhilarated by the recent events. Izuku pulled away from her embrace and sat down to catch his breath when he noticed Kyuka and Nemurai approaching. Kyuka held a bottle of tea and smiled at Izuku, suggesting he take a drink during his break. Gratefully accepting the drink, Izuku acknowledged her kindness. He then noticed Setsuna, who appeared to be in a dazed state, and asked if she would be all right. Nemurai reassured him that she would be fine and just needed a good night's rest. Although Izuku felt uncertain, he chose not to press the issue further as he finished his drink. After capping the empty bottle and setting it aside, Kyuka knelt down, her earjacks buzzing with energy. One earjack vibrated gently while the other moved rhythmically, creating a unique sensation. Izuku, feeling a mix of curiosity and surprise, commented on how skilled Kyuka and Mina had become. Kyuka paused, her expression serious as she explained that challenging Nemurai in a battle of DMs had taught them valuable lessons about pleasure. Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning if Nemurai was indeed a lady. Nemurai laughed lightly and confirmed her identity, adding that their challenges had provided insights into using their quirks effectively in NTMT situations. Sumomo chimed in, sharing that she had been offering tips to the others, revealing how eager they were to learn. Izuku chuckled at the revelations and turned his focus back to Kyuka, asking if she wanted to continue or switch things up. Kyuka, with a playful grin, expressed her willingness for a change of pace. She positioned herself on her hands and knees, playfully inviting Izuku to take the lead. Without hesitation, Izuku moved forward, feeling the connection between them. As he began to move, Kyuka used her earjacks to enhance their experience, creating waves of pleasure for both of them. Izuku felt invigorated, holding onto her hips as he moved with purpose. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 responded enthusiastically, her voice a harmonious blend of excitement and delight, which only fueled Izuku's determination. Wanting to heighten 𝐂𝐬𝐽's enjoyment, Izuku tenderly caressed her, drawing more melodic sounds from her. They both reached a peak of shared exhilaration, feeling a deep connection. Afterward, as 𝐂𝐬𝐽 lay relaxed, Izuku took a moment to gather himself. Once he felt composed, he turned to Nemuri, who awaited his next move, and asked if he could ensure everyone was comfortable first, not wanting anyone to feel cold. Nemuri smiled and offered to assist him, and together they made sure the girls were settled on the futons, wrapped in blankets. Izuku shared gentle kisses on their cheeks and foreheads, expressing his care for them. Once everything was in order, he took a deep breath, preparing for what was to come, and called upon a portion of his power, informing Nemuri that he was ready. He felt confident that she could handle the intensity of his quirk. Unable to bear her growing longing, Nemuri liked her lips in eager anticipation and invited Izuku to come closer. She sat on an empty futon, ready to let him take the lead. Understanding the urgency of the moment, Izuku nodded and quickly approached her. Before proceeding further, he decided to focus on her pleasure first. He knew that she was not easily satisfied and could experience multiple climaxes before needing a break. Nemuri smiled in approval, feeling a thrill as he began to explore her. Her breaths became unsteady as he quickened his movements, skillfully ∑ her. With the help of his quirk, which allowed him to move with remarkable speed, he provided her with a level of ∑ that rivaled her previous experiences. It didn't take long for her to reach her first peak of pleasure. After her initial ∑, Izuku continued, delighting in the way she responded. She relished the sensation of being stimulated so soon after her release, and he expertly continued his ministrations. Holding onto his fluffy hair, she encouraged him to bring her to another ∑. He responded by intensifying his efforts, causing her to arch her back in joy. Suddenly, he adjusted his position to pleasure her more deeply. Nemuri embraced the change, wrapping her legs around him, urging him to continue. Not surprisingly, she reached another peak, and with a playful glint in her eye, she commented on his readiness, inviting him to take the next step. Overcome by longing, Izuku was eager to oblige. With a surge of energy from his quirk, his movements became faster and stronger, allowing him to take control. He was determined to maintain his dominance for as long as possible. It didn't take long for him to reach his own ∑, but he managed to continue for another round, switching positions to keep the intensity alive. When he finally reached his limit, he became exhausted but satisfied. Nemuri, pleased with their time together, embraced him affectionately, encouraging him to rest and prepare for the challenges ahead. Izuku nodded, drifting off to sleep with his head nestled comfortably. The following day, 𝐬𝐽 sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in irritation as he observed Izuku stumbling into class like a zombie. Although not as drained as before, he could tell that Izuku was still in rough shape and would struggle to perform at his best that day. Despite the circumstances, 𝐬𝐽 had no intention of letting him take it easy. As a hero in training, Izuku needed to be ready to fight and protect, regardless of his personal situation. While he was sympathetic, he planned to allow Izuku some much-needed rest after a rigorous training session with his peers. Given Izuku's popularity, there would be no shortage of eager challengers from both classes 1A and 1B. With his decision made, 𝐬𝐽 began class as usual. Meanwhile, Tomura was growing impatient, wondering where Toga had gone. He asked Spinner about her absence. Spinner explained that she had something important to attend to. He admitted to having reservations about Toga, given her unpredictable nature. Frustrated by her absence, Tomura scratched his neck and muttered to himself about the importance of their planning session. He had plans to raid the prison where Fuon was located, and Toga's shape-shifting ability would be invaluable for their strategy. Darby suggested that if Tomura needed Himiko's skills urgently, they should have twice create a clone of her during the break-in. Although Tomura was not pleased with the idea, he reluctantly agreed, eager to commence the game level. The search for the real Himiko would have to wait, as the Meta Liberation Army planned to send someone to recruit Fuon that day. Elsewhere, Himiko held a vial of Okuko's BLD and gazed at the gates of Yuehai School. Despite her mental instability, she was not naive. She understood that infiltrating the school would be challenging, and disguising herself as 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 would likely fail due to the current boarding system. There was a strong chance she would end up in prison or a mental facility by day's end. Yet, her overwhelming longing to connect with Izuku drove her forward, and she was determined to meet him, no matter the cost. 𝐲𝐻𝐻 glared at Principal 𝐁𝐻𝐻, expressing disbelief at the principal's plan. 𝐁𝐻𝐻, with a cheerful smile, insisted that 𝐲𝐻𝐻 instruct 𝑢RARAKA to step outside for errands and accidentally drop her student pass, allowing Himiko to enter and fall into their trap. He also emphasized that 𝑢RARAKA should leave with Asui, so they could reveal Midoriya's location to her. Realizing the principal was resolute, 𝐲𝐻𝐻 sighed, agreeing to inform 𝑢RARAKA and Asui about the plan. Less than an hour later, Himiko could hardly believe her luck. Her dear friend, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻, had left the school with Tsuyu and had accidentally dropped her student card. With both 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻's BLD and student pass, she could enter the school without raising suspicion. Even better, she overheard 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 and Tsuyu discussing a treat for Izuku, who was recovering in the infirmary. If everything went according to plan, she would finally get to speak with him and perhaps even playfully jab him a little. As Himiko cheerfully made her way to the infirmary, disguised as 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻, she remained blissfully unaware of the trap set by 𝐁𝐻𝐻. Meanwhile, in 𝐁𝐻𝐻's office, 𝐲𝐻𝐻 frowned at the unfolding situation and turned his attention to 𝐁𝐻𝐻, who explained that he had made calculated guesses based on their knowledge of Himiko from the summer camp incident and a specific question Kizuki had asked recently. He had researched criminal cases involving BLD letting after Midoriya's interview and discovered that Kizuki's question related to an incident where a boy was stabbed and had his BLD drained by a classmate named Toga Himiko. 𝐲𝐻𝐻 narrowed his eyes, questioning if Kizuki was affiliated with the League of Villains. 𝐁𝐻𝐻 replied that it was possible, but given Kizuki's interest in a particular book, he leaned towards the idea that she was part of the Meta Liberation Army. 𝐲𝐻𝐻 then asked if the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army could be collaborating, to which 𝐁𝐻𝐻 simply smiled, watching 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐻 enter the infirmary, and said they would have to wait to find out. Back with Himiko, she wore a bright smile as she spotted Izuku, who was gazing dreamily out the window. Sneakingly locking the infirmary door, she greeted him. Izuku, surprised by the greeting, turned around and acknowledged her, expressing confusion about why she was there instead of running errands with Tsuyu. Mentally, he prepared himself for a potential confrontation. Himiko, still in her disguise, explained that she had forgotten something important and needed to take care of it quickly before catching up with Tsuyu. Izuku, sensing something off, inquired about what she had forgotten. With a playful reveal, she transformed back into her true self, startling Izuku with her unexpected appearance. Izuku, taken aback by the sudden revelation, blushed and exclaimed in surprise at her lack of clothing. Himiko, genuinely confused by his reaction, tilted her head, just as a certain pink blob landed on her head. Inside Himiko's mindscape, she abruptly opened her eyes and quickly realized she was in a black void, still dressed in her usual clothes. Confused, she scanned her surroundings until her gaze landed on a pink blob of slime with beady black eyes staring back at her. Recalling her last memory, she glared at the pink slime and demanded to know who it was and what had happened to her. The pink blob suddenly expanded and morphed into a more humanoid shape, returning her glare as she introduced herself. She stated that her name was Brainjacker and that she did not appreciate villains interfering with her enjoyment and happiness. Himiko frowned, recognizing that this being was no pro-heroine or even a hero in training. Brainjacker smirked, admitting that she was indeed a former villainess who had chosen to abandon that path. Himiko's eyes widened in surprise as she learned of Brainjacker's past, questioning if that meant she was now allied with the heroes at the school. Brainjacker explained that her role was to assist them with a particular issue they had been facing, and that she was currently extracting information from Himiko's mind to help tackle both her and the League of Villains. Disliking the slime girl, Himiko inquired about the meaning of her earlier comment regarding fun. Brainjacker grinned, suggesting that depending on Himiko's willingness to cooperate, she might share some insights about Izuku's recent activities. Back in the physical world, Izuku, 𝐲𝐻𝐻, Nemuri, and 𝐁𝐻𝐻 observed the unconscious Himiko, who was secured to an infirmary bed. Chiyo, the usual infirmary worker, was kept out for her safety and to ensure that anyone needing healing after Himiko's interrogation could be attended to. Worried, Izuku mentally reached out to Sumomo, asking if everything was alright. Due to the necessity of focusing on controlling an uncooperative and potentially dangerous host, Sumomo could not communicate with her other hosts while delving into Himiko's memories. After a PRD of silence, she finally responded to Izuku's concerned thoughts, assuring him that things were progressing smoothly. However, she mentioned that she might need to share some of his personal experiences to gain Himiko's cooperation. Izuku blushed at the implication and expressed his shock at what Sumomo might reveal. 𝐻𝐿, anticipating her intentions, urged Izuku to ensure that no sensitive information was disclosed to the villainess. Sumomo reassured Izuku that she would not do anything to jeopardize him or the girls, and that sharing certain memories might facilitate her efforts. She then revealed a troubling discovery about Toga, explaining that she had a BLD-dependent quirk that had caused her significant distress in the past. Izuku, concerned, relayed this information to 𝐻𝐿, who inquired about the situation. Izuku explained that Sumomo had uncovered Toga's painful history related to her quirk, which was the same one Kizuki-san had asked him about during an interview. Nezu, unfazed, shared his findings on BLD-related quirk crimes, detailing Toga's first crime involving her stabbing a classmate and drinking his BLD. Although the boy survived, he had been left traumatized and crippled. Kizuki-san had been involved in uncovering the story, interviewing Toga's former classmates and parents, who had disowned her after the incident. Izuku acknowledged Nezu's insights and turned his focus back to Sumomo, asking if she could relinquish her control over Himiko temporarily so they could communicate with her directly. Sumomo agreed, and moments later, Himiko opened her eyes, noticing the group surrounding her. She grinned at Izuku, greeting him with a mischievous smile. Izuku felt a chill run down his spine as he spoke to Himiko, wondering why she was there. Toga had come on her own, which surprised him, but he tried to mask his astonishment. He asked her what had prompted her visit. Himiko wanted to talk to him, she explained, and Izuku recalled that she had mentioned needing to ask him something. He inquired about what it was. Before she could respond, Himiko blushed and looked away, revealing that her question was quite personal. Nemurai interjected, reminding them that Brainjacker was still in her mind, implying they would eventually uncover everything about her. Himiko scowled at Nemurai but decided to share her thoughts. She wanted to know if Izuku truly believed there was nothing wrong with wanting to drink BLD and transform into someone else. Realizing that her actions stemmed from a recent interview, Izuku asked her to share her past experiences related to her quirk before he gave her an answer. After a moment of silence, Himiko began to recount her childhood. At 4 years old, she developed a fascination with BLD and would drink it from animals. Her parents were horrified and forced her to conform to their idea of an ideal girl, a phrase she spat out with evident anger. Izuku, horrified, turned to 𝐻𝐿 and Nemurai, who were equally shocked by her revelation. Nezu remained impassive, but Izuku sensed that he had already suspected something. The mental image of Sumomo in his mind nodded sadly, affirming that Himiko was speaking the truth. Izuku then asked her why she had attacked her classmate. Himiko's response was simple: she had fallen in love with him. Izuku braced himself for what he knew would be an unsettling explanation. Himiko giggled in a peculiar manner as she described how the boy had been fighting bullies and was covered in BLD, which she found appealing. She felt an overwhelming urge to drink his BLD and become him. Her excitement was palpable as she detailed how delicious his BLD was and how intoxicating the experience of becoming him felt. She expressed that there was no way she could return to her old life, even if her parents continued to impose their will upon her. As she fell silent, she noticed Izuku's tears and asked why he was crying. Realizing he was weeping, Izuku wiped his eyes and explained that he had not understood the depth of her pain. Taking a calming breath, he looked into her eyes and conveyed that while he believed a person should not be judged by their quirk, that did not absolve them of responsibility. He emphasized that actions taken with a quirk should always be safe, sane, and CNSNS, and that taking a life against someone's will was neither. Himiko tilted her head in surprise at his response, asking if that meant he would be willing to give her BLD if she asked nicely and didn't try to harm him. Izuku acknowledged her point, adding that if she were to take a life, she would never be able to become that person again after using up their BLD. Himiko blinked in surprise before expressing her thoughts. She had never considered things from that perspective. As memories of her past actions flooded her mind, she felt a slight ache in her head. She recalled the lives she had taken and the realization that she could never truly become them again, as the dead could not produce fresh BLD. While the idea of replacing someone had its allure, she understood that her thirst for BLD would eventually force her to stop. A small pang of regret washed over her as she quietly admitted her longing to embody everyone she loved. 𝐬𝐽 sighed, interrupting the conversation. He pointed out that they were straying from the topic at hand and urged Himiko to disclose the current whereabouts of the League of Villains and their future plans. Himiko questioned why she should share that information, adding that the brainjacker girl was already probing her mind for answers. 𝐬𝐽 remained unfazed as he responded. He acknowledged the truth of her statement but noted that not everyone would be comfortable with the idea of having a former villainess in their head, even if it made obtaining information easier. Nezu then inquired if her reluctance to speak stemmed from loyalty to her fellow League members. Himiko defiantly replied that it was her choice, expressing her care for them despite not being particularly close. She did not want to betray those who had accepted her despite her violent past. Nezu pointed out that her very presence there without her leader's approval was already a breach of trust, regardless of the other members. He reminded her that this was not an ordinary high school and that she had entered a place filled with heroes and aspiring heroes. He suggested that her fellow villains might already suspect her of betrayal. Himiko was taken aback by the undeniable truth of his words. She stammered, feeling cornered by the implications of her situation. Nezu chuckled in a deceptively pleasant manner, acknowledging her accusation while outlining the facts. He highlighted her reckless decision to come there without considering the consequences for her fellow villains, her capture in a difficult location, and the presence of a former villainess capable of extracting information from her mind. He suggested that her actions had painted her as either incompetent or treacherous in the eyes of the League. His gaze held a calculated intensity as he questioned whether her fellow villains would welcome her back after this. Himiko attempted to defend herself, but the words faltered as she realized the gravity of her mistakes. A heavy weight settled in her chest, and tears threatened to spill as she asked what would happen to her and the others if she divulged everything. Nezu, pleased that she was beginning to grasp her predicament, assured her that cooperation would lead to a reduced prison sentence and support for her rehabilitation. He acknowledged her past as a villain responsible for serious crimes but also recognized that her childhood circumstances had not been adequately addressed. The fate of the others, he noted, would depend on their own choices. In truth, Nezu was relieved that Himiko was willing to cooperate. He wanted to keep Sumomo's existence under wraps for now. Had she refused to cooperate, he would have had to disclose Sumomo to the authorities, which he wanted to avoid at all costs. After a moment of silence, Himiko finally revealed the last known location of the League. She explained that they had been in an abandoned warehouse in the Nagano prefecture, where Hanzaman was planning an attack on Heide's prison to free and recruit Juzen Fuon, along with any other villains who wished to join them. 𝐬𝐽 narrowed his eyes and inquired about Shigaraki's interest in her. Himiko admitted she was unsure but speculated it might relate to her ability to create permanent transformations. With enough information gathered, 𝐬𝐽 shifted his focus to Nezu, emphasizing the need for immediate action, as the timing of the villain's next move was uncertain. Nezu acknowledged 𝐬𝐽's urgency before addressing Izuku, informing him that he was excused from classes for the remainder of the day. He sensed Izuku's longing to continue his conversation with Toga while he and Aizawa made secret preparations. Izuku understood that Nezu was formulating a plan and hoped it would succeed. Even if the League of Villains had hidden supporters, a well-executed ambush could potentially incapacitate the League for good. Once Nezu and 𝐬𝐽 left the room, Izuku turned to Himiko and suggested they resume their previous discussion. Although she appeared disheartened, she silently agreed. Izuku then asked her why she yearned to become other people. Himiko expressed her longing to become those she loved. Izuku questioned whether she truly wished to transform into someone else, reminding her that she remained herself regardless of her appearance or how well she concealed her true identity. Himiko let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging her awareness of this truth. She revealed her struggle with the pressure to conform to societal expectations, expressing her disdain for the facade she had maintained as the ideal schoolgirl. She lamented her past as a cheerful and well-mannered girl surrounded by friends who never truly knew her, questioning why she would want to return to such a pretense. Izuku inquired about her true desires. Himiko simply wished to love, live, and die on her own terms. Contemplating her words, Izuku proposed that he could help her discover an alternative way to live. He assured her that she could retain her unique traits while pursuing a safe and CNSNS lifestyle. If she admired those she loved, he suggested she should strive to understand them and consider whether she genuinely wanted to adopt their way of life. Himiko pondered the idea of becoming a hero if she fell in love with one. Izuku encouraged her to be cautious in her choice of whom to love and emulate. Curious about his motivation to help her, Himiko pressed for answers. Izuku reflected on a former villainess he knew, who had endured a challenging past that led her down a dark path. Unlike Himiko, this individual was not a murderer, yet some might argue her past actions were even more troubling. Surprised, Himiko realized he was referring to Brainjacker. Izuku confirmed this and laid out her options. She could reject his offer and continue her current path, likely facing a long prison sentence, or accept his proposal, which would require significant changes that might lead her to resent her former self as a villainess. Himiko appeared conflicted as she weighed her choices before finally beginning to respond. Later that day in Nedzu's office, he chuckled while addressing Izuku, expressing that he wasn't surprised by his request on Toga's behalf, considering his recent experiences with girls. Meanwhile, �プ seemed ready to express his frustration, rubbing his nose and muttering about the foolishness of the idea, which he deemed the most absurd he had ever encountered, even surpassing the many ridiculous suggestions he had heard from others, including All Might. Izuku blushed, defending himself by explaining that he never anticipated feeling such sympathy for Toga. He reminded them that she was not the first villainess they had chosen to assist instead of sending her to prison. Nedzu acknowledged this point but noted that, unlike Yamanaka, Toga was officially recognized as a villainess associated with the League of Villains, regardless of her past actions. Izuku proposed a plan, suggesting that if Toga sought him out because his words had unintentionally resonated with her, and chose to stay with him even at the risk of turning herself in and betraying the League, they could arrange for her to receive probation in exchange for information about her former allies. Nedzu expressed his approval of Izuku's idea, acknowledging the similarity to his own thoughts. �㗗, however, voiced his skepticism, unable to believe that Nedzu was serious about the plan. Nedzu confirmed his seriousness and elaborated on his longing to keep both Yamanaka's existence and the truth of the 𝐒𝐻EM plan a secret. By fabricating a story that Toga had willingly surrendered, it would be easier to maintain the secrecy, as the authorities would have fewer reasons to question how they obtained information from her. When �㗗 inquired about how they would convince others that Toga was no longer a threat, Nedzu replied that it would be up to Toga to demonstrate her cooperation, as they would implement measures to ensure her compliance. He then turned to Izuku, asking if he had informed the rest of his 𝐒𝐻EM. Izuku confirmed that he had, noting that most of them were not pleased, particularly Okiko and Tsuyu, who had valid reasons for their distrust given Toga's past actions during the summer camp. However, he mentioned that they were willing to give Toga a chance after learning about her history. Nedzu expressed his hope that everything would go well for Izuku and his 𝐒𝐻EM. Later that evening, the atmosphere in Nemurai's classroom was tense as the girls from Dorm 1A and Class 1B confronted Himiko, who stood before them in a high school uniform, wearing a specialized collar. This collar served as a tracking device and would deliver a shock if she attempted to remove it or leave the school grounds. While Sumomo, Izuku, and Nemurai were more neutral or sympathetic towards her, the other girls remained skeptical about accepting the former villainess, even with the collar and Sumomo's abilities in place. Okiko stepped forward, expressing her concerns. She reminded Himiko that despite Izuku's account of her past, it did not erase the fact that she had tried to harm her, Tsuyu, and even Izuku during the summer camp. Tsuyu echoed this sentiment, emphasizing the numerous people Toga had hurt or killed even before joining the League, her frown revealing her distrust. Mina insisted that if Toga wanted to be part of their group, she needed to promise to stop trying to harm those she claimed to love. Setsuna added that they would reserve the right to withhold their BLD until they felt they could trust her. Momo, recalling the traumatic memories of the summer camp attack, stated that she had no reason to trust someone with Toga's past. Melissa informed Toga that she would be under constant surveillance from both Sumomo and the collar. Mai warned her not to even think about removing the collar, as it would lead to severe consequences. Himiko remained silent, aware that the other girls had every reason to distrust her, particularly Okiko and Tsuyu. However, she recognized that Izuku, Sumomo, and even Nemurai were willing to give her a chance, and she was determined not to squander it. Despite her frustration with the distrust she faced, she asked the group what she needed to do to earn their trust. Toru suggested a straightforward way to gain their confidence, sharing her past memories with Izuku. Unlike others, he would not be obligated to share everything until he felt a deep level of trust. Shoko expressed this concern, while Ibara warned that his memories were not for the faint-hearted. Determined to earn a measure of trust, Himiko did not hesitate to share her past memories with Izuku. After sharing a memory, both Himiko and Izuku rushed to the restroom, feeling overwhelmed. The girls in Izuku's official group assumed he was deeply affected by Himiko's past as a villain, but they were surprised to see Himiko react so strongly to Izuku's own painful memories, particularly his struggles as a quirkless individual and the hardships he faced during summer camp. Izuku's past was filled with more pain and rejection than most people his age should endure. As Izuku stumbled out of the restroom, Okiko rushed to him, her concern evident. She asked if he was all right, noticing the tears streaming down his face. He tried to respond but could only shake his head, overwhelmed with emotion. Without hesitation, Okiko embraced him, comforting him as she mentally questioned what had happened. In her mind, Sumomo's image wore a sorrowful expression as she explained that Izuku had seen Toga's memories. She reminded Okiko that Toga had endured much, and it was troubling that Izuku could see himself in her experiences. Sumomo trembled at the thought, recalling how Himiko's twisted joy during her dark deeds resonated with Izuku's own past feelings. Even Sumomo, a former villainess, could not empathize with Himiko's madness to the same extent as Izuku. Okiko was taken aback by this revelation, mentally protesting that Izuku was nothing like Himiko. Sumomo acknowledged that while Izuku was not like her now, it was essential to consider what he might have become if he had succumbed to despair or if his mind had shattered under the weight of his past. Both Izuku and Himiko had faced repression from those around them for most of their lives, making the possibility of Izuku becoming like her disturbingly plausible. Understanding Izuku's painful history, Okiko shuddered at the thought of what he might have turned into had he chosen a darker path. The idea of him becoming like Destro was troubling enough, but becoming a chaotic figure akin to a certain fictional villain would have been far worse. She tightened her embrace around him and whispered that he was a wonderful person loved by all of them. Tears flowed from her eyes as she urged him not to succumb to his past. Izuku returned the hug, expressing his gratitude to Okiko for her support. The other girls in the group approached him to offer comfort, but he gently pushed Okiko away, stating that he needed to help someone in need. Tsuyu, concerned for Izuku's emotional state, questioned whether he was sure about this decision, noting the toll that seeing those memories had taken on him. Unlike previous memory-sharing experiences, Izuku had managed to maintain his composure, even as the others broke down. However, the fact that he was dealing with a villainess added a layer of complexity to his reaction. Shoko argued that Izuku did not need to force himself to help her, as he had already endured so much for others. She did not want him to suffer further. With a sad smile that tugged at their hearts, Izuku explained that he felt compelled to save her. He wanted to show her both the good and the bad aspects of his life. Nemurai pointed out that by doing so, he would be revealing his secrets to her. Like the others, she understood that his recent happy memories were tied to his relationship with All Might. Izuku acknowledged this but insisted that he could sense her pain and that she needed a true friend who cared for her. He reflected on how she had no one to trust or love, while he had his mother even during his quirkless days, and Sumomo had her parents before they passed. His eyes shone with determination as he questioned what kind of hero he would be if he couldn't offer her a shoulder to cry on. Unable to deny Izuku's heroic spirit, the girls reluctantly allowed him to return to the restroom to assist Himiko. He quickly found her curled up next to a toilet bowl, which was filled with her vomit. She was sobbing softly, traumatized by the shared memories. Despite her obsession with Izuku, she had never fully grasped the extent of his suffering before entering Ua High School or the pain he endured during the summer camp attack. While she understood that no matter how much she changed her appearance or mannerisms, she could never truly become someone else, the shocking revelations of his painful past forced her to realize just how difficult, if not impossible, that was. The realization of her misguided feelings, which began with her infatuation with a former classmate named Saito, sickened her deeply. This was not even considering the pain and betrayal she had caused others, which she had once viewed as normal. Perhaps her parents were right about her being a monstrous child with no hope for redemption. Suddenly, she felt a gentle, warm hand on her shoulder. Looking up, she saw Izuku, who appeared worn but wore a gentle smile as he asked if she was feeling any better. Tears streamed down her face as she shook her head, biting her lip to suppress her sobs. Compared to her own repressed past, Izuku's experiences were just as painful, if not more so. While she had some semblance of a normal life, Izuku had been a social outcast from the moment everyone realized he was quirkless. Izuku leaned his forehead against hers and softly explained that he had only shared some of his memories because he had a secret that needed to be protected. He wanted to show her everything so she could understand his full story and the reasons behind his current self, even if it meant revealing that secret to her. After a moment of silence, Toga meekly asked if it would hurt. Izuku acknowledged that it would, but reassured her that there would be enough happy moments to make it worthwhile. Despite her understandable reservations, Himiko ultimately decided to witness the rest of his memories. The following day, Izuku woke up to find himself in bed with the rest of the girls in his HM, including Himiko, who was clinging to him. Although they were all without clothing, nothing inappropriate had occurred the previous night, they had simply sought comfort in each other's presence. He smiled kindly as he watched Himiko snuggle against his arm. His other arm was pinned down by Okuko's loving yet possessive grip. Tsuyu hugged his left leg, while Toru embraced his right leg, and Nemurai held him from behind. Accepting his current state, Izuku closed his eyes, relishing the warmth and affection of the girls surrounding him, including Himiko, who had vowed to change to stay by his side. He thought about how chaotic the day ahead would be, especially with Himiko joining his class and the other boys unaware of it. He anticipated panic, questions, and accusations. Sumomo's mental image smiled fondly at him, asking if he would have it any other way. Izuku chuckled softly in response, admitting that he wouldn't. It seemed someone was enjoying his lovely age. When he opened his eyes, he found Mina and Setsuna grinning at him, their faces close to his. Izuku blushed and greeted them, expressing his awareness of their intentions and his belief that it wasn't a good idea, especially with class starting soon. Setsuna questioned his certainty that they would be late for class. Izuku maintained a deadpan expression, reminiscent of Kyuka, as he replied that he was sure the others would join in once they started. Mina expressed her frustration, insisting that skipping classes for a day wouldn't be the end of the world. She was eager to engage with Izuku in a more NTMT manner. Their conversation was interrupted by a polite cough, drawing their attention to Momo, who stood with her arms crossed. Despite her lack of clothing, she maintained a dignified presence as she addressed them. She acknowledged their playful intentions but reminded them that classes would be starting soon. Momo pointed out that their teachers would likely disapprove of their tardiness due to their personal activities. As if on cue, the other girls in Izuku's group began to stir, and Mina and Setsuna pouted, realizing their plans had been thwarted. They would have to wait for another opportunity to connect with Izuku. A short while later, Katsuki found himself in a precarious situation, staring wide-eyed at Himiko, who had him pinned down with one hand while brandishing a sharpened pencil in the other. Just moments before, he had entered Class 1A when she had unexpectedly tackled him. Her fierce glare was enough to intimidate anyone who crossed her path. Izuku approached calmly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He urged her to remember her promise not to harm any students or teachers. After a moment of conflict, Himiko released Katsuki, who scrambled back a bit too quickly. Once standing, Katsuki adopted a defensive stance and questioned Izuku about Himiko's presence in their school, dressed in their uniform. Izuku sighed, explaining the situation. He detailed how Himiko had been moved by his recent speech, which had touched on her quirk. She had come to see him, only to be intercepted by the teachers who were aware of her presence. After some discussion, she agreed to provide information about the League of Villains in exchange for being allowed to stay close to Izuku as a student on probation. He also shared a brief overview of her troubled past, highlighting the lack of love she received from her parents due to her quirk. While many of the boys in Class 1A found it hard to believe, Katsuki suspected that Sumomo might be involved. He had a feeling that Izuku had shared memories of her, which could explain her earlier aggressive demeanor. He knew he would need to keep a watchful eye on her and the collar she wore. After Izuku finished recounting the story, Minoru expressed his concern, urging Izuku to ensure that Himiko was not a threat before getting too close. He reminded everyone of the saying about not getting involved with someone unstable. Izuku blushed slightly, admitting that he hadn't gotten that close to her yet. At that moment, 𝐬𝐽 entered the classroom, acknowledging the situation. He informed the students that Toga Himiko had been accepted as a student at the school for rehabilitation. However, she would not participate in any hero training or exams. Instead, she would attend extra classes to catch up on what she missed during her time as a villain or undergo mandatory counseling. If deemed suitable by Nezu or himself, she might be allowed to join hero training in the following year. Tenya raised his hand, inquiring whether this meant she would be living in the dorms with them. 𝐬𝐽 confirmed this, much to the concern of the boys, who glanced at Himiko, who wore a disconcerting grin as she reassured them. She promised that she would not harm anyone, at least not too much. Sighing in frustration, Izuku gently tapped the back of Himiko's head with his hand, urging her to be kind. Himiko pouted while rubbing the spot he touched, insisting that she was being nice, even adding that she was nicer than she ought to be to certain individuals. Katsuki shot her a fierce glare, challenging her with a growl, questioning if she wanted to fight. 𝐬𝐽 intervened, his eyes glowing red as he activated his quirk, stating firmly that no one would engage in a fight unless authorized by him or another teacher. While the rest of Class 1A quickly agreed, Himiko glared at 𝐬𝐽 and playfully blew a raspberry before taking her seat at the back of the classroom. 𝐬𝐽 sighed, thinking that it was going to be a long day. Later that afternoon, Nezu was in his office discussing the situation. He informed that Shigaraki, Dabi, and Kurogiri had successfully evaded capture. Higawara Sajin, a muscular pro-hero known as Snatch, nodded in agreement and explained that, as previously warned by Toga Himiko, the League of Villains had come the night before to rescue the prisoner, Juzen Fuon. Despite their best efforts, they could not capture the three villains who escaped through Kurogiri's warp gate. Sajin's frown deepened as he recounted how Shigaraki had managed to free several prisoners by causing destruction within the prison while Kurogiri redirected their attacks, and Dabi used his flames to keep them at bay. Fortunately, they were prepared for the assault, and the three villains retreated after they captured the other members. Once the trio left through the warp gate, their focus shifted to recapturing the escaped prisoners. The second team that was supposed to raid the hideout never showed up. Nezu inquired about Juzen Fuon's status. Sajin explained that they had moved her to a different location before the League of Villains arrived, but she had managed to escape during the chaos. The guards, tasked with watching her, had been distracted by a copy of Toga, allowing Juzen to slip away unnoticed. Nezu speculated that, given her quirk, Juzen could have transformed into a small rodent and escaped while everyone was preoccupied. Sajin agreed that it was a plausible scenario. Nezu pondered for a moment before continuing, expressing that while it was encouraging to have captured Spinner, Magna, Compress, and Twice, they could not afford to become complacent. Shigaraki was the current leader of the League of Villains, and both Kurogiri and Dabi possessed dangerous quirks. They needed to prevent Juzen from joining the League, and he would gather information on all the hideouts Toga was aware of to narrow down the potential locations of the remaining three members. Sajin nodded, expressing hope that they could resolve the situation with the League of Villains swiftly. The public's trust in heroes had been declining since All Might's retirement and the recent revelations about Endeavor's family life. With the current state of affairs, Hawks might become the next #1 pro-hero, though he was not particularly enthusiastic about the responsibilities that came with that title. Despite the serious topic, Nezu chuckled, agreeing with Sajin about Hawks, whose real name was Takumi Kigo. He remarked that having Hawks as the next #1 pro hero would be a preferable alternative to Endeavor. If Endeavor had taken the top spot without changing for the better, the backlash from his past would have been even more severe. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 concurred, not wanting to imagine the outrage that would follow if Endeavor's history as an abusive husband and father became public knowledge. He then asked when 𝐻𝐻𝐻 planned to announce that Toga was currently at Yue High School as a student on probation. Although 𝐒𝐭𝐴 believed Himiko should face consequences for her past actions, he recognized that her cooperation was vital for gathering intelligence on the League of Villains. Whether she would be allowed to remain free after her usefulness was exhausted would depend on her willingness to atone for her past or demonstrate a sincere change for the better. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was about to assure 𝐒𝐭𝐴 that they would keep a close watch on her when �ム𝐴 burst into the office, dragging Himiko by the back of her shirt. �㠠𝐴 shot an angry glare at 𝐻𝐻𝐻 as he presented a sulking Himiko and expressed his frustration about her recent actions. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 maintained a cheerful demeanor as he explained that Himiko had threatened to stab Bakugo with a pencil, kicked Mineta hard enough to send him to the infirmary, doodled inappropriate images in her notebooks instead of taking notes, and most recently, had jabbed the blunt end of her pencil in a way that sent Katsuki into a furious rampage. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 blinked in disbelief and questioned how she could have done all that in just half a day. He recalled hearing a sound that resembled an explosion moments ago. Himiko crossed her arms and looked away, insisting that it wasn't her fault Bakugo was difficult and that Mineta had tried to invade Okiko's privacy. Concerned, 𝐒𝐴 turned to 𝐻𝐻𝐻, asking if he was truly confident in managing her behavior. He emphasized the importance of preventing any actions that could damage the school's reputation and the image of heroes. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 reassured him that everything was under control and hinted that she might be more cooperative than expected, revealing more during his announcement that evening. Realizing it would be futile to press for immediate answers, 𝐒𝐴 sighed, agreeing as long as 𝐻𝐻𝐻 took responsibility for keeping her in check. Meanwhile, Cuckoo reported that they had lost track of 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻, who had escaped during the attack on Hades prison. He described the unfortunate circumstances that led to her escape, noting the sudden increase in prison security and the League of Villains attack. Chikazoku Tomoyasu inquired if his agents should pursue her, but Rikia advised against it, believing she would reveal herself again in the future. He expressed concern about the heightened security at Hades prison, suggesting that the heroes had somehow anticipated the League's plans. Chaitos mentioned that 𝐻𝐻𝐻 would be making an announcement that evening, which might relate to the prison attack, and confirmed her intention to attend. Rikia instructed Tomoyasu and his agents to focus on locating the League of Villains, emphasizing the urgency of resolving the situation. Before concluding the meeting, Rikia brought up Midoriya Izuku, acknowledging his strong opposition to the complete liberation of Meta. Ability usage. He noted that while Midoriya had valid reasons for his stance, he was sympathetic to Destro and did not oppose responsible use of meta abilities. Tomoyasu suggested that Midoriya should be eliminated, recognizing his potential as a significant opponent to their ideals. However, he expressed frustration over Midoriya's growing popularity, which made him a challenging target. He turned to Chaitos, asking for her opinion on Midoriya, given her personal interactions with him. Chaitos exhaled a breath she hadn't realized she was holding before she expressed her thoughts. She believed it would be unwise to eliminate him. If anyone discovered that he had been removed by someone connected to the Meta Liberation Army, the backlash would be significant, potentially causing them to lose followers. She wore a conflicted expression as she added that Midoriya's genuine interest in meta abilities and his willingness to help could not be dismissed as irrelevant, even by them. Rikia, Tomoyasu, and Cuckoo noticed Chaitos' unusual demeanor but chose not to comment. Rikia inquired whether she thought he could be a powerful ally. Chaitos shook her head and explained that as long as Midoriya believed their ideals would create a world where a person's worth was determined solely by their meta abilities, disregarding skills and basic morality, he would never willingly assist them. Given his past experiences with his peers, he had every reason to oppose the idea of unrestricted use of meta abilities without social, legal, or moral consequences. Rikia contemplated this thoughtfully before stating that he needed to speak to the boy directly. Surprised, Cuckoo asked if Rikia was serious. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 elaborated that he had been considering Midoriya's influence on the Meta Liberation Army since their recent interview. While the complete liberation of Meta abilities had always been their goal, it might be beneficial to understand the opposition's perspective more thoroughly. Tomoyasu pointed out that they already knew Midoriya would never agree to the complete liberation of Meta abilities and questioned what more they needed to learn. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 acknowledged that while this was true, Midoriya was not against the responsible use of Meta abilities, as long as they did not cause harm or distress to others. He was also open to helping individuals with difficult quirks who genuinely wished to coexist peacefully. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 argued that successfully implementing Midoriya's ideals could lead to a greater level of liberation for humanity. Tomoyasu found it difficult to counter 𝐤𝐸𝐽's logical reasoning and remained silent, while Kuku asked if 𝐤𝐸𝐽 was actually considering revising their goals. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 clarified that he would not make any changes until he had spoken to Midoriya directly, believing the boy could offer insights and nuances he had not yet considered. He planned to arrange a meeting with him by the following week and requested Chitos's expertise during that conversation. Chitos acknowledged his request. 𝐤𝐸𝐽 smiled at her before addressing Kuku and Tomoyasu, stating that if there was nothing more to discuss, the meeting was adjourned. He encouraged them to enjoy some refreshments before returning to their duties. Later that night, as promised, Nezu announced the news of Himiko's current situation and past mistreatment to the public. People were shocked to learn that Himiko was allowed to remain at Yu High School as a student on probation, conditional on her providing information about the League of Villains and attending mandatory counseling sessions. While many felt her sentence was too lenient, others recognized that her parents had failed to address her troubling desires. Himiko's choice to visit Yu to speak with Izuku instead of aiding the League during the attack at Hades prison further indicated her contemplation of leaving her villainous life behind. The announcement also had the unintended effect of increasing awareness of Izuku as a hero in training. Given that his words had somehow encouraged a clearly troubled villainess to reconsider her path, it was no surprise that people began to pay more attention to him, leading to his growing reputation. Additionally, rumors circulated that Izuku had a harem of girls, including classmates and even pro-heroes like Nemurai. However, Nezu playfully declined to confirm or deny the truth of these rumors. As a result, the rumors about Izuku's harem began to gain traction beyond the school. Meanwhile, in Nemurai's classroom, Izuku felt a rush of embarrassment as he stood there. He was completely exposed, using one hand to shield himself while scratching the back of his head with the other. Although he was accustomed to being seen in this state by the girls in his harem, it still made him uneasy. Nemurai flashed a playful grin at Izuku and explained the situation. She reminded him that this was an ND art session, and behind her stood the other girls from his harem, all wearing smiles and holding drawing pads and pencils, ready to sketch him. Initially, Nemurai had considered organizing a different kind of gathering but decided against it to give the girls time to adjust to having Himiko join their group. Instead, she transformed the class into an art session with Izuku as the model. Once the class concluded, the girls would return to their dorms as usual. With a sigh of resignation, Izuku inquired if he could choose a pose that made him comfortable. Nemurai confirmed that he could. Thinking for a moment, Izuku settled onto a stool, adopting a thoughtful pose. Recognizing it, Ibara remarked that it was reminiscent of the thinker, a fitting choice to begin with. Mina, puzzled, asked for clarification. Ibara explained that the thinker, originally known as the poet, is a statue of a man resting on a rock, deep in contemplation. It symbolizes philosophy and intellect. Kinoko expressed surprise at Ibara's knowledge, having assumed she only knew about heroics and Christianity. Ibara elaborated that the statue was created by August Rodin as part of a monumental sculpture called the Gates of Hell, which depicts scenes from Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy. Momo chimed in, mentioning that her father owned a copy of Divine Comedy, which is an Italian narrative poem reflecting Dante's vision of the afterlife influenced by the Western Church in the 14th century. Setsuna connected the dots, understanding Ibara's knowledge of the pose. Pony sheepishly admitted she only grasped half of the discussion. Itsuka clarified that Ibara's knowledge stemmed from its relation to the Christian religion, and Yui and Leiko nodded in agreement. Izuku, wanting to steer the focus back to the task at hand, politely asked if the girls were finished discussing the pose. He hoped they could avoid getting sidetracked while he posed. The girls, blushing with embarrassment, quickly took their seats and began sketching Izuku. They focused on capturing his muscles, scars, hair, and face as accurately as possible. Okiko, Shoko, and Himiko were particularly determined to create precise representations, while the others took a more relaxed approach. Before long, the sketches were complete, and Nemurai reviewed their work. Most were decent, though some stood out as surprisingly good. Kinoko's sketch had a shoujo manga style, while Ibara's transformed into an impressively accurate depiction of the gates of hell. Shoko's drawing was arguably the most precise, Tsuyu's was unexpectedly cute, and Okiko's had a notably bold style. Pony's passion for anime shone through in her sketch, portraying Izuku as if he belonged in a shounen manga, while Himiko's drawing took on a rather sinister tone. Nemurai smiled as she examined the sketches, emphasizing the importance of accurate drawings in hero work. She explained that a well-done sketch could mean the difference between recognizing a villain and failing to apprehend them. Her grin widened as she announced that she would be holding sketching classes for both Class 1A and Class 1B the following week. Since the girls had completed their sketches, they would pose for the boys to draw them the next day. Unlike Izuku, they would be wearing their school swimming suits, but she warned them to expect some of the boys to become a bit flustered while sketching. The girls from Class 1B looked at the girls from Class 1A with sympathy, knowing they would have to endure Minoru's mischievous antics. Momo sighed, resigned to the fact that Minoru would likely choose her as his first model. Suddenly, the girls noticed that Izuku remained in his pose, seemingly lost in thought. Curious, they approached him and soon realized he was mumbling to himself, completely unaware of his surroundings. With a spark of mischief in her eyes, Mina suggested to Nemurai that she wanted to conduct a simple experiment involving Midori. A short while later, Izuku, feeling a bit bored while holding his pose for the girls to sketch, began to brainstorm ways to assist individuals with challenging and villainous quirks. He envisioned various ideas, including quirk training centers, licensing for non-heroes, and improved counseling systems. He also contemplated how to support those with weaker quirks or those who were quirkless, thinking of enhanced counseling and training courses in both support gear and combat. As he continued to ponder, he considered methods for rehabilitating villains, which might involve quirk suppressants as a last resort. Suddenly, a familiar giggle broke his concentration, prompting him to look up. As Izuku turned his head, he heard the sounds of various objects tumbling to the ground, including paper cups, empty plastic bottles, and even a plush frog doll. Blinking in surprise, he surveyed the scattered items around him before focusing on his friends, wondering what had happened. Okiko, Mina, Jiru, Toru, Setsuna, Mai, and Toga burst into laughter, their amusement evident as they laughed until their sides hurt. The other girls either chuckled or smiled at Izuku's puzzled expression. His head tilt, reminiscent of a confused puppy, only deepened their amusement, as they had been sneakily stacking items on his head while he was lost in thought. Even Nemurai joined in, recording the scene on her phone. By the time Izuku realized what was happening, he had several paper cups and a few empty plastic bottles balanced on his head, topped with the plush frog doll. The tower on his head stood at least a meter tall. Nemurai later shared the video with the rest of Izuku's friends, including Toshinori, Shouta, and even Nedzu. Later that night, Himiko, whose room was next to Jiru's, sat in the common area with the other girls from Dorm 1A. With 10 girls present, Momo created a fifth pair of ball labeled 5th A and 5th B. Although Himiko had a past as a villainess, Izuku and the girls in Dorm 1A agreed to let her be the first to spend time with him that night. Thus, the fifth pair of ball remained unused as Izuku shook the box for the random selection. After the selection concluded, the results for both Dorm 1A and Class 1B were as follows. Dorm 1A, odd, Okiko together with Himiko first pair, Shoko and Momo second pair, Tsuyu and Ashido third pair, Melissa and Toru fourth pair, Kyuka and my Class 1B, first pair, Kinoko and Ibara second pair, Pony and Itsuka third pair, Leiko and Setsuna odd. Okiko couldn't believe her luck as she looked at Himiko, who wore a wide grin and remarked that they were together. Fortunately for Okiko, Izuku gently tapped the back of Himiko's head, reminding her of her promise not to hurt anyone. I wasn't planning to. Himiko pouted, rubbing the back of her head. As for how Ibara and Kinoko ended up in Dorm 1A, Ibara had cleverly used her vines to conceal both herself and Kinoko as they snuck into the dorm. Their appearance was quite startling, resembling a vine-covered creature creeping toward its goal. Once they arrived, Izuku stood before the four girls, preparing for another eventful night. The first girl he approached was Himiko. The former villainess blushed and trembled as Izuku neared her, gently touching her cheek. In truth, Himiko had been involved with various men who showed interest in her. However, due to her twisted sense of love at the time, she had never engaged in any NTMT encounters or even shared a kiss. Nevertheless, Chio ensured that Himiko was physically healthy and free from any diseases that could be transmitted through BLD. Izuku was undoubtedly Himiko's first true partner in a meaningful sense. She felt a mix of nervousness and uncertainty as she looked into Izuku's eyes. After all, he was arguably the only person who genuinely sympathized with her and wanted to help her, despite fully understanding the depths of what many would call madness. Sensing her unease, Izuku asked her whether she preferred to keep her clothes on or to undress. Although embarrassed, Himiko desired the closeness of their bare skin and expressed her wish to be undressed. She removed her clothes, leaving only the collar around her neck. Izuku followed suit, causing Okiko, Kinoko, and Ibara to blush. Once she was undressed, Himiko turned her gaze away from Izuku, trying to cover herself with her hands. Despite her fierce tendencies and her need to be free while using her quirk, she found herself easily embarrassed. Noticing her discomfort, Izuku stepped forward and embraced her gently. Himiko felt her heart flutter at the warmth of his hug. It was perhaps the first time she had experienced such a caring embrace, and she quickly surrendered to her longing for closeness, wrapping her arms around him. As she nestled her face against Izuku's chest, she closed her eyes and sighed contentedly. However, she soon felt something pressing against her and blushed, realizing that Izuku was responding to the moment. Izuku, feeling shy, scratched his cheek and explained that his feelings had been intensifying lately, hinting at what that implied. Despite her own embarrassment, Himiko grinned and teased him about the excitement of being with a former enemy. Izuku responded by complimenting her beauty when she wasn't acting like a villain, which made Himiko blush and bury her face in his chest, feeling flattered. Izuku then asked if she preferred to be on top or if he should take that position. Himiko confidently declared that she wanted to be on top, revealing her lingering longing to assert dominance. Before Izuku could react, she playfully pushed him down onto a futon behind him. Startled by the sudden move, Izuku attempted to rise, but Himiko pinned him down. Memories of their first encounter during summer camp flooded his mind, where she had held him down with a fierce look in her eyes. Feeling both intimidated and excited, he mused to himself about the situation. Himiko, with a playful grin, confirmed that he was indeed about to be dominated. She began to move against him, enjoying the closeness and the sensations they were sharing. Izuku, caught up in the moment, reached out to touch her, feeling a mix of thrill and nervousness. As they continued to explore their connection, Himiko felt a rush of emotions that were both familiar and new. It dawned on her that what she was experiencing was genuine pleasure, and she embraced it wholeheartedly. She moved with enthusiasm, lost in the moment. Izuku felt a mix of discomfort and exhilaration as Himiko's excitement grew. Despite the challenges, he matched her movements, both of them caught in a whirlwind of feelings. Himiko's expression transformed as she became increasingly absorbed in the experience, her joy evident as she surrendered to the moment. Kinoko expressed her concern about Toga's unpredictable behavior, prompting a look from both Okiko and Ibara that made her realize her question was unnecessary. She quickly acknowledged that they definitely should be worried. Himiko, caught up in her excitement, exclaimed her feelings loudly. Izuku, focused on her, placed his hands on her thighs, moving with intensity. Himiko steadied herself by gripping his shoulders, lost in the moment. As their connection deepened, Izuku felt a rush of emotions, and in a moment of overwhelming pleasure, Himiko bit into his shoulder, leaving a mark. Okiko, alarmed at the sight, was about to intervene but found herself halted by Sumomo, who urged her to observe the situation. As Okiko watched, she realized that Izuku was allowing Himiko to savor the moment, even gently stroking her head. Eventually, Himiko calmed down, sitting upright with a satisfied smile as she thanked 𝐒𝐿𝐼 for the experience. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, though in pain, managed a genuine smile and suggested that she be a little gentler next time, acknowledging the trouble he was already causing with Recovery Girl. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 chuckled and promised to try, leaning in to kiss him, not minding the taste of BLD. She then stood to fetch a first aid kit from the adjoining room. With the opportunity to move again, 𝐭𝐭𝐚𝐲, 𝐾𝐈𝐽, and 𝐅𝐚𝐻 shot 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 disapproving looks before tending to 𝐒𝐿𝐼's wounds. Thankfully, the injuries were minor, but they were still upset about the situation. They insisted on treating him before considering anything else, and although 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 offered the first aid supplies, they kept her at a distance. After applying antiseptics and gauze, 𝐭𝐼𝐽 asked if 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was okay. He reassured her that he was fine, noting that it was nothing compared to the injuries he had sustained from his own quirk. Despite the discomfort, he could still move his arm. 𝐅𝐴 frowned, reminding him not to downplay his injuries, as they cared about his well-being. 𝐭𝐼𝐽 added her agreement, casting a disapproving glance at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, who felt a bit embarrassed. She loved the taste of 𝐒𝐿𝐼's BLD but understood the importance of taking care of him. 𝐾𝐈𝐽 then asked if 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wanted to continue, suggesting they could postpone if he needed time to recover. Touched by their concern, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smiled and insisted he was fine to continue without further harm. Though not entirely convinced, 𝐭𝐼𝐽 decided to trust his judgment, reminding him not to push himself and to let them know if he needed a break. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 promised he would, reassuring her with a smile as he touched her cheek. 𝐭𝐼𝐽 placed her hands over his, while 𝐾𝐈𝐽 and 𝐅𝐴 smiled at the pair. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, meanwhile, wore a mischievous grin, recalling the taste of 𝐒𝐿𝐼's BLD. Wanting to ensure 𝐒𝐿𝐼 felt good while being careful, 𝐭𝐼𝐽 gently pushed him down to take the lead. As he lay back, an idea struck him, and he suggested trying something new. Curious, 𝐭𝐼𝐽 tilted her head, asking for more details. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, blushing, explained that he had come across a new position called the reverse cowgirl, and reassured her that it was entirely up to her whether they tried it. Realizing what 𝐒𝐿𝐼 was implying and suspecting that both Sumomo and Nemurai had been giving him questionable advice, 𝐭𝐼𝐽 felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks and considered the idea. She turned around, positioning herself so that her back faced 𝐒𝐿𝐼, and began to explore the boundaries of their connection. As she engaged in this moment, she became increasingly absorbed in the experience, unaware that 𝐅𝐴, 𝐾𝐈𝐽, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 were observing the NTMT scene unfolding before them. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 did not want 𝐭𝐼𝐽 to carry all the burden, so he sat up to embrace her from behind. Taken by surprise, 𝐭𝐼𝐽 glanced back at 𝐒𝐿𝐼, a smile spreading across her face as she leaned in to give him a gentle kiss while continuing her movements. Soon, she felt a sense of readiness and adjusted herself accordingly. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, wanting to support her, reached down to provide her with encouragement while keeping his other arm securely around her waist. They both experienced a rush of exhilaration as 𝐭𝐼𝐽 began to move with a newfound rhythm. The atmosphere grew tense as the two became engrossed in their NTMT moment, their breathing quickening with excitement. They were so focused on each other that they remained unaware of the three other girls nearby, who were increasingly captivated by the scene unfolding before them. 𝐾𝐈𝐽, sensing the shift in energy, conjured a large matsutake mushroom to draw attention away from the situation. As the vine twisted and shifted around her, the short, blunt thorns added an unexpected thrill to her sensations. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 then chose to act. She stepped confidently toward 𝐭𝐼𝐽, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she transformed into 𝐒𝐿𝐼. 𝐭𝐼𝐽 and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and intrigue. Their eyes widened as they gazed at the collared impostor of the boy, who then revealed a shocking sight for 𝐭𝐼𝐽. Although she recognized that the impostor was actually Himiko Toga, she could not deny that the impostor's appearance was strikingly similar to 𝐒𝐿𝐼's own. As such, she could not help but swallow nervously as she gazed at the transformation before her. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked up at his impostor and inquired about her actions. Himiko grinned and explained that she had taken some of his BLD and decided to become him for a while. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 expressed his confusion, questioning why she would choose to take on his form in such a manner. Himiko revealed her curiosity about experiencing life as a boy, adding that she had a playful idea in mind involving 𝐭𝐼𝐽. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's expression turned pale as he processed her words, feeling a mix of unease and concern. Although he was uncertain about the implications of Himiko using his appearance to interact with the girls in his circle, the thought of her taking such liberties with his identity was unsettling. The idea of engaging in such actions as his own imposter was not appealing to him either, and he felt a sense of discomfort at the situation. Despite his reservations, he knew that Okuko would not approve of this transformation. Himiko, taking on Izuku's form, felt a sense of unease about the situation, believing it was too close to cheating for her comfort. She understood Izuku's strong refusal to engage physically with someone impersonating him. With a sympathetic smile, she accepted his reluctant decision. Taking his response as a form of indirect permission, Izuku's imposter approached Okuko with a confident grin. Despite her better judgment, Okuko found herself drawn in by the familiarity of the situation, feeling a mix of warmth and attraction. As she became more involved, Himiko experienced a rush of excitement, sensing Okuko's reactions to her current form. Meanwhile, the real Izuku felt an urgent need to reclaim his position as Okuko's true partner. He placed his hands on her thighs, feeling a surge of determination as he activated a fraction of one for all. Okuko was overwhelmed by the sensations, caught between the presence of the real Izuku and the illusion before her. Okuko felt a mix of emotions as she swayed her hips, enjoying the thrill of the moment while playfully engaging with Izuku's imposter. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, and soon, all three of them reached a peak of exhilaration. Okuko felt a rush of warmth as she glanced at the real Izuku, feeling a twinge of guilt as she apologized for the situation. Izuku reassured her, acknowledging that, given the circumstances, having Toga use his form in such a way wasn't the worst scenario. He humorously pointed out that it could have been worse if she had chosen to impersonate Katsuki. The thought of sharing his ℏ with Katsuki was something he could not entertain, as the memories of their past conflicts lingered. Okuko shuddered at the thought, agreeing that Katsuki and Mineta would have been far less preferable. She admitted that even dealing with Mineta would have been easier than facing Katsuki, who had been a relentless bully to Izuku. Himiko chimed in, slightly offended, stating that she wouldn't stoop to such depths. Instead, she expressed her intention to use the BLD of her targets to ruin their reputations rather than engage in NTMT encounters. Izuku clarified the terms of their arrangement, ensuring that Toga would only use his BLD or that of the girls in the ℏ for her transformations. Himiko eagerly agreed and mischievously suggested borrowing Okuko for a while Izuku spent time with another girl. Izuku hesitated, wanting to ensure that Okuko was comfortable with the idea. He was surprised to find himself feeling a mix of emotions while witnessing the playful interactions, feeling a sense of competitiveness rather than jealousy. Okuko and Himiko exchanged glances, intrigued by Izuku's reaction. Himiko playfully questioned whether Izuku had a hidden preference for such scenarios, but he quickly dismissed the notion, explaining that his insistence on the BLD rule was a clear indication of his feelings. Okuko pondered Izuku's perspective, realizing he had a valid point. Meanwhile, Himiko, still in Izuku's form, was eager to take action and playfully pulled Okuko away, prompting a flurry of protests from her. Izuku silently wished for Okuko's well-being as he observed the interaction. He then turned his attention to Kinoko and Ibara, who appeared eager for their turn. He asked who would like to go first. Ibara expressed her willingness to wait, her attention shifting to Okuko, who was visibly upset with Himiko. As the two girls engaged in a playful struggle, Ibara smiled at Izuku, acknowledging that she might be needed to help resolve the situation. Izuku expressed his gratitude to Ibara for her patience. As she moved to assist Okuko and Himiko, Kinoko approached him, inquiring about his shoulder and showing genuine concern for his well-being. Izuku, wearing a bright smile, reassured Kinoko that he could handle the situation, even if it was a bit challenging. Kinoko smiled back and moved closer to him, suggesting that he could take things slow and easy if he preferred. Grateful for her concern, Izuku decided to explore a new idea. He expressed his longing to try something different, asking her to let him know if it became uncomfortable. Although Kinoko felt a bit uncertain about his intentions, she trusted him and nodded with a smile. With her encouragement, Izuku began to experiment, using his fingers with a gentle yet determined approach. He activated a small fraction of his power, and the intensity of his movements created a rhythm that sent waves of excitement through Kinoko. She felt her body respond to the sensations, arching her back as pleasure coursed through her. Kinoko was aware that Izuku was pushing boundaries, but she felt a thrill in the experience, trusting him completely. Kinoko exclaimed with excitement. Himiko, in her original form, felt a surge of determination and thought about trying it herself. She found herself restrained, entangled by Ibara's vines alongside Okiko. Both Ibara and Okiko shared a knowing glance with Himiko, each of them eager to experience the thrill of the moment. Ibara sensed that she would face divine retribution at some point in her life, yet she couldn't resist relishing the thrill of overpowering the two girls, particularly Himiko, a former villainess who had recently caused harm to Izuku. Overcome with exhilaration, Kinoko reached her peak swiftly, while Izuku remained unaffected. Izuku continued to engage with Kinoko, his actions becoming more intense, which overwhelmed her senses. The sounds of her excitement echoed through the girls' side of the dorms, causing the other residents to blush and speculate about what was happening. By the time Izuku finished, Kinoko was breathless and had experienced a series of overwhelming sensations. A blissful smile spread across her face as she reveled in the moment, feeling grateful to be part of this unique group. Noticing Kinoko's state, Izuku scratched the back of his head, pondering whether his actions had truly been that effective. A mental image of Sumomo appeared in his mind, her expression mirroring Kinoko's bliss, as if affirming his thoughts. Izuku felt a rush of warmth at the realization. Ibara, who was still attending to Okiko and Himiko with her vines, looked at Izuku with a playful glint in her eyes and inquired if it was her turn now. Izuku noticed a shift in Ibara's demeanor, which was quite different from her usual devout nature. He nodded and inquired if there was something specific she desired. Ibara smiled and expressed her wish for a shared experience with Uraraka and Toga observing them. She then leaned forward, presenting herself in a playful manner, inviting Izuku to join her in this moment. Izuku felt a rush of emotions after his encounter with Kiniko. He turned to her and offered a quick, affectionate peck on the cheek, a gesture filled with warmth. Then, his focus shifted to Ibara, ready to engage in whatever challenge lay ahead. Izuku and, after a moment of hesitation, Okiko made a bold decision to engage with the imposter. She moved gracefully, swaying her hips to experience the connection with the imposter, feeling the intensity of the moment. Although Okiko was aware that Izuku was accepting of her interactions with Himiko, who was also present, she felt a mix of emotions as she navigated this unexpected situation. Her expression reflected the thrill of finally achieving her goal of being close to Okiko while embodying Izuku's form. Izuku, witnessing the unfolding events between Himiko and Okiko, felt a mix of emotions and decided to use a fraction of one for all to bring joy to Ibara. Ibara gasped as Izuku continued to bring her delight. Ibara felt a rush of excitement as she noticed the way her body responded to the situation. She raised her eyes to the heavens, expressing a mix of guilt and exhilaration, pleading for forgiveness for her indulgence in such overwhelming emotions. Despite her words, her expression radiated pure joy. In that moment, the atmosphere became charged, affecting not only Ibara but also the other three girls around her. As Ibara released the girls from her grasp, she found herself resting on the floor, her form still poised. Himiko, returning to her original self, felt too drained to engage with Okiko, while Kinoko wore a bright, satisfied smile. As she found herself entangled in Ibara's vines, Okiko felt a mix of emotions. She hid her face behind her hands, worried that Izuku would think poorly of her. In her mind, Sumomo appeared, offering her reassurance. She reminded Okiko that Izuku didn't see her that way and even found the situation intriguing. Although this brought Okiko some comfort, she still felt embarrassed about the whole scenario. Izuku, having already been active earlier, decided to ease Okiko's feelings of guilt and shame. He approached her with a warm smile and kindly asked for her help in putting everyone else to bed. Okiko, despite feeling a bit sore, couldn't refuse his gentle request and agreed to assist him. Using her gravity-nullifying quirk. Once Himiko, Kinoko, and Ibara were comfortably settled on their futons and tucked in with blankets, receiving a soft kiss from Izuku, he turned his attention back to Okiko. He embraced her and reassured her, reminding her that he was okay with everything as long as she was comfortable. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 felt a sense of relief in his warm embrace, expressing her concern about how easily she had given in, not wanting him to think poorly of her. 𝐒𝐿 reassured her that she was not that kind of person and suggested that she must be tired. He offered to take the lead this time. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 smiled appreciatively, letting him know that he didn't need to use his quirk, as she was already feeling sensitive. 𝐒𝐿 nodded and gently laid her down on an unused futon. He began to show her affection, kissing her softly while being considerate of her feelings. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 welcomed the kiss, feeling cherished in his presence. The tender care 𝐒𝐿 showed her reaffirmed her belief that he was someone truly special, someone irreplaceable in her life. Even with Himiko's ability to mimic him, nothing could compare to the real 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 felt a deep yearning for 𝐒𝐿 and broke the kiss to gaze longingly into his eyes, expressing her longing for him to acknowledge their bond. 𝐒𝐿, filled with happiness, responded to her wish. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 sighed contentedly as she wrapped her arms and legs around him, cherishing every moment of their connection. Despite being part of a larger group of admirers, she felt a strong sense of possession as she held him close. She was one of the first to develop genuine romantic feelings for 𝐒𝐿 and was determined to remind others of that. Encouraged by her affectionate gaze, 𝐒𝐿 kissed her back with passion, which she eagerly returned. As their emotions intensified, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 soon felt overwhelmed by the sensations, and 𝐒𝐿 paused to savor the moment. He recognized her fatigue and sensitivity, and when she eventually released him, she apologized for her sudden withdrawal. 𝐒𝐿 gently caressed her cheek and reassured her that it was all right, suggesting she rest and recover for another time together. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 agreed, feeling content with his words, and soon drifted off to sleep. 𝐒𝐿 made sure she was comfortable, ensuring she was warm under a soft blanket. He then mentally reached out to 𝐿𝐿𝐿, asking if she wanted to join him. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 responded that she would love to, but was currently too overwhelmed to do much. However, she offered to contact some friends in the dorm to keep him company. 𝐒𝐿 asked her to let 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲 and Mai know he was available that evening, feeling a bit embarrassed as he recalled a recent incident that might have drawn their attention. A short while later, 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲, with a hint of blush on her normally stoic face, remarked on 𝐒𝐿's increasing enthusiasm, noting that he seemed to be developing an insatiable appetite for connection. She was in the same room with Shoko and Momo, and they had been sharing a moment together when 𝐿𝐿𝐿 interrupted. Mai mentally requested 𝐒𝐿 to join her in the common room, eager to explore new ideas. 𝐒𝐿 smiled bashfully, feeling a bit shy about his abilities. Mai, with a playful grin, expressed her curiosity about trying something new, hoping it might inspire her future inventions. She and Melissa had been experimenting with a new gadget when 𝐿𝐿𝐿 made a similar request to Mai that she had previously given to 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲. 𝐒𝐿 turned to 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲, seeking her approval for Mai to go first. 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲, with a mischievous smile, suggested that they could all share the experience in their own way, hinting at a fun collaboration. 𝐒𝐿, feeling encouraged, agreed with enthusiasm, his cheeks slightly flushed. 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲, flustered by his innocence, looked away, thinking about how pure-hearted he was. Mai settled onto a nearby futon, excitedly anticipating the moment, as she had already been experimenting with some intriguing devices earlier. 𝐒𝐿, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, prepared to join in on the fun. As she expressed her excitement, 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲, who was eager to witness 𝐒𝐿's interaction with Mai before making her own move, felt a rush of warmth on her cheeks. She thought to herself that it was no surprise Kaneko had reacted so strongly. 𝐒𝐿 was exceptionally skilled. 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲 took a deep breath, gathering her courage, and stepped forward to embrace 𝐒𝐿 from behind. She winced at the strong taste and mentally wondered how some girls could handle it. 𝐿𝐿𝐿, who had experienced enough to know, remarked that some girls preferred it strong while others were indifferent or even disliked it. After a moment to recover, Mai grinned at 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲 before sitting up to clean her hands. 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲 felt her cheeks heat up as Mai playfully attended to her fingers. 𝐒𝐿 found himself in an unexpected situation due to Mai's enthusiastic efforts. 𝐂𝐭𝐻𝐲, with a serious expression and a hint of blush on her cheeks, questioned how many more times they would need to engage in this playful activity before he felt satisfied. Mai, with a mischievous grin, expressed her longing to enjoy more of Izuku's essence before the night came to a close. 𝐬𝐽 interjected, reminding them that she hadn't yet had her turn. Mai proposed a creative arrangement, suggesting that 𝐬𝐽 take the lead while she positioned herself in a different way. 𝐬𝐽 agreed and turned her focus to Izuku, who nodded in understanding. He lay back, allowing Mai to settle above him while 𝐬𝐽 positioned herself close to him. As 𝐬𝐽 lowered herself, Izuku held onto Mai's thighs, savoring the moment as they all engaged in this shared experience, each lost in their own sensations and the joy of their connection. 𝐬𝐽 noticed Mai's prominent features swaying freely and decided to take action. She coiled an ejak around each of Mai's sides and pressed the vibrating tips against her skin. Mai shuddered in delight as the vibrations heightened her sensations. Suddenly, 𝐬𝐽 felt someone behind her, playfully grabbing her waist. Startled, she turned to see Kinoko grinning mischievously, expressing her longing to join in the fun. 𝐬𝐽 couldn't help but feel flustered as Kinoko began to tease her. Although Izuku couldn't see 𝐬𝐽's reaction, he could hear her soft sounds of enjoyment and felt her excitement growing. Encouraged by the atmosphere, he began to move in rhythm with 𝐬𝐽. Her soft sounds became more pronounced as Kinoko continued to engage her. It wasn't long before both 𝐬𝐽 and Izuku reached a peak of shared exhilaration. 𝐬𝐽 barely managed to pull away when Kinoko eagerly leaned in, wanting to savor the moment. 𝐬𝐽 covered her blushing face with her arms, overwhelmed by the sensations Kinoko was creating. Meanwhile, Izuku felt Mai lean down, her actions causing him to feel a rush of energy again. Despite himself, he found his excitement renewed as she continued her playful engagement. His grip on her waist tightened as he responded with increasing enthusiasm. Eventually, Mai succumbed to the overwhelming sensations and fainted from the intensity. Izuku gently pushed her aside, taking a moment to catch his breath. He then noticed Kinoko approaching him with a playful smile. He sensed her intentions and braced himself, but she simply sat beside him and asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was a bit tired and sore, but nothing a good night's sleep and a quick visit to Recovery Girl couldn't remedy. He anticipated her usual playful reprimands, knowing she would likely scold him for his antics once again. Kinoko giggled, suggesting that if they needed to, they could call it a night. She mentioned that she could always enjoy his delicious mushroom later in the week. Izuku, with a sheepish smile, admitted that he could use a break and needed to visit Recovery Girl the next day. Kinoko then declared her intention to claim a spot in his arms for the night. Izuku chuckled and, after ensuring everyone was comfortable, let Kinoko sleep in his embrace. She found great comfort in his arms and looked forward to their future together. The following day, both Izuku and Himiko rubbed their sore heads after Chiyo had scolded them for the previous night's events. Although Chiyo agreed to heal Izuku's bitten shoulder, she insisted they participate in a special lesson on drawing BLD with medical syringes. Both Izuku and Himiko accepted Chiyo's decision, recognizing it would make the process easier and safer for Himiko. As they were in different classes, Izuku in quirk training and Himiko in supplementary lessons, they had to part ways. Himiko grinned at Izuku, playfully warning him to avoid getting hurt, as she was the only one allowed to make him bleed. Aware of the positive changes in Himiko, Izuku smiled back, advising her to refrain from hurting anyone, especially those who might try to take advantage of her past. Himiko's grin widened as she responded that she could not make any promises if they tried to get physical with her. While Izuku headed toward one of the training grounds at Yue High School, Himiko cheerfully skipped to her supplementary lesson venue. On her way, she spotted the students of Class 1B and greeted them, inquiring if their entire class was training as well. Itsuka confirmed that both Class 1A and Class 1B would be using different training grounds that day. She playfully smacked Nito on the head to prevent him from making any disparaging remarks about Class 1A, as she wanted to avoid any trouble for Himiko, even if Nito deserved it. Himiko hummed thoughtfully before asking if tomorrow was Sunday. Itsuka confirmed it but pointed out that it was irrelevant since Himiko couldn't leave the school premises. Himiko countered that while she might be confined, Izuku could still go out with the girls. Itsuka raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in her statement but noted that they likely wouldn't have time for long dates with the provisional license exam approaching. Himiko expressed sympathy for their situation, while Yui agreed with her. Then, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 suggested that there had to be something they could do together to relieve their stress, recalling how she had felt overwhelmed before. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 pointed out that while the comparison was extreme, Toga did have a point about needing a change in routine. Setsuna proposed discussing it with Midnight Sensei later that night, confident she would offer helpful suggestions. Itsuka, with a deadpan expression, remarked that knowing Midnight, she might suggest a romantic outing or even a LVHTL. Just then, a tall boy with a beastly appearance and shaggy brown hair adjusted his glasses and interrupted, reminding them that they were supposed to attend their training session and shouldn't be late for class. He glared at 𝐒𝐭𝐴, accusing her of being too easily accepted by Izuku and the girls, including his own classmates. 𝐒𝐭𝐴's eyebrow twitched as she glared back at the boy named Shishida Jiruta, retorting that she hadn't tried to harm anyone recently, so he should reconsider his stance. Jiruta continued, expressing his frustration that she was accepted by Izuku and others, despite the suffering caused by her and her former associates. He grew more intimidating as he reminded them of the losses they had faced, including a great heroine during the League of Villains attack, and the danger Izuku had faced when he had tried to protect others from a former associate of hers. Surprised by Jiruta's passionate outburst and recognizing the validity of his concerns, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked away, aware that she could not refute the truth in his words. The only way to strengthen her position would be to admit that she had experienced Izuku's memories firsthand, but she knew she could not disclose that information. Ibara placed a hand on Jiruta's shoulder and spoke, acknowledging his distrust. She pointed out that the information 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had provided to Nezu had aided the heroes in apprehending many of her former associates. Honinuki Juzo, a boy with pale skin and angular features, questioned 𝐒𝐿𝐴's trustworthiness, reminding everyone that she had betrayed her former allies. Kamakiri Togaru, tall and slender with pale yellow-green skin and an insect-like appearance, echoed this sentiment, expressing skepticism about her sincerity and warning against trusting her based on her past. 𝐒𝐿𝐴's expression hardened as she glared at Togaru, asserting that while she might have her flaws, she had not lied about her history. Togaru, taken aback by her response, was about to retort when Itsuka intervened, raising her hand to silence him. She acknowledged the boys' reasons for their distrust but reminded them that even the girls had initially shared those doubts. However, Nezu had chosen to trust 𝐒𝐿𝐴 enough to allow her to join Class 1A on probation instead of sending her to prison. Itsuka urged them to consider this before passing judgment. Though reluctant to accept Itsuka's defense of 𝐒𝐿𝐴, Togaru found himself unable to argue against her point and fell silent. Itsuka sighed, noting that they were running late for training. As the students of Class 1B walked past 𝐒𝐿𝐴, who had lowered her head, Itsuka placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. She expressed understanding for the distrust 𝐒𝐿𝐴 faced, acknowledging that it was a difficult situation, especially since they could not discuss the HM plan or Sumomo-chan. She wanted 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to know she was not alone. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 received Itsuka's supportive message through Sumomo and nodded, softly affirming her understanding. As Itsuka departed, she noticed that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was on the verge of tears from the frustration of the situation. Later that evening, Nemirai addressed Izuku, the girls of Dorm 1A, and the girls of Class 1B with a grin, announcing that Nezu-sensei had approved a special class for them the following day. Itsuka, who had hoped to plan a relaxing day, questioned whether tomorrow was supposed to be their break day. Nemirai reassured them that the upcoming day would be enjoyable and that they wouldn't even need to leave the school grounds. Hearing this, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 felt a spark of excitement. She needed a fun distraction after her earlier confrontation with the boys. Momo raised her hand, expressing her enthusiasm for a break but seeking clarification on Nemirai's plans, as some of them might have intended to leave the school. Tsuyu nodded in agreement, having planned to visit her family the next day. Izuku chimed in, hoping it wouldn't involve another mass gathering, as he was looking for a different kind of fun activity this time. Nemirai smiled and began to explain her idea. After a brief explanation, Izuku pondered the proposal, realizing it involved spending a day at the flood zone in the USJ with food, drinks, beach ball, and even portable toilets provided. Nemirai confirmed his understanding and added that they could make it a temporary nudist beach. Mina quickly expressed her excitement, voicing her eagerness to participate. Setsuna joined in, equally enthusiastic about the plan. It certainly sounds fun. Tsuyu thought, making a mental note to contact her parents about a possible change of plans. Although she loved her family and knew she should spend time with them, the allure of spending a whole day at the flood zone of the USJ with Izuku and the other girls was too tempting to ignore. Besides, she could always visit her family the following week, and she was aware that her parents and siblings had not planned anything special. How did you manage to convince 13 Sensei to let you have free access to the USJ? Okiko inquired. Well, let's just say that convincing her involved making a deal, Nemuri replied. You didn't try to get her to join the group, did you? Kyuka asked. Nah, I just convinced her that she needed to relax and have some fun. After the whole Kamino incident a few weeks ago, she could use a break herself, Nemuri explained. Wait, I thought you said it was going to be a nudist beach, Izuku remarked. I certainly did, Nemuri confirmed with a grin. Wait, does that mean she wants to go without her costume at the USJ too? Izuku wondered, a blush creeping onto his face. Okiko was equally surprised, realizing she would soon see her favorite pro-heroine without her usual attire. Pretty much. Nemuri confirmed. I wonder what she looks like, Toru mused, having never seen 13 without her spacesuit-themed hero costume. You'll find out when we see her tomorrow, Nemuri assured. Won't she be embarrassed about being seen without her costume? Pony asked. On the contrary, she's actually a bit of a nudist like me. The only reason she wears that costume is that she needs it to safely use her quirk. Don't forget, her quirk can be incredibly dangerous if misused, and she refuses to let it accidentally harm anyone, Nemuri explained. Has she ever accidentally harmed anyone with her quirk before? Shoko inquired, feeling a bit curious. She almost did a number of times, which is why she always emphasizes the importance of proper quirk usage to prevent accidents, Nemuri answered. Speaking of costumes, I wonder if she'll be okay with us helping to improve it, Melissa pondered. I can think of a few ideas to enhance her costume. Mai exclaimed, starting to brainstorm with Melissa. Although Mai was undoubtedly full of wild ideas, there was no denying that she could come up with concepts that even Melissa had not considered. Izuku smiled, looking forward to spending time at the flood zone of the USJ with the girls. By the way, I want you all to refrain from any distractions tonight. I want Izuku to be well prepared for tomorrow, Nemuri instructed, her anticipation evident. Shoko, Momo, Pony, and Itsuka pouted, having wanted their turn with Izuku that night. However, they knew they could spend time with him the following day, so they were not too upset. Wait, if we're supposed to refrain from distractions tonight, then what are you planning for tonight's class? Izuku asked. Well, I've been thinking of a few ways to add some excitement to our lives and would like to discuss them with all of you tonight, Nemuri explained. Curious, Pony asked, what do you mean by adding excitement, Nemuri-nichan? It means she wants to explore different kinds of activities, Yui clarified. Like what exactly? Toru asked. Well, role-playing is a good start, Nemuri suggested. You mean like me role-playing as a villain who has decided to confront Izuku in front of Okiko? While using her form? Himiko asked, her enthusiasm evident. An awkward silence followed before Nemuri replied, well, that's certainly one idea to consider. Suddenly, Sumamo chimed in, why not create a scenario where I, Sumamo, have successfully taken control of all of you girls and have turned Izuku into a villain who only thinks about causing chaos? Another awkward silence passed before Himiko gave Brainjacked Ochako a thumbs up and said, nice idea, Sumamo-chan. Bijo Chako grinned at Himiko and returned the gesture. Toru leaned toward Kyuka and whispered, is it just me, or are villainesses obsessed with chaotic fantasies? Let's just be glad that those two are merely indulging in role-playing instead of doing anything serious, Kyuka sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose in exasperation. Excuse me. Pony interjected. Do you have a role-play idea in mind? Nemuri asked, hoping Pony would suggest something less intense. Pony felt a warm flush as she suggested that Aizu-chan could roleplay as a farmer while the girls pretended to be farm animals. Nemuri smiled and responded that it was a charming idea. Pony's eyes widened in surprise at the compliment. Nemuri continued, mentioning that it would be a wonderful chance to wear adorable animal costumes and have some fun. Mei chimed in with enthusiasm, proposing that instead of simple costumes, they could create mechanized tails that would move like real ones. Izuku asked if that was actually possible. Melissa explained that they would need the right materials to make mechanical tails and ears that could respond to brain waves, noting that it was simpler than their current project. Mina, brimming with excitement, inquired if they could create a fully functional alien suit. Kyuka questioned the idea of role-playing as aliens who had abducted Midori. Mina, with a sheepish grin, clarified that it was more about Midori pretending to be a unique kind of alien creature. A moment of silence followed before Nemuri, with a straight face, remarked on Mina's choice of hero name, indicating she wasn't surprised. Mina's laughter was contagious, and soon everyone joined in. Izuku suggested a scenario where he could be a hero being charmed by a villainess. Midnight enthusiastically agreed, envisioning herself as a mischievous villainess. Himiko proposed that Izuku could play a villain who seduces heroines, which sparked interest among the group. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 𝐵𝐵 acknowledged the idea, while Sumomo thought it could be a good way for Izuku to express any lingering frustrations. The real Ochako, trapped in her own thoughts, agreed with Sumomo, recognizing the potential benefits of allowing Izuku to vent, provided everyone respected the boundaries. Ultimately, they decided to start with Pony's role-playing idea while setting aside the more controversial concepts for later. The next day, on a warm and sunny Sunday morning, Izuku and the girls from Dorm 1A and Class 1B gathered at the entrance of the USJ. Nemuri, dressed casually, led them to the flood zone, where they encountered a slender woman with jet-black skin, purple eyes, and dark gray hair, reminiscent of 𝐎𝐻𝑖. The woman was lounging on a deck chair under a parasol, and Izuku felt a blush rise as he noticed her appearance. With a playful smile, the woman greeted Nemuri and the students, acknowledging their arrival. Nemuri confirmed that they were aware it was a nudist beach. Izuku and Ochako exclaimed in disbelief, recognizing the woman as 13, who they hadn't expected to look so slender outside her hero costume. 13 explained that her quirk could create vortexes that might become uncontrollable if left active for too long, which was why she needed her suit while working as a hero. Izuku asked how out of control they could get, and 13 elaborated that they could pull in objects from unexpected angles or even everything around them. Curious, Izuku inquired if her suit helped contain the vortexes and limited their range. 13 confirmed that it did. Izuku complimented her suit, grinning widely. 13 noticed Izuku's bright smile and turned to Nemuri, acknowledging why she found him so endearing. Nemuri then led the students to makeshift changing rooms where they could prepare for their activities. It was a mixed changing area, and as Izuku changed alongside the girls, they all ended up in their costumes. Himiko kept her collar on as it was waterproof, but otherwise, everyone was ready for the day ahead. 13 observed Izuku, who was blushing shyly, and remarked with surprise. She then shifted her focus to Nemuri, commenting on her evident attraction to him. Despite 13's dark complexion, Izuku and the girls in his group noticed a hint of magenta in her cheeks. Nemuri, standing confidently, smiled at 13 and playfully suggested that there was much more to see. In her thoughts, she anticipated that soon, 13 and a few other heroines would witness Izuku's remarkable abilities.